Wang Bail set aside the inner turmoil he felt as he surveyed his surroundings. He lifted his right hand. With a sudden wave, a dozen puppets appeared and spread out. As they searched the city ruins, Wang Bail began to wander around the city as well. He stared at the buildings and made his way towards the area that gave off the strongest dark sect aura. He could tell that the city had housed quite a number of residents. A careful inspection of the clues left around him indicated that the city's residents had been prepared for the calamity that had befallen them. However, it was clear that they had still been powerless in the face of such a catastrophe. Everyone had perished. Even the giant had been cleaved into two. A sense of loss unfurled inside Wang Bail. He shook his head and approached the center of the city ruins. Wang Bail took but a few steps before he suddenly froze in his tracks. There was a solemn look in his eyes. One of the dozen puppets he had let out earlier had just severed its connection with him without any prior warning. Wang Bail immediately went on high alert. He headed swiftly towards the last known location of that puppet. As he neared it, he caught sight of the puppet lying motionlessly in a corner. Wang Bail didn't approach the puppet immediately. He narrowed his eyes, then raised his right hand and waved. A flying sword dashed through the air towards the puppet. As it drew near, the puppet suddenly jerked and flipped itself over. A red light shot out under it, evading the flying sword as it shrieked and headed straight for Wang Bail's face. It seemed to sense the dark fire outside Wang Bail's body as soon as it approached. The red light shrunk back hastily as if it was trying to escape. It was fast, but Wang Bail had his flame snatch the arch armor on. He lifted his right hand and, with a grab, caught the red light. The red light turned out to be some kind of worm. It wasn't a corpse but an actual living creature. It wriggled in Wang Bail's hand continuously. There was a huge opening on its head, from which fluids continued to escape. Black teeth lined the opening. It roared and bared its teeth at Wang Bail as it struggled violently to break free from Wang Bail's grip. But its trembling body gave away its fear. The creature had shrunk away from Wang Bail earlier, a clear indication of its fear of fire. Wang Bail fell into a deep contemplation. His eyes landed on the puppet's back, and he noticed a nick. The puppet must have been attacked by the worm while searching the area. The worm had pierced straight through its body and broken its core. It doesn't seem very strong, Wang Bail thought, then pinched tightly with his armored hand. The worm shrieked, but its body wasn't crushed instantly. Wang Bail's pupils contracted, and a thought flickered in his head. His dark fire drew near the worm, which caused the creature to begin to scream more loudly. It started to burn as soon as the dark fire enveloped it, turning to dust within Wang Bail's armored palm. The cries that the worm had made before its final breath echoed in the silence. The earth trembled slightly when it turned to dust. Even the buildings around Wang Bail shook. Within a blink of an eye, from every nook and cranny of every building, from the ground, and from the long meandering mountain-like skeletal arm in the distance, masses of red worms started to appear. Some of them were as tiny as the one that he had caught, while others were hundreds of feet long. The most terrifying one came from the distant mountain. It was 1,000 feet long and roared as it dug its way out. It stared straight at Wang Bail. One could hardly see the city ruins and the corpses. Instead, they had been replaced with countless worms. They were like hair sprouting out from the giant's body, wriggling without stop and covering everything on land. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes as he stared at the countless red worms surrounding him. He felt the connection he had with the puppets he had released earlier snap one by one. These red worms look like body hair. Wang Bail shook his head. He knew nothing about these creatures, but he wasn't bothered. He had seen evidence of his dark fire's power over these worms. He took a deep breath, then allowed the dark fire inside his body to spread outwards. The black fires rumbled as they surged outwards, growing wilder and fiercer, and they exuded an iciness that turned the ground to frost. The dark fire proved effective against the worms. All around him, the worms began to shriek and retreat. Even the largest worm on the giant's arm in the distance shivered and recoiled. Having once again ascertained the effectiveness of the dark fire, Wang Baol began to march forward. None of the worms dared draw near them. They shrank back, clearing a path for Wang Baol, allowing him to reach the center of the city smoothly. There was a huge public square that was sunken in. It might not be appropriate to refer to the area as a public square. Instead, it resembled a sacrificial altar. A dozen or so partially damaged statues stood around it. Based on his estimates, the center of this sacrificial altar appeared to be the center of the top of the giant's skull. This was also where the dark sect aura was the strongest. Wang Baol eyed the damaged statues around him. Their features were mostly indistinguishable due to the severe damage to the statues. However, Wang Baol had a feeling that these statues had been of the once powerful figures of the past dark sect. They had been the pillars of the entire dark sect, the spiritual leaders who had the awe and respect of every dark sect disciple, regardless of their faction. Every one of them represented an era of glory. Wang Baol's eyes landed on one statue. He suddenly shivered before he made his way towards it slowly. He stared at it for a very long time. The statue was missing its head. However, the clothes it had on and the familiar feeling it gave off made Wang Baol's breathing quicken. He knew who this was. Master. Wang Baol murmured to himself after a long bout of silence. An indescribable sorrow rose within his heart. He bowed deeply towards the statue and only lifted his head after a very long time. He stored the statue inside his storage bracelet. Then, he looked towards the center of the sunken area. After some thought, Wang Baol tried making his way towards the center, stepping onto the center of the giant's skull. He could feel the dark sect aura and his dark fire flaring to life as he stood there. Something's not right. After taking a few steps, Wang Baol stopped, stared at his feet, then retraced his steps back to where he had originally stood. There's no doubt that the dark fire becomes most active when I stand here. After some thought, his eyes flashed. His hands came together to form a series of hand seals. The dark fire inside him flared up again with greater agitation. He sat down, shut his eyes, and allowed his mind to become one with the dark fire. He tried to meld his mind with the skull. Just as his mind became one with the dark fire and slipped into the skull beneath his feet, his body suddenly shook violently. He could hear an ancient voice in his mind, stirring ripples across his soul. Soul guiding, dream spinning, rebirth severing, 10,000 tribulations, 1,000 lives, 5 punishments. The voice seemed to have traveled across thousands of years. It sounded as if it had come from the world of the dead, its echoes now lingering in the world of the living and ringing loudly in Wang Baol's head. Wang Baol thought he saw 6 faintly glowing spheres of light. His body shook suddenly. Wang Baol opened his eyes, then lowered his head violently as he heaved. He stared at the skull beneath him as the aged voice continued to ring in his head. The spheres of light remained glowing dimly in his mind, and his eyes began to shine with an intense light. The 6 spheres of light look very similar to the divine consciousness that I came across in the past, the divine consciousness that is essential for the crafting of a dermic armament. Wang Baol whispered. As a dark child, and with his proficiency in dermic armaments, he was quite confident that beneath this skull hid 6 remnant wisps of a soul that were weak and on the verge of disappearing completely. In fact, they resembled the remnant consciousness of a certain being. Their essence was similar to the divine consciousness that was required for refining a dermic armament. Wang Baol's eyes sparkled at the discovery. He melded his mind with the dark fire repeatedly. The repeated attempts strengthened his belief that there were indeed 6 weakening divine consciousness remnants resting beneath the skull. If they were left there untouched, they would likely vanish within a few decades, never to be recovered. There were many ways to ensure they continued to live forever. However, there was only one that Wang Baol was capable of achieving, and that was to fuse the 6 divine consciousnesses remnants into a dermic armament and transform them into artifact souls. That was the only way to preserve the 6 divine consciousnesses. Anyone other than Wang Baol might not have been able to accomplish that, but Wang Baol had been steeped in the discipline of the dermic armament since he had first come into contact with cultivation. He had started his roots in dermic armaments, progressed to the dermic armament pavilion, then continued his research and learning when he had been on Mars. His skill and knowledge in the area had become exemplary. He was now capable of refining a true 8th-grade dermic armament. He was confident of fusing the 6 divine consciousnesses into a dermic armament. The only concern is how weak these divine consciousnesses are. The slightest mistake or any slight resistance that occurs during the fusion with the dermic armament might result in a backlash that further damages them. They could disintegrate entirely, Wang Baol thought. He lowered his head and rummaged through his storage bracelet. He managed to find plenty of materials as well as incomplete artifacts. They were all eliminated as viable options. If the divine consciousnesses were vibrant, he wouldn't have to worry so much about damaging them during the refinement process. Any of the incomplete artifacts could have been used for refinement. However, there was always an element of resistance during the refinement of a dermic armament. Resistance occurred when there was instability during the fusion of a dermic armament's preliminary form and the divine consciousness. Typically, both would suffer a degree of damage before a certain balance was achieved, thus forming the final dermic armament. Dermic armament cultivators weren't often concerned with such issues. Divine consciousnesses that could be used as artifact souls and fused with a dermic armament were often specially selected. That guaranteed their successful fusion even after a degree of damage during the refinement process. Present, though, Wang Baol was forced to consider this problem. He abandoned the idea of using his incomplete artifacts. There was a flicker of light in his eyes as he stared at the exposed part of the skull. Wang Baol ran through the idea in his head. Took some time. Then, he rose to his feet and bowed at the skull he was standing on. Esteemed senior, I, Wang Baol, student of Ming Kunzi, happened to pass by and sense the remnants of your spirit here. In order to preserve these remnants of your spirit, I will have to turn them into artifact spirits. In order to do that, I will have to make use of your bones to refine the artifact that will house the artifact spirit. I seek your understanding for my actions. The expression on Wang Baol's face was serious. He took a deep breath, then began searching the city as well as the mountain, the area where the bones rested. Not all bones were suitable for the refinement of dermic armaments. Wang Baol was looking for a piece that possessed a certain degree of vitality and life. It also had to have a certain extent of malleability. There were still quite a few bones that met those requirements. However, the most important criterion was that the bone had to have melded with the spirit in the past. In simple terms, it meant that prior to the giant's death, perhaps during certain emotionally charged moments, the bone had to have unknowingly absorbed the emotions and spirit energy during said moments. Such a requirement ensured the extreme rarity of such bones. Even though the skeleton was enormous, Wang Baol only managed to find a dozen bones that fit the bill. He had some difficulty digging them out as well. He considered the possibility of fusing his own the arch armor but realized that was out of the question. That, in fact, further proved how incredible Li Wuchen's previous self had been. Left with no other choice, Wang Baol activated his armor's right hand, gathered the power of the divine armament, and attempted to excavate the bone without expending his own energy. The divine armament was sharp, but the bone was extremely hard. Wang Baol used up quite a bit of his strength, unleashing the full force of his cultivation multiple times, and only then did he manage to slowly dig up the 11 pieces of bone. Each piece was the length of one's palm. Pieced together, they looked rather large. However, they were small compared to the whole skeleton. In his past life, Li Wuchen must have practiced some incredible spell or come across some rare opportunity. Else, there is no way his body could have turned into a divine armament. This senior from the dark sect must be some amazingly powerful figure as well. But even though his bone is hard, it still can't beat a divine armament. Wang Baol lowered his head and stared at the right arm of his flame-snatched the arch armor thoughtfully. He set his thoughts aside and sat back down. He got his puppets out again to guard him, then released his dark fires in the open as well before he finally settled his mind. His hands came together to form a series of hand seals, and he began refining the 11 pieces of bone. He intended to use the giant's bones to form the kernel for the dermic treasure. This would ensure a smooth, flawless fusion with the divine consciousness. It would be a challenge, but Wang Baol was sufficiently skilled in dermic armaments, especially on the calculations required and the inscriptions to be included during the refinement. That was why he was fairly confident in his success. Time passed steadily as Wang Baol began refinement. His experience in both the area of inscription and refining the core was rich. This meant that speed wasn't compromised even though he took great care during the process. With the added strength of his cultivation, the 11 bones began to shrink steadily in size. Of course, minor failures were still unavoidable during the refinement process. Each mistake would result in a bone breaking and turning to dust. It was also a lesson to Wang Baol. Days passed. When Wang Baol finally stopped, exhaustion was bright in his eyes, and he was left with 7 beads refined from 7 bones. The beads glimmered with an ash-gray light and shimmered with a mysterious energy hidden within. Contained within each bead were a terrifying number of inscriptions. Even without an artifact soul, each bead was the equal of a 7th-grade dermic armament. Due to the materials involved in its making, it was difficult to rate its performance against an enemy during battle. It had its advantages and disadvantages in a fight. Regardless, without fusion with a divine consciousness, the experience that Wang Baol had earned from this refinement told him that bone-based materials weren't the most suitable types of materials for refining a dermic armament. He had completed the crafting of the beads and had the artifacts ready for fusion. Wang Baol didn't begin the fusion immediately though. Instead, he shut his eyes and meditated for 2 hours. Only when he had recovered his strength and the feeling of exhaustion had left him did he open his eyes again. They shone brightly with determination. He formed a series of hand seals, then pressed his hands on the skull. His dark fire and his consciousness flowed into the skull. He tried to draw the 6 divine consciousnesses out from the skull slowly. They appeared as colorful lights, spread out in the skull like glowing spheres of vibrant colors. The blood-colored worms that had been watching him carefully began to tremble. They lowered their bodies to the ground in what resembled a kowtow. A voice that seemed to have traveled through a vast expanse of time and space from the world of the dead echoed once more in Wang Baol's head. It was an old voice, stirring endless ripples in his mind. Soul guiding, dream spinning, rebirth severing, 10,000 tribulations, 1,000 lives, 5 punishments. As the voice rippled outwards, the 6 faintly glowing spheres finally drifted out from the skull and floated before Wang Baol. Save the 7th bead. Each glowing sphere entered a bead and lit the bead with a blinding light. Waves of energy exploded from each bead, which began to shake violently and whose shape began to transform. 4 beads slowly turned into star-shaped beads with 5 uneven points. They gradually settled into their forms, exuding terrifying power. The other 2 beads continued their transformation. They continued to shake violently. Their artifact souls appeared to be too powerful. They couldn't be contained within these beads. Even though the beads shared the same source, it seemed that it was still not enough for them to contain the latter. The beads looked as if they might explode at any moment. The waves of energy emanating from the last 2 artifact souls were clearly much stronger than those given off by the previous 4 artifact souls. Wang Baol teetered at the edge of frustration. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He had experienced similar challenges in the past with his scabbard. After calming himself down, he immediately unleashed the divine armament arm of his flame-snatched the arch armor. The power of the arm weighed down forcefully on the 2 beads, enveloping them and boxing them in. This lasted for a long stretch of time before sounds of cracking rang out in the air. The cracks on the beads increased. There were more than a dozen of them on each bead. It looked as if the beads might shatter at any moment. Without hesitation, Wang Baol took the 7th bead and fused it together with the 2 beads. The fusion of the 7th bead stabilized the 2 beads. It took great pains and perseverance on Wang Baol's part, before the 2 beads, seemingly on the verge of shattering, finally accepted the fusion of the divine consciousness. They ended up with vastly different forms. One was shaped like a flat circle and the other a crescent moon. Upon the full acceptance of the divine consciousness and the resonance achieved amongst the 6 beads, the beads floated into the air and began rotating as they were drawn to one another. A black thread materialized, like a thin rope, threading the beads together and stringing the beads together like a bracelet. The circular one looks like the sun, and the crescent one looks like the moon. The rest are like stars. I'll call this dermic armament the Baol bracelet. Wang Baol muttered to himself. That sounded like a great name. He raised his right hand in the air, and the bracelet dashed over immediately and strung itself around his wrist. Waves of energy erupted from the bracelet. A dermic armament's power was unleashed in that instant, and it resonated loudly in Wang Baol's mind. The faint voice that had traveled across time and space, crossing the border between life and death, rang out clearly in his head. Soul guiding, dream spinning, rebirth severing, 10,000 tribulations, 1,000 lives, 5 punishments. The short string of words wasn't some silly poem. They represented 6 divine powers. Divine powers weren't like ordinary spells. They made use of nomological laws and the powers that govern the universe. That was why only powerful cultivators could harness the power of divine powers. In addition, that was also why every divine power passed down the generations was so powerful. It should have been impossible for Wang Baol to grasp or master the 6 divine powers through the remnant divine consciousness. This was similar to what he had experienced in the dark dream. He had read up on many spells and several divine powers. However, his level of cultivation then had prevented him from mastering them. That had been his greatest limitation. Such limitations still existed. However, Wang Baol had found a way around them through dermic armaments. By fusing the 6 divine consciousness remnants successfully into artifact souls, he had managed to seal 6 divine powers into the respective 6 beads. These beads served as a medium through which he could overcome the limitations of his cultivation. With the beads as a medium and the artifact souls as a catalyst, he could now expend less of his cultivation to unleash the power of these divine powers. Of course, the reduction in cultivation expended was relative. To an extremely powerful cultivator, it was insignificant. To Wang Baol, it was still a sizable degree of cultivation. Nevertheless, it was still within the realm of reason. Emotions flashed across his face as he lowered his head and studied the bracelet around his wrist. He could feel the power nestled within them as well as the 6 artifact souls resting inside his head. A strange light flickered in his eyes. Each bead contains a divine power. Wang Baol had not expected that. No matter how one looked at it, this was a perfect refinement. Wang Baol knew very well the significance behind the bracelet. His knowledge of dermic armaments, as well as his personal hand in refining the item, had led him to that awareness. The bracelet's significance wasn't in allowing him to unleash the 6 divine powers. If that had been its sole benefit, it would be useless after the first few usages. The beads would slowly crack and turn to dust after repeated use, the divine powers lost to the winds. The value of this bracelet lies in the opportunity it's given me to understand the divine powers it contains. I can do that repeatedly until I master the divine powers and make them truly mine. Wang Baol took a deep breath and then looked around. The red worms were all hovering around, swaying. However, ever since he had put on the bracelet, their hostility had lessened significantly. They seemed to submit to a certain aura present on his person. Wang Baol realized that this place might be one of the rare safe harbors in this world filled with corpses. He let loose a sigh of relief secretly. He didn't hasten to leave. Instead, he looked at the bracelet again, then shut his eyes. His mind drifted away. Led by the dark fire, it entered the first star-shaped bead. His vision blurred instantly. When it cleared, he saw the skies transformed into a starlit night. Hanging in the heavens was a gigantic planet. A battle had just erupted on the planet, and he seemed to be able to see everything happening on the planet. The planet belonged to the Dark Sect. Countless never-ending clan members were engaged in a fierce battle with the disciples of the Dark Sect. Beyond the planet, in the pitch-black night sky, an enormous hand slowly materialized. It was covered with inscriptions. Each of its 5 fingers seemed to be a prison for a fearsome demon, with an appearance that was gruesome beyond measure. The enormous hand stretched across the heavens and made a grab for the planet. The planet rumbled and shook violently. The never-ending clan members on the planet froze instantly, their physical forms immobilized as their souls were yanked out from their bodies. The spirits gathered and formed a dark river that rushed towards the heavens, into space, and towards the gigantic hand. That was soul guiding. Wang Baol was shaken to the core. His jolted awake, and his breath quickened as he stared at the star-shaped bead that contained soul guiding. He couldn't stop the racing of his heart. This soul guiding technique was another version of the soul guidance glove. In fact, it seemed to be what the soul guidance glove was capable of when pushed to the extreme. He had read of the various ways of maximizing the impact of the soul guidance glove in various records in the dark dream, but soul guiding hadn't been one of them. Wang Baol suddenly realized that even though each faction in the dark sect might originate from the same essence, every single one of them had developed divine powers unique to their own faction. This soul-guiding technique was a divine power that had belonged to another dark sect faction. Wang Baol contemplated that thought silently for a long moment. Then, he allowed his consciousness to meld with the second star-shaped bead. The divine power contained within the bead was called dream spinning. He pondered the meaning of its name. When Wang Baol opened his eyes a while later, thus ending his experiencing the dream spinning technique, he was left with a similar conclusion as the one he had gathered with soul guiding. Dream spinning was another version of the dark dream. It's not as all-encompassing as the dark dream, but it's more detailed and precise, especially when used during battle. It can allow someone to enter a dream immediately. The person won't be able to differentiate dream from reality. At the same time, he would become a puppet to be controlled by others. Light flickered in Wang Baol's eyes before his mind entered the final 2 star-shaped beads. They contained the 10,000 tribulations and 1,000 lives techniques. Both were powerful techniques that struck terror into his heart. The former 10,000 tribulations, especially, seemed to serve as a curse that was to be cast prior to battle. The cursed would be viewed as an enemy by all living creatures for a fixed period of time. He might be crushed by falling boulders while taking a stroll or spiral into madness while meditating. That was 10,000 tribulations, to suffer the trials and tribulations that came from everything around one. The latter technique, 1,000 lives, served a purpose as indicated by its name. It was the complete opposite of 10,000 tribulations and the only divine power that could be used on himself. It served as a boost, giving him the potential vitality of 1,000 lives during a fight. Theoretically speaking, it could protect him from 1,000 lethal blows. Results might vary in reality though, depending on the circumstances. Nothing is set in stone. If that were the case, the mighty senior from the dark sect wouldn't have been cleaved into halves. Wang Baol lowered his head and stared at the skull he was sitting on. He set aside the excitement he had from his discovery of 1,000 lives and calmed down. Then, he began his exploration of the sun-shaped and moon-shaped beads and the divine powers contained within, rebirth severing and 5 punishments. Wang Baol soon found himself having to abandon his attempts. The 2 divine powers vastly surpassed the last 4. The challenge he had faced in crafting them attested to that. Wang Baol wasn't yet ready to try and understand the workings of these 2 techniques. He wasn't able to sense anything from the last 2 beads. After a bout of silence, Wang Baol finally sighed and ended his second attempt at the last 2 beads. He looked around him. Even though this was a safe spot, he still decided to leave the city ruins. Before he left, Wang Baol gave a deep bow to the skull and the city ruins that sat above the skeletal remains. Countless red worms continued to sway in the air as he leaped into the sky and raced off. His mission remained unchanged. He continued to search for the sacrificial altar of this world. His luck seemed to have taken a turn for the better. After racing through this world for a few days, Wang Baol suddenly froze in his tracks. He hovered in the dusk-lit skies, his head turned abruptly towards the distance. He could sense the tremors in the earth and hear the clanking of chains ringing. There was a heavy panting in the air, loud like the howling of a tornado. It was coming from the horizon, gushing in like fierce waves. Wang Baol didn't hesitate. The flame snatched the arch armor materialized over him immediately. He retreated a considerable distance, then gazed into the distance again. The tremors grew stronger. The sounds of chains hitting each other became clearer. Tornadoes raged in the sky. Finally, he saw the emergence of a towering, vast figure in the distant horizon. It wasn't the beast he had seen previously. The figure that appeared in Wang Baol's vision was round, growing clearer as it approached. Wang Baol's eyes widened when he finally saw clearly what it was. A Starfang beast. It was an extremely enormous Starfang beast that was larger than the Beast King Wang Baol had come across in the past. Death exuded from its body. He had no idea how long it had been dead, but the flames on its body were still burning. The air around it warped as it advanced. Everywhere it went, it brought with it the stench of death as well as a sudden hike in temperature. It was covered in chains, just like the giant ape. The chains ended in a bound, wooden log. It dragged the log forward like a mule. If it slowed down in the slightest, punishment descended in the form of invisible whips. Wang Baol stopped breathing. He was forced to fall back in the face of such scorching heat. His eyes stayed on the log behind the Starfang beast. It stretched on endlessly into the distance. He knew that there was a great chance that at the other end of the log, he was going to find the sacrificial altar. I've searched in that direction before. The Starfang beast steadily approached, sending the surrounding temperatures spiking upwards. It looked like an enormous burning fireball from afar, ready to turn everything in its path to ash. Wang Baol was forced to retreat as the gears in his head spun furiously. He knew that he had gone in the direction the beast had come from earlier and had traveled quite far in that direction. However, he hadn't discovered anything then. This meant that either he really hadn't gone far enough, or that the sacrificial altar couldn't be found in the conventional manner, by simply pursuing a single direction. If it were the former, Wang Baol could make another attempt. If it were the latter, though, he wouldn't be able to risk everything he had on it. There was really only one way of him locating the sacrificial altar if it were the latter. Get on the log and walk down the thing. That is the only way to prevent myself from getting lost. No matter where the sacrificial altar is located, as long as I walk down the log, I'll be able to reach it. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as thoughts sped through his head. The scorching heat the Starfang beast was giving off made it difficult for him to approach, though. The possibility of him getting on that log was slight. It's not impossible, though. Wang Baol watched the rumbling Starfang beast as it made its way past him in the distance. After some thought, he pulled out the Starfang beast core from his storage bracelet and held one close to his chest. He tried approaching the beast. The heat might be incredible, but its source was similar to that of Wang Baol's Starfang beast core. Wang Baol soon found that the beast core in his arms gave him partial resistance against the heat. Wang Baol's spirits soared at that discovery, and determination flashed in his eyes. He increased his speed without hesitation and dashed together with the Starfang beast, the beast core in his arms. Scorching heat waves surged towards him as he approached. The power of the Starfang beast core enveloped Wang Baol in a defensive barrier. Wang Baol ran faster, approaching the Starfang beast rapidly like a speeding rainbow. His hair showed signs of burning when he reached 1,000 feet of the beast, and his body was drying up. It was as if his body could no longer retain water inside. Water was evaporating from his body rapidly. An alarming sense of danger descended upon Wang Baol. He realized that the protection offered by one Starfang beast core was simply not enough. If he continued to draw near, both his body and soul might be destroyed as soon as he stepped within 1,000 feet of the monster. I still have another one. Without any hesitation, Wang Baol pulled out the second Starfang beast core and held it close to his chest. He broke through the 1,000-foot radius with the aid of the two beast cores and instantly appeared before the Starfang beast that was burning up like the sun. Once again, the threat of death loomed over Wang Baol. His heart raced with terror. At this juncture, though, he had no choice but to get on the log. The alternative was to wait for another beast to come along, but it was clear that his chances at success were greater with the Starfang Beast, what with 2 Starfang Beast cores in his possession. Just wing it. Wang Bail clenched his jaw and then pulled out both Starfang Beast corpses from his storage bracelet. He placed them before him, then leaped towards the approaching Starfang Beast. There was a rumbling in the sky as waves of melting heat rose to the heavens. After pulling out every trick in the book, Wang Bail finally got on the moving Starfang Beast. His heart pumped with adrenaline as the beast continued to sway violently beneath him. He didn't slow down and continued leaping across the monster's back, ignoring the prickling heat and the burning agony, which so unbearable that he howled and unleashed the full power of his flame-snatched the arch armor. His cultivation started churning, and he summoned his dermic armaments in an attempt to buy more time for himself. Finally, with one last leap, he landed on the chain binding the beast and the gigantic log behind it. The chain was like a long, huge bridge. Wang Bail's breathing quickened as soon as he landed. Alarm bells rang in his head. The overwhelming danger rose like waves and threatened to pull him under. The threat of death surged in from all directions, boxing him in. Wang Bail didn't stop to think. He instinctively summoned his dark fire and sent it flowing into his bracelet, into the star-shaped, 1,000 lives bead. This time, he wasn't trying to get a sense of the technique but activating the technique immediately. The star-shaped bead burst into a dazzling light instantly as numerous inscriptions materialized. They appeared ancient, circling Wang Bail and darting into his body swiftly, vanishing without a trace. Wang Bail didn't feel much of a change, save the sudden warmth inside his body that seemed to emanate from deep inside his bones, inside his soul. It was as if he was being protected. That's it? Wang Bail was surprised. He didn't have much time to dwell on it, though. He gritted his teeth as the warmth settled inside his body, then sped down the chain. The Starfang Beast's forward charge made the chain sway violently. That didn't slow Wang Bail down. He soon realized that every time his foot landed on the chain, images would appear around it. The images appeared to be that of swords. They weren't causing him any harm, though. They seemed safe as long as he didn't step on them. What was most bizarre was how Wang Bail's body knew instinctively where to land his feet. Regardless of how fast he ran, he never landed on any one of those images. In one instance, Wang Bail had seen a sword-like image appear on the chain where his foot had been supposed to land. However, the image had gone away as soon as his foot had stepped on the chain, leaving only a blank emptiness beneath his foot. In another instance, Wang Bail had found himself surrounded by these images all around him, with no place for his feet. The Starfang Beast had suddenly leapt into the air then, sending such a huge force through the chains that Wang Bail had been flung forward thousands of feet. He had landed on a spot without any images. Wang Bail had been shaken to the core then. He realized then that the warmth inside him had been gradually fading away during his trip down the chains. Wang Bail finally crossed the entire chain just before the last residual trace of warmth left his body. He leaped and landed on the wooden log. It was enormous. Despite the speed that it was moving at, the log appeared to be relatively stable. That was easy. Wang Bail looked around him, then turned around and stared at the Starfang Beast racing ahead, as well as the chains binding the beast and the log. Out of curiosity, he pulled out a puppet and steered it onto the chain. As soon as the puppet stepped onto the chain, a sword-like image appeared beneath its feet. Countless sword chi erupted around it and rose to the heavens. The sudden eruption of spirit energy shook the land and enveloped a full 100 feet around the puppet. Hundreds of thousands of sword chi converged at one point instantly. Wang Bail's puppet was disintegrated immediately and turned to dust. Wang Bail shivered at the sight. His heart raced as he stared at the bead containing 1,000 lives. He could still remember the earlier warmth. He was certain that his smooth progress, so smooth it bordered on supernatural, was all due to this divine power. This defies all laws of nature. Wang Bail gasped. Then he saw a tiny crack on the bead, which proved what he had guessed earlier. The bracelet could only be used a limited number of times. Its primary purpose was to aid him in grasping the 6 divine powers held within the beads. But those were matters to be dealt with in the future. Wang Baol rubbed his finger against the crack, then set his thoughts aside as he turned and raced down the log. The trip down the log wasn't completely without obstacle. Whatever obstacles he encountered were easily dealt with though. The log seemed to possess the ability to gather spirits, and hordes of spirits would materialize before Wang Baol as he traveled down the log. Others might have required some effort to deal with such problems. In fact, without the appropriate artifact, they might not have been able to move an inch. To Wang Baol, however, this was a piece of cake. He even let loose a sigh of relief at the sight of these spirits. They were the sort of threat that he found the least concerning. He unleashed the dark fire inside him and charged ahead without stopping, racing further and further into the distance. 7 days passed. Wang Baol kept moving without rest or sleep. Exhaustion began to creep in, but he was about to reach the end of the log. It was then that he heard a thunderous boom in the distance. Wang Baol shook violently at the sound. He didn't act recklessly. Instead, he sat down and pulled out some pills, then began to practice his cultivation. 2 hours later, having reached peak condition, he opened his eyes. There was an intense light shining in them as he rose to his feet and dashed forward. The thundering booms grew louder as he approached, until Wang Baol stepped onto the last segment of the log and froze in his tracks. His eyes widened, and a loud buzz exploded in his head. Before his eyes was the sacrificial altar. Sitting at the end of the log, even larger than the log itself, was an incredibly huge millstone. There were 9 handles on the millstone that stretched endlessly into the distance, and one of those handles was the log that Wang Baol was standing on. The sight affirmed what Wang Baol had guessed previously, but seeing it with his own eyes still shook him to the core. He couldn't help but gulp. The millstone was enormous. It was comprised of 2 plates, the lower piece unmoving while the upper piece was connected to 9 handles and continuously rotated and ground against the lower plate. The grinding made a loud rumbling. It seemed as if nothing could escape being crushed if it fell between the 2 plates. Wang Baol recalled both towering beasts he had seen while on this world. He concluded, without much difficulty, that there must be some sort of power in this world that was compelling 9 towering dead beasts into pulling the millstone's 9 enormous handles. The beasts were forced into running around in circles in order to keep the millstone turning. Each beast was undoubtedly chained. Even the slightest decrease in speed would trigger the runes on the chains, transforming said runes into invisible whips that would whip the beasts into movement. It was an endless cycle of slavery and pain. Such scale was truly shocking. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes instinctively. He knelt on the log as he stared at the millstone in the distance. He could see countless bones piled up into numerous mountains under the millstone, and shriveled-up puppets moved swiftly as they dragged and flung skeletons into the millstone. The millstone continued its grinding, and the skeletons thrown in were instantly crushed and ground to fine dust. Blackened blood and minced flesh dripped down the walls of the millstone, but most ended up lost in the millstone, as if devoured. Wang Baol's distaste towards the never-ending clan grew at the sight, and it took him some time before he was able to calm himself down. Once he inched forward carefully, and the rumbling grew louder as he approached the millstone. It was then that Wang Baol saw a sunken depression in the middle of the millstone. Within it sat a figure. It appeared insignificant compared to the enormous millstone. That was why Wang Baol hadn't noticed it until he had drawn nearer and gotten a closer look. It was a figure of a never-ending clan cultivator. He couldn't tell if he was dead or alive. The eyes on all 3 of the cultivators' heads were shut, his 6 arms limp by his side. He might be meditating or he might have died in that position. There was an absence of vitality on the person. Dark, post-mortem bruises could be seen all over the cultivator's body. Wang Baol studied the never-ending clan cultivator before him instead of acting rashly. He was worried about Zhao Yaming and the rest, as well as the danger involved in the current mission. He had no idea how he was going to escape. Regardless, he knew that there was no point in panicking now that he was already here. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to shove his anxieties aside, an icy calm settling in his eyes. He knelt there and continued to observe the millstone as it continued its grinding. He wanted to observe the situation for a while longer so that he might discover any loopholes or faults. Time passed slowly as Wang Baol continued watching patiently. 7 days went by. In those 7 days, he noticed that it took the log exactly 7 days to go one full circle around the millstone. He even noted the rate at which the millstone ground the skeletons, though the information proved to be of little use. The millstone was like an extremely fine-tuned and powerful machine that continued turning without pause during those 7 days. The puppets shifting the skeletons and the never-ending clan cultivator sitting on the millstone were identical in that regard. It was as if they had become immortalized in time. There's no way I can get closer if nothing changes. I have no way of destroying the sacrificial altar. Wang Baol frowned. He shoved down his feelings of anxiety and unease and continued to wait. He didn't have to wait as long this time. After 3 days, something changed. It wasn't the millstone or the puppets, but the entire world that changed. Wang Baol was perched on an elevated position, which gave him a greater field of vision. He could see the distant skies turning crimson-red. It was as if a red mist was rapidly racing towards him. Loud rumbling came from all directions, growing louder by the moment. Wang Baol could see a black mass in the distance, charging towards him. That's... Wang Baol's pupils contracted. He was familiar with this sight. The red mist was formed from the pollen expelled from demonic green poria flowers. It wasn't hard to figure out that the black masses on land were countless skeletons headed this way. Is it possible that the sacrificial altar summons a storm of sorts at a fixed interval, attracting skeletons that have risen under the demonic flower spell and drawing them to it? Alarm flashed across Wang Baol's face. He stared at the mountains of bones under the millstone, then turned towards the distant horizon. Panic gradually rose inside him as the sight before him proved his guesses right. The lands shook, and the terrifying stench of death came rushing from afar, bursting out from the ground. A huge crocodile, with its rotten flesh, emerged and joined the approaching army of the dead. The crocodile wasn't the only powerful creature in this world of the dead. Death cast an alarming shadow as more such creatures made their presence known. A strange power was churning in this world. Every demonic green poria flower blossomed and released their pollen, forming crimson mists that drove the corpses around them towards the sacrificial altar. Wang Baol could no longer sit and wait as danger approached. He crouched down and began crawling towards the sacrificial altar. Once the corpses under the influence of the red mist gathered, they were bound to discover his presence. He would be trapped in a sea of zombies again like what had happened before. His chances of survival would be slim then. His only way out now was to head for the sacrificial altar. It was dangerous, but it was also Wang Baol's only option. I shouldn't have come here. Wang Baol had a dark look on his face as he hurried forward. Then, suddenly, something flashed across his face. He stared at the mountains of bones under the log. The puppets moving the bones seemed oblivious to the fact that there were more than 40 figures on one of those mountains approaching the sacrificial altar cautiously. They were familiar faces: Feng Qiran, Zhao Yaming, Kong Dao, Su Ming, Lu Yun, as well as a couple of other nascent soul realm cultivators. How long have they been hiding there? Wang Baol paused in his tracks. His eyes swept past the group and stopped on the 5-colored, glowing jewel in Feng Qiran's hand. He appeared deep in thought. Feng Qiran was obviously the leader of the group. She had somehow used some means unknown to him that could hide the group from view and avoid the puppets' detection. They must have arrived quite some time ago and decided to observe the situation, just like me. The sudden mass release of pollen must have forced them to take action. Wang Baol came to an immediate conclusion while keeping his eyes on Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao. He released a sigh of relief when he saw that they were unharmed. Some of the cultivators looked weakened, but none of them were injured. Their journey here must have been filled with obstacles. However, they had managed to emerge relatively unscathed under the protection of Feng Qiran's soul conduit realm cultivation. The overwhelming power emanating from the log, as well as Wang Baol's unexpected hiding place, meant that he was able to discover their hiding place while he remained hidden from their view. Everyone was advancing cautiously. It wasn't the right moment for Wang Beol to reveal himself. He kept a watchful eye on Feng Qiran and the others while making his way slowly towards the altar. Both parties approached the sacrificial altar from their respective positions as pollen continued to be released into the air in explosive bursts. The lands trembled violently as the countless corpses approached them. Finally, they reached the edge of the altar at the same time. The stench of blood hit them in their faces. There was an overwhelming power in the air that seemed to forbid them from entering. It weighed down on everyone, sending many cultivators shaking despite still being protected by Feng Qiran's cultivation. It was an instinctive terror, and Wang Beol was affected as well. He threw a look at Feng Qiran and the others again. He saw Feng Qiran raising her hand to form a series of hand seals, then pointing her finger suddenly. A talisman giving off a blinding light emerged from her storage bag. It felt extremely old and looked as if it had survived the passing of millennia. An incredible aura emanated from it. Wang Beol felt as if he were staring a powerful planet realm cultivator in the face, which caused his breathing to quicken. Feng Qiran bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, and as the blood touched the talisman, flames appeared instantly. A firebird emerged from within the fire, its body formed of flames. It shrieked, then flew towards the millstone. Wang Beol's pupils contracted as he stared unblinkingly at the firebird. He readied himself to take action at a moment's notice. Body crouched forward like a cheetah ready to take the leap. A cheetah with a slightly bulging tummy, perhaps, but that didn't hinder Wang Beol's movements in the slightest. The slightly chubby tummy might even be a sign of greater flexibility. Wang Beol focused his concentration and prepared himself. The firebird flew around the millstone, in the opposite direction that it was turning, and smashed into it. A thunderous boom rang out, rippling outwards. The firebird unleashed its full strength with its attack, then disintegrated into dust. The millstone wasn't damaged. It did, however, stop for a moment when the firebird collided with it. The millstone stopped turning for a second, its 9 handles jerking violently. In the distance, 9 towering beasts in 9 different directions let loose furious roars. Everything happened in the single moment when the millstone stopped. Feng Qiran seemed to be waiting for this moment. She dashed forward and slipped into the gap between the 2 plates. Following close behind her were Zhao Yaming and the others. They let loose a sudden burst of speed, approaching the millstone and making their way into the same opening. Mirroring their actions was Wang Beol. He was extremely swift, stepping into the gap immediately after the rest had exploited the sudden pause in the millstone's rotation and burrowed their way into the slight opening. His sudden appearance was quite a shock to some of the cultivators, but they released a sigh of relief upon realizing that it was Wang Beol. Zhao Yaming and Kong Dao were delighted to see him, while Feng Qiran froze in surprise before nodding at him. This wasn't the time for conversation, though. They kept their pace as they made their way through the gaps revealed with the plate's sudden stop. The stench of blood rushed to meet them, and crushed bones and flesh surrounded them. It was a horrifying sight to behold. Some almost wanted to throw up, but there was no time for disgust. No one wanted to die here, so they shoved down all discomfort and advanced frantically. They were well aware that they were traveling between 2 plates. If they didn't escape out of the area before the millstone started moving again, they would end up sharing the fates of those skeletons thrown in the millstone, crushed to bits. Everyone was racing forward madly. Fortunately, even though the millstone was enormous and heavy, the force of the firebird's collision had been extremely powerful as well. Nobody spared any effort or wasted any time as they ran madly between the plates. They finally dashed out of the danger zone before the millstone started turning again. Arriving at the center of the millstone, the center was hollowed out. Before them was a huge hole that connected the upper and lower plates, and the hole was filled with howling winds. While a great many of the party had managed to escape from the gap between the 2 plates, there were a few who were too slow. The millstone started moving before they could get out, and an irresistible suction force yanked them back in, pulling them back between the plates. The rumbling of the turning plates and their screams of pain sent shivers down the surviving cultivators' spines. We'll make a run for it. This is the only way into the second level. We have to disrupt the sacrificial altar in order to activate a teleportation. Feng Churan had a dark look on her face and was dashing down the hole even as she spoke. Her cultivation continued to shelter Zhao Yaming, Kong Dao, and her 2 personal disciples. The rest stayed near her as well as they raced down the hole. As for Wang Baol, he kept close to the other nascent soul realm cultivators. Stress weighed down on everyone's hearts as they continued running down the hole. If not for their resilience, they would have broken down in tears, having navigated multiple failed attempts at escape without an end in sight. The hole was like a dark cave, a gaping wide maw that felt suffocating. The continuous turning of the millstone created a suction force that continued to draw them upwards, preventing them from speeding up. There was also the terrible stench of blood that permeated the hole. They might be cultivators who had nourished their bodies with spirit chi and developed extraordinary constitutions, but the stench was simply too much for them. Their heads were beginning to feel dizzy. They wanted to throw up. Such intense discomfort could be tolerated and overcome, but that was not the end of their struggles. As the group continued their descent, the force emanating from the hole intensified exponentially, boxing them in from all directions. 10 seconds into the descent, an early-stage core formation realm cultivator's face went from a pale white to a ruddy red, then a dark purple. His eyes widened, then rolled up, and his body exploded under the extreme pressure. Wang Baol's breathing quickened. He summoned his flame-snatched the arch armor to protect him against the increasing pressure. Together with Qi Lin and a few other cultivators, they tried to aid the other core formation realm cultivators in fighting against the growing pressure. There was only so much that they could do. Soon, a second core formation realm cultivator perished as his body exploded. He was followed by the third, then the fourth explosion. 2 other core formation realm cultivators finally broke down. They howled, terror and despair bright in their eyes, and started ascending instead of descending. "Come back!" Feng Churan shouted frantically after them, but her words were lost to the wind. They seemed to run even faster upwards. They vanished into the distance with the aid of the suction force, disappearing into the other end of the hole. 2 screams of pain pierced through the darkness then. They were followed by a low grinding, as if the 2 cultivators were being forcefully ground down into pulp. Their screams echoed in the air as a sudden sense of danger surged downwards from the top end of the hole. Wang Baol thought his soul was about to be ripped apart. There was no time to think. He activated 1,000 lives on his bracelet. An overpowering stench of something rotten rushed down through the hole at the exact moment he activated the divine power. It was as if a huge beast was charging through the hole towards them. Before the creature could approach, Feng Churan bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her hands came together in a flurry of hand seals. The blood she had spat out turned a glaring red and transformed into a vast red-colored net that sealed the hole behind Wang Baol and the other nascent soul realm cultivators, preventing the creature's approach. A deafening roar rang out. The blood-colored net pulsated brightly. As they descended further, Wang Baol could see a huge, festering palm the size of the whole claw at the net. The net seemed to be holding it back, but it was a temporary measure. It was already fading right before their eyes. It was going to be ripped apart at any time, and then there was going to be nothing between them and the monstrous hand. It was then that an opening finally appeared at the bottom of the hole. A soft glow emanated from the opening as the group raced madly towards it. It seemed as if the opening was unwilling to let them leave. It was sealing itself shut. They had but a dozen or so seconds before they were completely sealed in. Wang Baol's heart pumped rapidly at the sight of escape. He unleashed a sudden burst of speed. It was then that the blood-colored net collapsed completely. The festering hand seemed to realize that they were about to slip through its fingers. It shook and suddenly sped up, whipping up sudden winds that stank of decay as it caught up with the cultivators and made a sudden grab for them. Most of the cultivators managed to dodge the attack, but there were 6 to 7 of them, including a nascent soul realm cultivator, who failed to evade the monstrous hand. They were caught and crushed instantly when the hand tightened into a fist, Wang Baol had been within the monstrous hand's range as well, but he had bizarrely managed to slip through its fingers. A sudden wind then sent him knocking into the walls of the hole. Blood seeped from Wang Baol's lips. The devouring seed started churning inside him, pulling him against the wall. He climbed down rapidly and sneaked into a crack in the wall. The enormous hand began swiping the air madly just as he wormed into the crack. Deafening booms and screams of pain filled the air. Sudden winds rushed past him. It was a long time before silence took over. Pale and terrified, Wang Baol waited a long while before he finally released a puppet out from the crack to survey the area. The opening had been sealed shut, and its surroundings were tainted with smashed bits of flesh and blood. Wang Baol grew silent. He had no idea if Feng Qiran, Zhao Yaming, Kong Dao, and the others had managed to successfully escape through the opening before it had sealed shut. However, he was certain that many had perished during the earlier clash with the monstrous hand. If not for his divine power, 1,000 lives, which had allowed him to evade the blows mysteriously and led him to fall inside this crack, there was a great chance that he wouldn't have survived either. Wang Baol's heart was still racing when the puppet he had released suddenly shattered without any warning. It was as if a sudden force had given it a squeeze, crushing it and turning it into dust. Following that was a strange force that latched onto the connection between the puppet and Wang Baol and followed it back to Wang Baol, to his hiding place in the crack. Wang Baol retreated immediately. When the warmth in his body finally cooled down, and 1,000 lives effects finally faded away, Wang Baol had vanished into the distance and successfully evaded the pursuing destructive force. It was only when he was sure that the destructive force had ceased pursuit that Wang Baol finally leaned against the wall. He was panting, his heart racing wildly. The danger here was beyond what he had expected. From the initial encounter with the hallucinogenic pollen to everything he had encountered, which included the most recent attack, he had been bombarded with danger at every corner. To think that I'm still only on the first level. This battleship is really impressive. It must be a piece of cake for it to destroy the current Dao Palace. But it doesn't make sense as well. If it's so powerful, why did it release a cry for help? Wang Baol frowned. Feng Qiran and the rest from the Dao Palace might have been fooled by that due to sentiment. But Wang Baol didn't know the person who had called out for their help. After thinking through everything that had happened to them, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes thoughtfully. The cries for help are meant to draw others to it. In that case, it might be possible that the battleship only appears to be incredibly powerful and able to commandeer extremely powerful monsters. However, in reality, many limitations restrict it as well. There's a possibility that the creatures on the battleship are trapped inside this world and cannot leave. Another possibility is that the battleship requires certain special fuel to power it. Wang Baol had limited information on hand. He could only guess so much. Even though these might be vague guesses, he had a feeling that he was on the right track. If it's the former, then the mastermind drawing everyone to the battleship must be doing so in order to destroy the most powerful cultivators in the Dao Palace. If it's the latter, then he's using us for some sort of sacrifice. He means to kill us or to have us under his control. The expression on Wang Baol's face was dark. He was silent for a long while before he surveyed his surroundings. He was now inside the millstone. The millstone must have been around for a very long time. Its unceasing grinding had resulted in many small cracks appearing across the entire millstone. The cracks were insignificant to the millstone's continual grinding, but to Wang Baol, they were numerous passageways that led to the unknown. Wang Baol forcibly set aside his worries over Zhao Yaming's and Kong Dao's safety and studied the passageway before him. He took a deep breath, then carefully inched forward amidst the deafening sounds of grinding around him. He was going to find out if the other end of the passageway was a way out. Time passed steadily as Wang Baol walked down the passageway. He was met with a dead end multiple times and had to turn back and attempt another passageway. He remained cautious throughout, releasing a puppet to survey the passageway ahead of him should he sense any potential danger. He eventually released a horde of puppets and got them to check out multiple passageways concurrently. That was how he managed to single out the best route to take. Nearly a week passed by. It was noon when Wang Baol finally paused in his tracks. His pupils contracted, and his face turned pale. He had just glimpsed something through the eyes of one of his puppets. The puppet was in a passageway not so far away from his. There was a huge lake at the end of that passageway. Above the lake was a large flower. It was purple and grew from the ceiling. It hung downwards and was in full blossom, spanning 100 feet and giving off an eerie, demonic glow. Purple fluid was slowly dripping from the flower into the lake beneath it. Dozens of figures sat cross-legged on the lake. They had 3 heads and 6 arms and emanated a powerful aura. They were absent of any life, but they also showed no signs of being dead. It was as if they had been sealed in a void and were deep in slumber. Terrifying injuries covered their bodies. The liquid in the lake seemed to possess certain healing properties, though, as their injuries appeared to be healing slowly as their bodies remained soaked in the lake. They were healing at a sluggish pace, but there was no doubt that they were indeed recovering. Wang Baol was instantly seized by anxiety at the sight. His wariness grew after he sensed the powerful waves of spirit energy emanating from these never-ending clan cultivators. Even the weakest of these cultivators was a match for Mielizi. Wang Baol didn't act rashly. Instead, he maneuvered his puppet into retreating carefully. He continued searching the other cracks nervously. A long time passed, and a solemn-looking Wang Baol discovered more than 20 such lakes inside the millstone. Wang Baol had no idea how many more lakes remained undiscovered. He found that each lake would always have a huge purple flower hanging over it. Its fluids would drip into the lake and help heal the never-ending clan cultivators. Wang Baol's heart began racing with fear. Fortunately, he had an army of puppets with him. He became more careful with his selection of passageways to explore as he grew more mindful of these flowers. His search led to his discovery of the flower's stems and branches. The stem of each purple flower was buried deeply into the stone ceiling. In addition, they all led back to a huge vein. Wang Baol continued to deploy his puppets in a wider search. After a few days, he finally located the huge vein at the end of a passageway. Its diameter was 1,000 feet long. It was soft to the touch and had a translucent outer layer. Upon a closer look, one could see masses of blood and flesh, mushy like pulp, traveling down the vein. Wang Baol gasped at the sight. His mind began conjuring images of a massive millstone crushing the skeletons into a fleshy pulp and sending said pulp into such veins. The veins would branch off into stems, which were connected to separate chambers. A purple flower would blossom in the ceiling of such a chamber and would produce fluids with healing properties. Based on the size of the millstone, we can conclude that there must be more than one such veins in the millstone. If there's only one of them, we could simply locate its source and dump some poison in, killing this thing once and for all. Wang Baol sighed as he stared at the vein before him. Of course, he wasn't in possession of such a poison. In addition, trying to locate the source, even if there were only one vein, would be challenging. The slightest oversight might lead to these never-ending clan members waking up. That would really be the end of him then. Wang Baol sighed and abandoned the idea. He tried to ignore the discomfort he was feeling as he studied the vein before him. After a long moment, he clenched his jaw. He knew that the vein was likely his only chance of finding a way out. He would be able to reach the deepest part of the millstone by traveling down the vein. Only then would he be able to find a way out of the battleship. This was the only solution he could come up with, having spent 2 weeks in this damned place. Wang Baol's eyes shone with grim determination. He approached the vein and slowly pressed his body into it. It was soft. He pressed harder and sank into the vein. His body was now buried inside its outer layer. He hadn't yet crossed over and entered the vein, but he could feel the smashed-up blood and flesh moving inside the vein, and he could smell the heavy stench of blood. He wasn't someone who was easily cowed, though. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Without any hesitation, he began climbing down the vein, sinking further into the vein when he came across any protruding rocks. He moved carefully and steadily downwards without encountering any danger. Wang Baol didn't know how far he walked. He must have walked for 3 days before he finally saw the end of the tunnel. It seemed to lead into a new world, one that was lit. Wang Baol grew excited when he saw the light. His breathing quickened as he picked up the pace. Just as he was about to reach the end of the tunnel, he slowed down and released a puppet to inspect the area first. He was able to clearly see the lit area that the tunnel led to through his puppet's eyes. Wang Bao's eyes widened at the sight before him. What is this place? The lit area below was another new world altogether. It looked creepy and was drastically different from all the worlds that Wang Bao had seen. Even the vast expanse Dao Palace main star that had been annexed by the never-ending clan hadn't been as shocking a sight as this place. The skies of this world were black. In fact, they were covered by a thick fog that was black. Thick veins woven from flesh and blood extended from the fog, running downwards towards the land. There were thousands of such veins in this world. They cluttered the skies and converged at a single point on land. The convergence stood on pitch-black land, an incredible, towering and sturdy pillar that spanned 100,000 feet wide. The pillar was similarly formed from flesh and blood, and contractions traveled slowly down the pillar. Thousands of veins connected to it, and each contraction seemed to suck the blood and flesh pulp inside the thousands of connected veins. One could see the top of this round pillar, but not how deep it went underground. Beyond the pillar were black soil and countless fleshy lumps, and within each lump was nested a fetus. They didn't seem to be fetuses of never-ending clan members, but of a breed of monsters. There were clear signs that the world had been reformed. The veins were a terrifying sight to behold. There was a protective sheen of light 100,000 feet around the huge pillar that radiated a blue glow and seemed to serve as a defensive barrier against intruders. A similar blue sheen could be found around every vein. The veins, alongside the pillar, seemed to form a world unto themselves. Another world seemed to exist outside the blue defensive barrier. Rumbling sounds continued to resonate in the air. Wang Bao's heart raced at the sights and sounds assaulting his senses. After a long while, he took a deep breath and fell into a thoughtful silence. He clenched his jaw and began climbing down the vein. He passed through the clouds and finally saw the world with his own eyes. The entire world seemed to revolve around the pillar. The glowing blue barrier protected the pillar, and anything beyond couldn't enter. Wang Bao had somehow been lucky enough to locate a vein inside the millstone and climbed his way into the world. He had ended up on the right side of the blue barrier. His heart raced, and his breathing grew uneven. He sprawled inside the vein and looked around. In his eyes, the pillar resembled a silk larva that was sucking nutrients that came from the millstone. The things that Wang Bao had seen inside the millstone led to his conclusion that there was a great likelihood that another world existed on the other side of this pillar, underground. If the corpses formed the first level, then this is the second level. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. The image of the battleship surfaced in his mind. He remembered it was formed from 3 huge circular discs. There was a 4th disc connecting the 3 discs, which was likely the battleship's main body. It was layered under the other 3 intersecting discs and sat in the center of the discs. Going by that logic, if the 4th disc is the second level, then both Mielizi and Taoist Yuran should be here. Wang Bao rubbed at his forehead as he stared into the distance. The world was so vast that Wang Bao couldn't see its end. He pondered for a while before abandoning the thought of crossing over to the other side of the blue defensive barrier. Since he had already found himself on the inside of the barrier, he should now be many steps ahead of the rest. This might seem dangerous, but it might also be a safer place for him to be. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes at that thought. He raced down the vein, took a sudden leap, and landed. He went to the edge of the blue barrier and released a puppet. He discovered that, while there were difficulties in crossing the barrier, it wasn't an impossible feat, however. It was nearly impossible for the puppet to return to the inside of the barrier. Having concluded that, he then turned towards the gigantic pillar before him. Wang Bao studied the pillar for a while before circling it. His eyes flashed with an intense light after he returned to his original position. He pulled out his puppet and allowed it to approach the pillar. He wanted to know if the puppet could sink in and emerge on the inside of the pillar, then make its way down into what he believed was the 3rd level of the battleship. The pillar might display some malleability through its constant contractions, but it was far hardier than the veins. There was no way one could force his way inside without peeling the outer layer and drilling a hole into its insides. Wang Baol could feel an oncoming headache. He had a gut feeling that something must be going on down there. It could be secrets about the battleship or a chance to escape. However, it was clear that he wasn't going to be able to enter the pillar without encountering any dangers. Wang Baol wasn't willing to just give up though. He narrowed his eyes as he considered his options. He decided he was going to test the pillar with his puppet. Having made up his mind, he took a deep breath and assessed the hardiness of the pillar again. Then he narrowed his eyes. The flame snatched the arch armor appeared over him amidst deafening thunder, blood-colored meridians weaving themselves into a gruesome armor as his skeletal divine armament arm shone with a lethal light. There was no hesitation as Wang Baol fell back 100 feet, stomped his right foot on the ground violently, gathered strength, and then shot forward like an arrow. He darted towards the pillar, his skeletal divine armament arm pointed forward. His charge broke the sound barrier. As he approached the pillar, he raised his right fist and sent a punch flying out. Augmented by the power of the arch armor, his own cultivation, as well as his initial charge, the punch was the strongest that Wang Baol had unleashed yet. It unleashed the power of the divine armament and exploded in a deafening thunder. Punched straight through the pillar. The hole that was made wasn't large, it was the size of his fist. It didn't trigger a backlash from the pillar either. Such a wound was akin to a minute cut on the human body, utterly insignificant. The blow had caused a muted bang to ring out in the air. Purple fluids flowed out from the hole. However, as soon as Wang Baol pulled out his fist, the wound began to heal rapidly, right before his eyes. There wasn't time for Wang Baol to enlarge the hole and send in his puppet. As the hole was about to seal itself completely shut, grim determination flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. His physical body blurred as his avatar materialized and separated from him. It transformed into a bolt of lightning that darted through the hole before it sealed shut completely. Wang Baol's body shook slightly. He pulled out his puppet to stand guard as he found a discreet spot where he could sit down. His attention was split as he kept watch on his surroundings while steering his avatar into descending down the pillar filled with purple fluids. His avatar immediately experienced the terrifying corrosive properties of the purple fluids as it came into contact with the latter inside the pillar. His true flesh and blood form would have been eaten away by the fluids instantly. His puppets wouldn't have been able to withstand the corrosion either. Wang Baol's avatar, on the other hand, was formed from lightning instead of flesh and blood. That was why it could temporarily withstand the corrosive purple fluid. However, it was clear that it wouldn't be able to survive prolonged exposure. He needed it to descend as quickly as possible underground and locate the third level. However, the purple fluid wasn't the only danger present inside the pillar. There appeared to be other unknown dangers. Wang Baol's avatar descended 100 feet before there was a sudden flash of golden light. He didn't manage to catch what happened before his avatar collapsed and turned into electricity that then sank into the purple fluid. On the second level, Wang Baol's eyes opened suddenly. He studied the pillar before him, then summoned a second avatar. He burst a hole open in the pillar again and sent the avatar in. He was more cautious this time. He equipped the avatar with a defensive 8-grade dermic armament. That proved to be useful. When the golden light flared this time, it was followed by an additional thunderous boom. That was the sound of the unknown golden entity colliding with and breaking apart his dermic armament. His avatar exploded in the next moment. This time, Wang Baol was finally able to catch a good look at the source of the attack. It was a golden, broken finger. It didn't contain the presence of a divine armament. It was a mere finger emanating waves of energy that almost stopped Wang Baol's breathing. It was as if a single touch from the broken finger could turn him into dust. Wang Baol's heart raced as worry gripped him. He sat there, deep in thought, a dark look in his eyes. He was prepared to open another hole and release his avatar. The avatar started running as soon as it entered the pillar. It didn't descend as its previous forms had, but ran upwards. It tried its best to keep to the center of the pillar while bathed in purple fluids. Created a centrifugal force, and purple fluids began to splash outwards. The commotion quickly attracted those terrifying entities resting inside the pillar. A dozen golden beams charged towards the puppet. "They're not as reactive as I expected." Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he thought. The approaching golden beams that locked onto Wang Baol's avatar reached the ladder and pierced through its body instantly. Wang Baol was able to identify the beams with the help of the avatar before it was completely destroyed. They were all broken limbs and body parts. They were all, without exception, golden. They didn't all originate from the same body. The beams of golden light were able to leave after destroying Wang Baol's avatar. Wang Baol had been ready for this though and released another avatar into the pillar again without hesitation. "Let's try again and test their reaction time," Wang Baol muttered to himself, then focused on his avatar. As soon as his avatar sneaked into the pillar, it unleashed a sudden burst of speed and started running upwards. It attempted to create a greater commotion while keeping itself in the center of the pillar. It didn't take long before this avatar was destroyed as well. The golden limbs have no mind of their own. They're attacking based on instinct. Even though they're powerful, they can be exploited. After some thought, Wang Baol continued his attempts without stopping. He continued trying. Once, twice, thrice, 7, 8, 9 times. He had to consume multiple pills in order to keep up with the rate his cultivation was being expended. He released numerous avatars without rest. They were like a sacrificial tribute, racing to their deaths. His avatars had become bait, attacking the same spot and luring his prey into gathering together in one place. The purposeful luring got many more of those golden entities surging in from all directions. This went on for a long while, and a pale-faced Wang Baol witnessed his avatar destroyed yet another time. It was as if his body was being hollowed out. He released yet another avatar and, with a wave of his hand, summoned a flying sword and hid it inside the avatar. When the avatar entered the pillar this time, it didn't race upwards. Instead, it charged downwards in the opposite direction. It swiftly raced past the deepest part past avatars had reached. The golden entities had been gathered in the upper part of the pillar. That meant that the avatar had an easier time as it charged down the pillar. The avatar went past the second level and arrived at an unknown area before the broken golden body parts managed to realize what was going on. Wang Baol thought he saw something shining outside the pillar. Before he had time to examine it further, broken golden body parts came racing towards him in the purple fluid. Just as they were about to swarm his avatar and destroy it yet again, his avatar opened its mouth, and out flew a red flying sword. It was the most powerful of the tricolored flying swords, which rivaled a 9th-grade dermic armament that Wang Baol had. His avatar gave the sword a boost. Bolts of lightning appeared around the sword as it unleashed an incredible speed and power, charging at the walls of the pillar. The walls might be sturdy and might heal fast, but the attack still managed to create a tiny opening in the pillar. The opening was no wider than an inch. It was barely a cut to such an enormous pillar. No man or puppet could have slipped through the opening, but the avatar was formed from lightning. It followed the sword, transformed itself into a bolt of lightning, and snaked through the opening within the blink of an eye. The red flying sword couldn't do that as easily though. The opening sealed up immediately after Wang Baol's avatar escaped, and the sword was left trapped inside the pillar. Wang Baol ached for the loss of his sword, but this was no time for mourning. His avatar stood outside the pillar and surveyed its surroundings. The sight sent both his avatar and his true form reeling back and gasping in shock. The space under the second level shouldn't be described as another world. It wasn't as big. It appeared less like a separate world and more like an enormous cavern. The end of the pillar could finally be seen on the ceiling of the cavern. It hovered in the air instead of reaching all the way to the ground. It looked like a tunnel that had been drilled into the second level. Countless tentacles grew on the pillar, some short and some long. They looked like whiskers swaying gently in the wind. What Wang Baol found extremely creepy were the heads that grew on the ends of the tentacles. There were heads of both men and women, old and young. It was as if these heads had been chopped off then attached to the ends of the tentacles. It was a horrifying sight to behold. Wang Bao's breathing stopped as he discovered, upon closer look, that their eyes were all shut. No matter how strongly the tentacles swayed, they showed no signs of waking up. Some of these tentacles had drooped to the ground and dipped into the lake. It was a golden lake, and its surface was as calm as a mirror. In the center of the lake, which lay squarely below the pillar, sat someone. He was from the never-ending clan, with 3 heads and 6 arms. He looked strong and well-built, and he emanated an incredible power that blanketed the area. The cultivator's body seemed to contain an ocean of spirit energy. There was a gaping hole in his forehead, and it seemed to be healing as the lake nourished the body while tearing itself further apart. His full recovery appeared to be impossible. The eyes of Wang Bao's avatar contracted at the sight. He stood immobile for a very long time. Nothing came at it, though. That was when Wang Bao began to study the body in the middle of the lake carefully. His brow furrowed after a while. He took a few steps forward, then continued watching from afar. No signs of life or death. They look like flesh and blood bodies, and yet they give off a feeling that resembles a dermic treasure. Wang Bao couldn't pinpoint his exact feelings towards the body in the lake, but the more he observed it, the more it resembled a set of clothes. In fact, one might even call it an armor. It seems to be a spirit stone at the same time, some sort of container for spirit chi. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself. He was about to enter the lake and inspect it up close. He prepared for the worst. Should anything happen, he'd immediately terminate the connection between his avatar and his true form. Just as Wang Bao was about to rush forward, suddenly, one of the heads attached to the tentacles hanging above him, one belonging to an old man, opened his eyes. The elder had a head of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles. There was confusion in his eyes, and his voice was hoarse. "Save me! Save me!" Wang Bao's scalp went numb when he heard that voice. He retreated hurriedly, then lifted his head up. Shock gripped him. The elder who had spoken was clearly dead. There was a darkness in his eyes. However, his voice rang out clearly in the air. It seemed to possess a certain power, a clarity that pierced through the cavern and the battleship and resonated across space itself. It was a voice that Wang Bao was familiar with. It had come drifting with the wind, echoing in the Dao Palace as it cried out for help. This was the voice of Feng Churan's father, whom she had been desperately seeking, the voice of Mielizi's uncle master, who had once been a powerful cultivator of the Dao Palace. "There's nothing I can do here now. I need to let Elder Feng Churan and the others know what's going on as soon as possible." Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. He hadn't yet given up on examining the body of the never-ending clan member. His true form would leave this place and seek out Feng Churan and the others. Just as Wang Bao was about to take action, suddenly, little Missy, who had been silent all this while, spoke in his head. "That's what is controlling this battleship. The battle robes." Wang Bao whipped out the mask as soon as he heard the voice. It wasn't invisible. This wasn't another illusion. Ever since he had entered the battleship, he had grown increasingly paranoid. "Stop looking. It's your fault for sneaking into this wretched place. I've been suppressed since you entered the battleship and had to hide myself. I've even had to go back to sleep in order to prevent myself from being devoured. I can't stay awake for long either," little Missy said in an annoyed voice when she saw what Wang Bao did. Devoured? Wang Bao's mind was set at ease when he realized that little Missy was all right and her usual self. He had perked up until he heard what little Missy had said. Youngsters these days, each one bolder than the next. Feng Churan's like that, and so is that Mielizi. Even you ran. They've all gone mad. You too, fatty. Do you know where you are? This is the never-ending clan's Death Dao battleship. Little Missy sounded tired. If one could see her actual form now, they would be able to see her rubbing her forehead while pointing an accusatory finger at the chubby cultivator standing in front of her. The Death Dao? Isn't this a sacrificial palace? This was the first time Wang Bao had heard about the Death Dao. During the war between the never-ending clan and the Dark Sect, the never-ending clan destroyed the heavenly Tao and changed the nomological laws. They used the fallen heavenly Tao in space as the cauldron and stars as their materials to create 90,000 Death Tao battleships. The first 900 battleships were as powerful as a star domain realm cultivators, the next 9,000 battleships as powerful as eternal star realm cultivators, and the remaining battleships as powerful as planet realm cultivators. The battleship that you are currently in might have been severely damaged, but it is still at the spirit immortal realm. Death Tao battleships prohibit the entry of the living. Any living person on board would be contaminated by the environment and drained of all life. That is because shards of the heavenly Tao have been buried in the battleship. The corpses of that past great war are also buried here. The laws governing this place ensures that it will continue running, without ever stopping, and the source of it all are the battle robes before you. The one who puts on those robes will seize control over this battleship. He will also be able to commandeer the countless dead in this ship. Wang Bao's widened when he heard that. He jerked his head towards the battle robes, hunger burning in his eyes. Before he could say anything though, little Missy spoke again, irritation clear in her voice. The only way to get the robes on is to sacrifice one's blood and flesh and set fire to one's soul. Just as the soul is about to turn to nothingness, he will then meld with the battle robes and become one with the robes. He'll be able to commandeer the Death Tao battleship then. From that point onwards, you and the battleship will be one and the same. You want to give that a try, fatty? Ah! Wang Bao didn't realize that was what little Missy was leading to. He hesitated. It's not bad, actually. You can still continue your cultivation after you've turned into the battleship. You might even meet a female battleship one day and start a relationship, little Missy said, her tone casual. The words she was speaking made Wang Bao's hair stand, though. He shook his head hastily. You'll find it a challenging feat even if you do want to try it. The battle robes have been damaged. The last entity who fused his soul with it was slain by someone else, and the wound on his forehead remains on the battle robes. The only way to heal that wound is through sacrificing the living. My guess is that you've all been lured here. They want your living flesh and blood. Your flesh and blood will form nutrients that can be absorbed by the battle robes. It won't help the mastermind in seizing control over the armies of the dead on board this battleship, but he'll be able to take over the steering of the battleship. He can head towards the Tao Palace then. If the living there aren't enough, he can charge into the Federation and lay waste to every living creature in the Federation. The scale of that blood sacrifice should be sufficient for it to recover a significant extent of its power. The never-ending clan is fixated on assigning missions. If I'm not wrong, the mastermind behind this entire conspiracy accepted the mission to stop the ancient greenish bronze sword in flight, and the mission is still in progress. The punishment he will have to face will be great if he fails. That is why he won't call for help unless he has to. Some other things might also have happened that resulted in him being unable to transmit his location back to the never-ending clan. That could be another reason why he hasn't sought reinforcements. In fact, this person is likely thinking about the great rewards he'll be receiving should he manage to complete the mission. The incentive is sufficiently enticing that he's willing to gamble. Little Missy laid out her thoughts meticulously. She spoke in a mellow voice that was low but absent of heaviness. Wang Bao blinked. He agreed with little Missy's assessment, but he also knew little Missy's character. Since she had shared so much with him, she must have a solution. He coughed, then threw a few casual praises at her before asking anxiously for a way out of their current situation. Simple. Just call for your senior brother. He'll solve this for you with a single blade. Little Missy snorted. She clearly found Wang Bao's flattery unsatisfactory. Wang Bao was rendered speechless. He knew that was indeed the easiest way out of this. However, he had no idea how to get his senior brother's attention. He sighed, then suddenly said, "Wait, what if I try to scare the mastermind? I'll tell him that my senior brother is the first divine king and that killing me would be suicide. Would that work?" Little Missy began to regret her earlier attempt at mockery. Wang Bao's idea had caught her by surprise, and it seemed like a reasonable plan. She felt so exhausted and hurriedly said, Stop wasting time on wild ideas. Your enemy might want to kill you more if you declare who you really are. What you have before you is a rare opportunity. You might not be able to put on those robes, but you can drain it of its power. Activate your devouring seed and suck it dry. You might just get yourself and everyone else out of danger. That didn't sound right at all. Wang Baol was about to question little Missy further on the details, but she stopped responding altogether. He didn't know if she had truly fallen back into slumber or if she was just faking it. Wang Baol sighed. He deliberated for a moment before determination once again flashed in his eyes. Announcing his identity was a risky bet, a plan riddled with too much uncertainty. He wasn't prepared to try that unless it was the last resort. Perhaps draining the battle robes dry was really the best solution he had at this moment. Wang Baol didn't hesitate. His avatar stepped onto the golden lake, raced forward, and arrived before the battle robes. He inspected the robes and confirmed that nothing was amiss before he shut his eyes and formed a series of hand seals. His true form on the second level set aside his storage bracelet before forming a series of hand seals as well. His avatar and his true form switched places instantly as the lightning immortal transformation worked its magic. It was like instant teleportation. His avatar was now on the second level, within the protective blue barrier, while his true form was now in the middle of the golden lake in the cavern. Wang Baol sat down as soon as he appeared next to the battle robes. The devouring seed flared to life and began draining all of the energy from the battle robes through the open wound on the battle robe's forehead. The battle robes began to tremble as its energy was drained from it. Vast quantities of spirit chi gushed out from the wound on its forehead and rushed inside Wang Baol's body. It was like a flood of spirit chi, and the devouring seed seemed excited as it continued sucking madly, sending spirit chi into every part of Wang Baol's body. The scabbard inside him began to stir, and it started absorbing the spirit chi as well. The battle robes started to resist the draining fiercely. This slowed Wang Baol down, but with enough time he could still suck the battle robes dry. On the second level, Wang Baol's avatar picked up the storage bracelet next to it. Then, without any hesitation, it charged towards the blue defensive barrier. It was going to break free, locate the others, and let them know everything Wang Baol had just found out. Breaking out from the inside of the blue defensive barrier wasn't an easy feat, but it was still within the realm of possibility. That was especially so when compared to trying to break in from the outside. Besides, the avatar had a storage bracelet filled with dermic armaments. It might lack Wang Baol's physical strength, but its cultivation was at the same level as Wang Baol. Could do it. A black pike appeared in its hands, and with a deafening roar, Wang Baol's avatar transformed into an ocean of lightning that then enveloped the pike. The pike pierced right through the barrier. There was some damage caused to the avatar in the process, but it was something he could deal with. The avatar transformed back into an exact image of Wang Baol after breaking free. Lightning bolts ran wild around it, guiding the black pike as it raced into the distance without pause or rest, in search of the others. There were limits to what Wang Baol was capable of, though. The land was too vast. Even with his elevated level of cultivation, there were still limits to how far the avatar could travel from him. Wang Baol's avatar had to keep its search within a certain area. That was why he decided to release whatever puppets he had. He sent them out into the open, searching. At the same time, the avatar continued its search speedily, traveling as far as it could go. His puppets had gone through multiple rounds of upgrades and enhancements. He had fine-tuned his control over them. The efficiency that the search party of puppets achieved was definitely greater than what Wang Baol was capable of should he have gone on alone. Time passed steadily. Days went by. Wang Baol's true form continued to drain the spirit chi in the battle robes, and his avatar continued the search with the aid of his puppets. Finally, one puppet managed to find residual energies from collisions between array formations and spells in one area. They were signs of a battle having taken place there. The puppet found bloodstains, still fresh, and pieces of tattered clothing as well. Alarm flashed across Wang Baol's face when he saw those through his avatar's eyes. Yamming! Lightning lit Wang Bao's eyes as he dashed out and raced towards the bloodstains and tattered clothes. He summoned the puppets around him and ordered them to search the area. As Wang Bao conducted a frantic search, Zhao Yaming was in a valley 50 kilometers away from him. She had just spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was ashen, and her hair loose. She clutched a compass tightly in her hands. The compass gave off a brilliant light that formed a defensive barrier, sheltering Zhao Yaming within. The light was growing weaker. It looked as if it wasn't going to last much longer. Blue fire burned outside the barrier, trapping her within. There were numerous faces in the fire that repeatedly slammed into the barrier while howling at Zhao Yaming. The defensive barrier kept them at bay for now, but its light was growing weaker. The surrounding temperature rose as the blue flames continued burning, and an elder stood inside the fire. He wore the robes of the Dao Palace and was a nascent soul realm cultivator in Mielizi's faction. There was an intense light in his eyes as he stared at Zhao Yaming, who was trapped inside her defensive barrier, laughing hoarsely. "You think you can run when I'm here?" He raised his right hand as he spoke and pressed it against the defensive barrier. The barrier began to creak, and it looked as if it was about to cave in. It was a miracle that it was still standing. "Interesting. You have quite a few lifesavers up your sleeve." The elder laughed. He didn't seem troubled by that. His eyes lingered on Zhao Yaming, assessing, with unconcealed hunger. "Little girl, I've noticed how special you are during the trial for the hyacinthus tree leaves. You're not just a natural numinous being, all of your 7 orifices are open. Not bad at all. You'll be a superior grade material for refining spirit orifice pills. A rare find." The elder smiled, and the hunger in his eyes intensified. He brought both hands together to form a series of hand seals, causing the flames around Zhao Yaming to grow stronger. They licked at her defensive barrier. He continued with another series of hand seals as he circled Zhao Yaming and imprinted seals on the ground. Multiple runic imprints surrounded Zhao Yaming, and the flames rose higher with their appearance. Zhao Yaming trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her arms trembled, and the compass almost slipped from her fingers. She didn't try to wipe the blood from her lips. Instead, Zhao Yaming lifted her head and leveled a cold stare at the smiling elder. The look in his eyes looked more terrifying with each moment's passing. He had pursued her for days. She hadn't found anyone else since she had awoken. She had traveled with extreme caution without encountering much danger, until she crossed paths with the elder. Her opponent had a clear goal. He seemed to have known her location all along, attacking her as soon as he appeared. If not for the extremely valuable artifact that her father had given her, which had helped in fighting off what should have been a lethal blow, she would have been dead. Even with such an artifact in her possession, she was still trapped. She knew that the elder had no intentions of killing her immediately. He wanted to use her to refine a spirit orifice pill. Zhao Yaming bit her lips. She wasn't angry, and she wasn't about to say anything to the elder. Her cultivation continued churning inside her body. She was nearly drained dry, but that didn't stop her from pouring her energy into the compass. The compass was an 8th grade dermic armament that she had brought along from the Federation. It was something that was meant to save her life. She had created a seal after acquiring the Akang ancient array formation and imprinted that on the compass, which had further boosted the compass power. The compass was fully activated now. With the joint power from the pendant hanging on her neck, she had managed to resist the attacks of a nascent soul realm cultivator. However, she knew that the pendant's power was waning. Once it was completely depleted, she wouldn't be able to maintain her defense for long with only the array formation at her disposal. She had done what she could to send signals for help. For the past 3 days, she had left traces of her blood and tattered bits of her clothes behind while fleeing her enemy. They were meant to be calls for help. Yet she hadn't seen a third person in this world. Her morale was beginning to suffer, despite her stoicism. However, she hadn't lost all hope. She wasn't a weakling. She had her ambitions, her dreams, and her beliefs. Hidden beneath her calm exterior was a burning fire. She would either burn others or herself. Zhao Yaming realized at this point that no one was likely going to come to her aid. Determination colored her eyes as she deliberately projected her intentions and ensured the elder saw her form a series of hand seals. The compass, which should have held on for longer, suddenly shook violently and exploded. The explosion caused by an 8th-grade dermic armament wasn't something to be underestimated. Zhao Yaming had imprinted a seal of the Akang ancient array formation on the compass, which further strengthened the force of the explosion. A thunderous boom erupted, whipping up a howling hurricane that surged outwards in all directions. The blue fire shrank and wavered, almost to the point of extinguishing. Mountains moaned and caved in. The attack would have injured a nascent soul realm cultivator if it had been unexpected. But the grim determination in Zhao Yaming's eyes had been too obvious to miss. Her enemy had sensed her attack, and mocking laughter rang in the air as he retreated and avoided the shock waves sparked by the hurricane. He lifted his right hand and made a grab through the air. The blue flames, which had been weakened, erupted once again with renewed vigor. They transformed into a gigantic burning hand that stretched towards Zhao Yaming. Zhao Yaming appeared calm in the face of a failed attempt that hadn't only been evaded but had landed herself in greater danger. However, there was a flicker of panic and despair in her eyes as she retreated and unleashed her full cultivation. There was no way she could have evaded capture with her core formation realm cultivation and her injuries. The gigantic hand caught her almost immediately. With a swift yank, it pulled her back and held her before the nascent soul realm cultivator. "Little girl, your schemes are too childish," the elder smiled. He raised his right hand abruptly as he spoke, grabbing the pendant on Zhao Yaming's neck and flinging it aside. The pendant exploded, sending forth a series of shock waves stronger than the ones after the compass explosion that surged outwards. Zhao Yaming's face paled instantly. The earlier explosion was to lure me into complacency so that the second one with the pendant might work. "Little girl, you're still too." The elder was interrupted by Zhao Yaming, who suddenly shot a flying needle out of her mouth while the expression on her pale face remained unchanged. Childish tactics. The elder had a look of disdain in his eyes. He raised his left hand and caught the needle that had been aiming for his forehead. The look on his face turned from one of mockery to something else as soon as he touched the needle. It disintegrated, turning into a gray mist that dashed towards his eyes. The elder shut his eyes instinctively as the needle approached. Zhao Yaming's face was still pale, but the panic and despair in her eyes had vanished, replaced with ferocity. She lifted her right hand. Her index finger touched her thumb, then pressed firmly downwards. Something extremely small appeared to be planted in her thumb. It was activated with the firm press. 2 beams of light exploded from her thumb, one red and the other white. The white light curled around Zhao Yaming and transformed into a protective air bubble, while the red light rushed towards the nascent soul realm elder. If one were to take a really close look at the red light, he might see a tiny, grain-sized crystal that had clearly been compressed numerous times. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the crystal and hit the elder before he could react, triggering an explosion. A barrier materialized at the same instant. It seemed to target one's spirit chi, sealing the target's cultivation. The strong backlash against spirit chi created a fist-sized black hole that seemed capable of tearing apart and consuming everything. This was the fusion of the Federation's most advanced technology and spirit energy. The anti-spirit bomb. The elder let loose a pained scream amidst the thunderous explosion, his physical form turning to pulp as he fell back. Zhao Yaming retreated under the defensive barrier of the white light, though her injuries were severe. The defensive barrier didn't prevent her from spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her body was extremely weak at this moment, but the fierce light in her eyes didn't waver. One wouldn't find any weakness or despair in her eyes. It hadn't been inexperience that had led to her intentional display of grim determination or panic. Blowing up the compass and the pendant had been an attempt at lowering the elder's guard. She needed him to feel confident of his success. That was when she would strike and unleash her most powerful attack on him. She knew that she only had one chance, which was why she had to exercise extreme caution. She had left the anti-spirit bomb that her father had given her as her true last resort. Deafening thunder boomed in the air as the anti-spirit bomb exploded. The nascent soul realm elder retreated frantically, throwing spells and artifacts in the air as defense. But he had stood too close to Zhao Yaming. No matter how quickly he reacted, even if he were to teleport himself away, he would still have been a moment too late. The anti-spirit bomb was the most powerful weapon the Federation had invented. The black hole that had been created from the explosion and the sealing properties it had towards one's cultivation drew a furious cry from the elder as his body was torn apart right before Zhao Yaming's eyes. Bones protruded from his chest. A powerful force swept across his face, mashing his features into a bloody pulp, which pulled apart rapidly to expose bones that were then smashed to bits. Everything happened within a single moment. Screams of pain pierced the air as the elder's body was broken down into parts and torn to bits. Even his bones were smashed. Anyone else would have died on the spot, but the elder was still stumbling back, a blinding red light shining inside his body. It was emanating from his bones. 6 arms burst out from his maimed and mutilated body, tearing new holes in his flesh. There were also 2 fleshy lumps on each side of his neck, which bulged outwards and burst out into 2 heads. It was as if there had been another body hidden inside the elder all along. What had appeared to be a Dao Palace cultivator had simply been a layer of clothes. His true form was a member of the Never-Ending Clan. The Never-Ending Clan cultivator emerged violently from the elder's old body, staggering backwards. Zhao Yaming's breathing quickened as shock gripped her mind. The Never-Ending Clan elder grabbed hold of the ground as he stumbled, tightened his grip, and finally froze in place. He lifted his heads. Blood spilled from his lips, he was panting, and his body was covered with gaping wounds. Despite the protection offered by his Dao Palace cultivator's body, his true form hadn't emerged unscathed from the powerful attack. He had a scowl on his face, and his red eyes were colored with wariness as he stared viciously at Zhao Yaming. "You almost managed to kill me. For a mere core formation realm cultivator to do that, it looks like I've underestimated you," the Never-Ending Clan elder said hoarsely, speaking in the language of the Dao Palace. Zhao Yaming staggered backwards, her breathing uneven as she remained silent. A sense of regret rose inside her. This was the extent of what she was capable of. She hadn't exactly failed. If her opponent weren't of the Never-Ending Clan but a true Dao Palace cultivator, he would have been destroyed in both body and soul. Perhaps this is my fate. Zhao Yaming took a deep breath. There was bitterness in her heart, but not despair. She accepted her fate. Zhao Yaming narrowed her eyes. Her right hand lifted and then raced towards her forehead. If there was no way for her to win this fight, then she would rather end her own life than be refined into a pill that would strengthen her enemy. She would rather die than submit. The Never-Ending Clan elder rushed forward just as Zhao Yaming raised her right hand, appearing before her. With an almost nonchalant wave of his right hand, he slapped Zhao Yaming's arm away with an explosive blow. Zhao Yaming was flung into the air and thrown into a stone wall. Blood spilled from Zhao Yaming's lips as her vision turned blurry. She clenched her jaw and refused to allow any sound to escape from her lips. She struggled to open her eyes, then stared unblinkingly as the Never-Ending Clan elder approached her slowly. "I admire your character, but you don't get to choose whether you live or die. I won't allow you to blow yourself up. Only refining a living person will improve a pill's quality. That pill will allow me a full recovery to the former peak of my cultivation. That will be your fate." The Never-Ending Clan elder narrowed his eyes, his tone full of absolute authority. He took a step forward and was about to approach Zhao Yaming when he suddenly frowned. One of his arms formed a series of hand seals, then pushed abruptly to its right. At that exact moment, a figure dashed out from his right like a bolt of lightning. The Never-Ending Clan elder was quicker though and caught it with his right hand as it charged out. It was a puppet. It exploded as soon as it came into contact with the elder, doing so before he could crush it with his bare hands. The loud explosion erupted in the air. The elder frowned, then saw 7 to 8 puppets charging at him from different directions. Zhao Yaming's breathing grew uneven when she saw those puppets, and her eyes sharpened as life returned to them. Minor tricks. Disdain flickered in the elder's eyes. He had suffered grievous injuries in the past, and his recovery was incomplete, leaving him at the early-stage nascent soul realm at the moment. In fact, his cultivation had fallen to the core formation realm after suffering the attack from the anti-spirit bomb. However, his confidence in himself remained unwavering. As the puppets came charging at him, he crouched down, tightened all 6 hands into fists, and punched them into the ground. Waves of spirit energy swept outwards, roaring and forming visible ripples in the air that crushed the incoming puppets. The never-ending clan elder leaped into the air and raced towards Zhao Yaming. His hands formed a series of hand seals, causing flames to burst into life. He was planning to forcibly refine her. It was then that a howl, tinged with madness, fury, and violence, rang out behind him, like a rush of thunder whipping through the air. "You're courting death." The thunderous roar rose to the skies as a sharp shrill whistled through the air and materialized as a black beam of light. It dashed forward like a shooting star, a blur of black light that screamed incredible power. Alarm flashed across the never-ending clan elder's eyes a second time. The first time had been when Zhao Yaming had blown up an anti-spirit bomb in his face. He didn't hesitate, not even having time to pull Zhao Yaming in front of him as a human shield. His body blurred as he teleported 100 feet away. The black beam of light swerved sharply the moment he vanished into thin air, twisting itself in front of Zhao Yaming without slowing down in the slightest. It seemed to have locked on to the never-ending clan elder, continuing to charge towards the elder. The light was the black pike. It looked as if it were slicing through emptiness, moving so quickly that the never-ending clan elder, who was impeded by his original injuries, couldn't teleport away a second time. The pike landed a direct hit. The elder's breathing grew uneven. His 6 palms came together to form a flurry of hand seals. Palms pressed against palms, and 6 black lines came together to form an image of a demonic face. The image collided with the black pike, and a deafening boom resonated in the air. The black pike finally paused in its pursuit, and a black lightning bolt snaked out from the pike during the momentary pause, expanding in size rapidly. A figure stepped out from the lightning, grew from the size of an open palm to that of a human, and then flung out its fist. The punch hadn't been boosted by the flame snatch the arch armor, but it was still the strongest punch to be thrown by Wang Bao's avatar. It unleashed the full power of the lightning immortal transformation as well as the supernova. Lightning erupted all around the fist when it landed, and it swelled and transformed into a gigantic ball of lightning that then exploded in the never-ending clan elder's face. Countless lightning bolts surged across the cracked ground. The never-ending clan elder had sustained significant injuries from Zhao Yaming's anti-spirit bomb, so the unexpected hit from Wang Bao sent him stumbling back and spitting blood from his mouth. With his retreat, he could no longer hold the black pike at bay, and it charged forward. The elder's mind buzzed as he twisted his body and barely avoided being stabbed somewhere vital. Instead, the pike stabbed his shoulder and went right through. Blood splattered everywhere as the elder beat a hasty retreat, roaring furiously. "Wang Bao, you?" Wang Bao caught up with him before he was done cursing, reappearing like a bolt of lightning. He was going to force his avatar into the elder's body and blow it up from the inside. Wang Bao's avatar arrived before the elder within a flash. There was violence in his eyes and murder in his heart. Wang Bao couldn't control his urge to kill after seeing Zhao Yaming being grievously injured before his eyes. The never-ending clan elder's breathing quickened as he sensed Wang Bao's murderous aura. Terror struck him dumb. Wang Bao and the threat of death loomed over him heavily. The never-ending clan elder bit the tip of his tongue suddenly and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood transformed into a blood fog, which then spread out and formed a wall that stopped Wang Bao's approach. Wang Bao's true form could have smashed it to bits with a single punch from his flame snatch the arch armor. His avatar wasn't as powerful as his true form, but it possessed advantages the latter didn't have as well, and that was its body of lightning that could take on all forms and none at all. Wang Bao's avatar melted away as soon as the crimson wall appeared in its path. It transformed into a sea of lightning that spread out and went straight through the wall. Instead of gathering together, it flooded over the elder and snaked into his body from every pore. The elder cried out in pain. The sensation he had was of being struck by lightning. His flesh was being ripped apart, and his insides were burning while his organs spasmed in agony. The pain was worse than the worst form of torture, as his entire body was flooded with electricity. He felt as if a large ball of electricity was gathering inside his body, and that it was going to explode and blow him up. Blood seeped from his orifices without stop, and terror enveloped him. The elder cried out in pain. Then he gritted his teeth. His eyes shone with madness as he smacked his head on the right violently. "Get out!" The head exploded loudly in a mist of blood and flesh. The blood mist formed an illusory bloody hand in the air and made a grab at his own body. The lightning surging through his body froze instantly. Numerous bolts wormed out of his body, as if yanked out by the illusory bloody hand. This would have been a simple feat at the height of his power, but it was clear that he was struggling with his current level of cultivation. After all, he had suffered an attack from Zhao Yaming's anti-spirit bomb, which had sent his gradually recovering cultivation plunging from the early-stage nascent soul realm to the perfected core formation realm. That might still have made him a fearsome foe for any other core formation realm cultivators. But that level of cultivation was clearly not enough when it came to fighting Wang Bao. The lightning bolts that had wormed out of his body gathered together and formed Wang Bao's face. His eyes glimmered with a murderous light as he howled at the bloody hand. Waves of spirit energy surged out and froze the illusory bloody hand in its path. Strength drained from the hand, and the lightning bolts that had snaked out from the elder's body re-entered it. Before they re-entered his body, countless lightning bolts had enveloped one of his arms and turned it into dust. The elder was about to go raving mad with terror. He could feel his organs being ripped into pieces by lightning. Madness colored his eyes as he raised his hand and smashed his left head. That was the mystic technique that allowed the never-ending clan to unleash sudden bursts of power. The destruction of one head gave him an additional life, and he had done that consecutively, giving him a greater boost in strength. A second illusory, bloody hand materialized and grabbed through the air again. The combined forces of the two bloody hands finally produced enough power to yank the lightning out of his body and keep them out. "Get out!" the elder roared. His remaining four arms pressed heavily into his chest. A loud boom erupted from inside his body as another two arms burst into dust amidst lightning. He finally managed to force the lightning bolts out from his body. The mass of lightning bolts gathered and formed Wang Bao's face. It was a bizarre sight to behold. He had finally managed to force Wang Bao out, but the elder's intense fear didn't wane. He knew that he was still in danger. He retreated hastily, eyes bright with madness, and ignored the ache in his heart as he yelled, "Explode!" The two illusory bloody hands began shining with a blinding, red light instantly. They caved in and exploded. The explosion swept outwards, hitting the lightning bolts that had formed Wang Bao's face and disintegrating them instantly. What had been Wang Bao's face turned into a mass of shapeless, formless lightning that fell to the ground. The elder felt no joy in seeing that. His face was still pale. He continued to retreat quickly, not daring to linger. He knew that Wang Bao could switch places with his avatar with a single thought. He was now weak. His cultivation had fallen to the early-stage core formation realm. The destruction of the two illusory hands, which had been his two heads, had wounded him at the core. He might have been able to reabsorb the spirit energy he had expended and grown back those two heads if he hadn't blown them up. But there was nothing he could do about it now. "Just give me some time. I'm going to eat him alive," the elder thought furiously. Just as he was about to retreat further, an icy voice rang out behind him. "You old wretched thing. I've been wanting to ask you this question. Who gave you the guts to touch my people?" The scattered lightning bolts on the ground rose into the air and gathered together again, transforming into Wang Bao's avatar. It was like watching someone being born from lightning. Stray lightning bolts hovered in the air around the avatar, painting a terrifying sight. The never-ending clan elder's face turned pale as he retreated even more quickly. Wang Bao's attacks had clearly struck terror in his heart. He used his remaining pair of hands to form a series of hand seals as he continued fleeing. He was going to sacrifice them in order to escape with his life. He was fast, but Wang Bao's avatar was formed from lightning. With a single step, countless black lightning bolts shot through the air, roaring towards the elder. Some of them landed on the black pike lying in the distance, yanking it up and then guiding it towards the elder from the opposite direction. The remaining 2 swords of the tricolored flying swords flew alongside a swarm of lightning bolts, approaching speedily. The elder might have attained an extremely high level of cultivation in the past, but he had since fallen to the early-stage core formation realm after suffering numerous blows. At this moment, he didn't even stand a chance of retaliating against Wang Bao. He was swamped by lightning bolts almost instantly. As lightning pierced his spasming body, the black pike came whistling by, skewering him through the stomach and nailing him to the ground. 2 flying swords followed, pinning his arms to the ground. He was completely immobilized. Cries of pain echoed in the air. Wang Bao didn't tear the elder apart immediately from the inside. Instead, he released bolts of lightning out in the open, which hovered in midair and transformed into his avatar. Lightning snaked around Wang Bao's body. The lightning bolts still bound him to the screaming elderly. At that moment, Wang Bao looked like a god of lightning. Wang Bao didn't spare the pathetic-looking elder a single glance. He turned towards Zhao Yaming instead. Yaming, did this old wretched creature tell you why he wanted to kill you? What was he planning to do with you? Wang Bao asked. He had noticed that Zhao Yaming's injuries had come from the draining of her cultivation. They weren't life-threatening, which was why he had allowed himself to focus on capturing the elder instead of tending to her. Zhao Yaming might be drained at the moment, but her character had always been strong. She had forced herself to stay strong when she saw Wang Bao appear. Weakness was gradually eating at her, but when she looked at Wang Bao, she could feel a sense of security. It made her feel less weak. Her heart was set at ease. Zhao Yaming turned towards the equally weakened elder when she heard Wang Bao's question and replied forcefully. He was going to refine me into a pill. Wang Bao's solemn face darkened further. He lowered his head and glanced at the trembling elder, then nodded. Then we'll turn him into a pill instead. Having said that, he raised his right hand and pressed his palm on the elder. Lightning bolts erupted from his person and enveloped the elder instantly. He was going to refine the man with lightning. Screams of agony rang out in the air. Refining a pill required materials, heat, as well as the know-how. However, he was a master of refining artifacts. He trapped the elder with his lightning and continuously sent electricity into the never-ending clan elder's body. He was burning and refining his flesh and blood like he would an artifact. The brutality of his method rivaled that of refining a living person into a pill. Wang Bao was furious, but he had not yet lost his reason because of his anger. He was refining only the elder's physical body. When the elder's physical form had been turned to ashes by his terrifying lightning, Wang Bao's right hand, formed from lightning, made a grab at the pile of ashes. It returned with a nascent soul in its grasp. The nascent soul was the elder's, severely weakened and infused with the elder's soul, ready to dissipate any moment. His current level of cultivation wasn't powerful enough for him to search the soul. However, with the dark art's secret techniques, he was confident of being able to force some information out of the soul. That being said, he would be doing so with his avatar instead of his true self, which posed a degree of difficulty. The never-ending clan elder might be weak, but the hatred and resignation in his eyes indicated clearly that he wasn't going to spill anything to Wang Bao easily. Wang Bao's right hand crackled with lightning, and he conducted a round of interrogation without any results to show for it. After that, he didn't waste any more time on the elder. He sealed the elder with his lightning immortal transformation and flung the sealed soul to Zhao Yaming. Zhao Yaming had recovered partially after taking a few pills and some rest. She formed a series of hand seals and imprinted a few runes on the soul before storing it away in her storage bag. Then they looked at each other. They could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. I got separated from Elder Feng Churan and the others when the unexpected happened inside the millstone. I didn't manage to locate them, Zhao Yaming said softly. She looked at Wang Baol. She clearly had many questions on her mind, especially about why Wang Baol was only here in the form of an avatar. I was hidden inside one of the millstone's cracks. Wang Baol took a deep breath, looked around cautiously, then told Zhao Yaming everything that had happened to him as well as why his avatar was here. Zhao Yaming listened to his discovery about the third level and the huge pillar that existed underground with a grave expression on her face. It was clear that she was reeling with shock. What was even more shocking was Wang Baol's sharing of the never-ending clan battle robes, and his discovery that they were on a Death Dao battleship. The discovery was beyond anything Zhao Yaming had imagined. Her face turned pale, though her eye remained clear and untainted by confusion or bewilderment. She took a deep breath, and a flicker of light flashed across her eyes before words rushed out from her lips. Baol, you have to find Feng Churan and let her know the truth. It's clear that there are never-ending clan cultivators hidden in the Dao Palace. The Elder was just one of them. This is an extremely serious matter. It's going to affect the entire Dao Palace, as well as the Federation. Baol, if my guess is correct, a war between the never-ending clan and the Federation is going to happen soon. The Federation is completely unaware of this threat. That will be its greatest disadvantage. Zhao Yaming's face was completely drained of color at that point. Wang Baol had a dark look on his face as well. He shared her views. In fact, his understanding of their situation might be more well-informed. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes after hearing her out. Then he said, Yaming, you're good with array formations. If I can weaken the interference that this place is transmitting, will you be able to make use of that and activate a teleportation? If you can do that, then we must immediately seize the opportunity and escape back to the Dao Palace. We have to inform Sect Lord Su and the others and get them to return to the Federation as soon as possible. The Federation has to be notified immediately so that they can prepare themselves. Zhao Yaming knew the gravity of the situation. She considered his words, then nodded. I've inherited the Akang ancient array formation. I can use that and the teleportation talisman as the foundation of a short-distance teleportation array formation. Its ability to fight against interference will be boosted. However, you must be able to weaken the interference in the first place for me to do that. Wang Baol was confident in his ability to do that. His true form was now at the third level, and its progress with absorbing the battle robe's energy was sluggish but steady. The steady weakening of the battle robes, which was the core of this Death Dao battleship, would also result in the weakening of the battleship's ability to disrupt any teleportations. That being said, he needed some time before things progressed to a stage where Zhao Yaming could activate a teleportation. They ironed out the details before setting off together in search of Feng Churan. They kept a lookout for Kong Dao as well. They needed to find Feng Churan to let her know what was going on, while they needed to find the latter so that the three of them could leave together. The second level was a vast world, though. Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming searched for days without finding any trace of Feng Churan or any of the others. They couldn't advertise their presence loudly either, as their earlier encounter with the never-ending clan elder proved how dangerous this place was. They were wary of everyone else. Even though there was little progress with their search, they were still blessed with good news in other areas. Wang Baol's progress with absorbing the energy of the battle robes was proceeding well. The battleship's ability to disrupt and interfere with teleportation was gradually weakening. Zhao Yaming had been testing the effectiveness of her teleportation talisman every once in a while during the past few days. The talisman had been shining more brightly and emanating more powerful waves of energy. Based on my calculations, if things go smoothly, I'll be able to forcibly activate the teleportation talisman in a week's time and get us out of this place. The shining teleportation talisman gave Zhao Yaming and Wang Baol hope. They had discussed earlier. If they still couldn't manage to locate Feng Churan by then, they would hide and teleport themselves away once the interference had been sufficiently weakened. If given a choice between the lives of those in the Dao Palace and the safety of the Federation, both of them would choose the latter. Time passed steadily, and another 3 days went by. Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming found no traces of anyone else during those 3 days. They sighed and were prepared to give up. They were about to find a hiding place for themselves when suddenly, due to the gradual draining of energy or some other unknown reason, a loud rumbling thundered in the skies. It rang across the vast world and was louder than thunder. It sounded like the heavens themselves were splitting apart. The roaring thunder resonated across the entire world. Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming were stunned by the unexpected sound. They lifted their faces skywards. In the distant skyline, as an even louder rumble shook the heavens, a sudden gaping rift appeared in the sky. Black winds ripped through the rift and appeared in the second level. As the thundering continued, a second rift, followed by a third rift, appeared. The entire sky was ripped apart within a span of 10 seconds. Deafening rumbling shook the entire world. Earth and rock fell through the rifts, ripping the rifts wider. Large chunks of the sky began to collapse. The sky formed the earth of the first level of this world. As it caved in and black winds emerged through the rifts, the howls of skeletons from the first level could also be heard ringing in the distance. The sight sent Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming reeling back in shock. Alarm flashed across their faces. Wang Baol immediately caught the sudden flash of a figure darting through the collapsing sky in the distance. It sped past like a shooting star, as if fleeing from pursuit. It was Mielizi. He wasn't headed towards Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming, he was heading somewhere near them. His clothes were tattered, and he seemed to be in a bad state. His face pale and eyes bright with fury. Blood flowed from his mouth without stop. Another figure flew out from the same rift in close pursuit. He was dressed in a Taoist robe and emanating an ethereal aura. He was Taoist Yuran. Mielizi, do you really think you can escape? You have only one option, and that is to join us. Taoist Yuran smiled. As he stepped out from the rift, a dozen figures dashed out behind him and descended upon this world. Mielizi and Taoist Yuran's appearance stunned Wang Baol. His shock grew when he saw the dozen figures lined behind Taoist Yuran in the next moment. They were all familiar faces. Most of them were nascent soul realm cultivators who belonged to both Yuran's and Mielizi's factions. Taoist Yuran's disciples Zhou Chudao and Huang Yunshan appeared amongst them. Their faces were dark with solemnity. Most were pale as if suffering from heavy blood loss. Their spirits seemed suppressed. However, they were all standing behind Taoist Yuran in support of him. Wang Baol recalled whatever he knew about Taoist Yuran, as well as his instinctive wariness towards the man. The scene before him confirmed his guesses. The truth was right before his eyes. Taoist Yuran had betrayed the Dao Palace. The thought surfaced in Wang Baol's mind as he witnessed Mielizi forming a series of hand seals and pushing as he continued running. The resultant explosion blocked an invisible attack that had been aimed at his retreating back. He was clearly grievously injured. Even though he managed to fight off the attack, blood still found its way out from his mouth. He staggered, then began to laugh almost manically. Yuran, why are you doing this? Taoist Yuran stood in midair, then laughed out loud when he heard that. His laughter was tinged with something dark and unfathomable. He didn't unleash a second attack. Instead, he replied coolly, Mielizi, why are you still playing at ignorance? You should have known the answer the moment I ambushed you. Why else would you unleash your most powerful attack in your injured state just so you could escape to the second level? Do you really think that I don't know you're trying to draw Feng Churan over and join forces with her? We've been friends for so long. You can just let me know if you're thinking of stalling for time. I'll let you do it, too. Taoist Yuran smiled and told Mielizi. The pained and haggard look on Mielizi's face was replaced with something dark when he heard what Taoist Yuran said. The latter had guessed right. He had known the answer when Taoist Yuran had ambushed him. Taoist Yuran had betrayed the Dao Palace. He had immediately thought about the techniques the never-ending clan had possessed in enslaving their opponents when he had witnessed how Taoist Yuran seized control over the majority of Dao Palace cultivators with a strange spell. That was why he had fought with tooth and nail to rip the earth apart and flee to the second level. His goal had been to find Feng Qiran, join forces with her, and overpower Taoist Yuran. Taoist Yuran had chosen to ambush him instead of engaging in an open battle with him. That meant that he wasn't so powerful as to be completely invincible. There was still hope. However, Taoist Yuran had just exposed Mializi's intentions. His nonchalance was beginning to make Mializi panic. Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming were hidden at a nearby mountain while Mializi and Taoist Yuran hovered in midair. They observed the battle with shock and alarm. Having heard what Wang Baol had discovered on the third level, Zhao Yaming quickly came to a conclusion. There was a great likelihood that Taoist Yuran was involved in the battleship's appearance. In fact, he was likely the mastermind behind this entire thing. The appearance of the earlier never-ending clan elder made it easy to guess Taoist Yuran's true identity. Wang Baol had come to the same conclusion and panicked silently. His true form was frantically trying to suck the battle robes dry. It didn't matter how much spirit fat he was accumulating. Nothing mattered as long as he could speed up his absorption of the battle robe's spirit energy. Wang Baol secretly sped up his absorption rate. In the skies, Mializi's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. He stared at Taoist Yuran, then asked suddenly, "Where's Feng Qiran?" "I like your straightforward questions." Taoist Yuran smiled and said as he shook his head slightly, "Feng Qiran isn't dead. How can I bear letting both of you die? But there's no chance of her arriving in time to help you. She's trapped in an array formation that I've prepared specially for her. Besides..." Taoist Yuran's eyes narrowed as he took a sudden step forward. Mializi retreated immediately. However, Mializi was clearly injured seriously. He had reacted swiftly but was still caught up to by Taoist Yuran. Explosions rumbled in the air as the two engaged in an aerial battle. The battle was short-lived. Taoist Yuran's skin was suddenly torn apart by the emergence of an additional 4 arms, and his 6 hands came together to form a series of hand seals. A black mist materialized and transformed into a huge cauldron that smashed into Mializi. Amidst a loud boom, Mializi spat out a mouthful of blood. He stumbled and was flung straight into the mountains, which caved in under the sudden force. As Mializi struggled to his feet, the huge cauldron turned into countless thin threads that forced themselves into Mializi's body. Mializi shook violently at the intrusion and spat out another mouthful of blood. His chest began to cave in while one of his arms snapped. He laughed bitterly and fought to lift his head. His eyes were fixed on Taoist Yuran. The expression on Taoist Yuran's face remained unchanged. He stretched his 6 arms as he got used to them, then smiled. "It's been a while since I revealed my true form. The bodies of Dao Palace cultivators might be much more convenient, but they're too weak." He shook his head as he gazed into the distance, eyes sweeping the horizon. He had noticed the hidden Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming. They were of no importance. Be it Zhao Yaming or Wang Baol, they were all mere insects to him. The latter might be an adopted disciple and the 4th Grand Supreme Elder, but that meant nothing at all. What mattered was one's cultivation. At this moment, he only cared about Mializi. With a wave of his hand, dozens of silhouettes appeared behind him. They surrounded the grievously injured Mializi in a blink of an eye. Taoist Yuran walked towards Mializi slowly. It was clear from Wang Baol's eyes that he was struggling to control himself. However, a look of determination soon settled in his eyes. He pulled Zhao Yaming along as he retreated hastily. Mializi had noticed their presence, but he didn't spare them a single glance. His eyes remained fierce, but bitterness darkened his heart. He didn't begrudge Wang Baol's hasty departure. If he had been in Wang Baol's place with only a core formation realm cultivation, he would have escaped without hesitation as well. He was bitter because if he hadn't been ambushed and suffered serious injuries, he wouldn't be reduced to such a pathetic state. Taoist Yuran had hidden the depths of his cultivation well, and Mializi wasn't his match. As he despaired, a fierce light suddenly flashed across Mializi's eyes. Taoist Yuran shook his head and made a hand seal. Black threads burst out from Mializi's body and bound him tightly, Mielizi shook violently, and the veins on his forehead pulsated. He tried to struggle out of his binds, but to no avail. He could only watch as Taoist Yuran strolled leisurely towards him. Mielizi, I admire your character. That is why I'm giving you a chance so that you can remain free. Everything you achieved will be for naught if I imprint the slave's seal on you. Your mind will be severely damaged. You know that. Besides, the Tao Palace has fallen. There is no hope of it ever rising again. Kneel before me, and I will allow you to become my warrior servant. I promise to replace your physical body after a century has passed so that you may become a true member of the never-ending clan. There was a cold light in Taoist Yuran's eyes as he said that. He wasn't lying to Mielizi. There were two people in the entire Tao Palace that he viewed favorably. One was Mielizi, and the other was his disciple, Dugulin. They were the only two people whom he felt deserved a chance to join the never-ending clan. He had nothing but disdain for the rest, even Feng Chiron, who was at the Soul Conduit realm. She was soft-hearted and thus weak. Kneel to the never-ending clan? Mielizi burst out into laughter. It didn't matter that he was currently bound so tightly that pain laced through his body and made him shake uncontrollably with agony. His laughter went on and grew louder. I, Mielizi, may not be a good man, but I'm a disciple of the Tao Palace. I kneel only to the heavens and the earth and to my Tao Palace ancestors. I kneel to no one else. Who do you think you are? Who does the never-ending clan think they are to believe themselves worthy of me falling to my knees before them? There was mockery in Mielizi's eyes. He spoke the truth. He wasn't a good man by any standards, but he had his principles. His loyalty belonged to the Tao Palace. His hands might be drenched in blood. He might have thought about sacrificing the entire Federation for his goals. But everything he did for the Tao Palace. His loyalty and devotion to the Tao Palace would never waver. As Mielizi's voice resonated in the heavens, something flickered in Wang Baol's eyes. He didn't like Mielizi at all, but he could sense the resolve in Mielizi's words. Mielizi was trying to anger Taoist Yuran into killing him. Taoist Yuran stared at Mielizi, then narrowed his eyes. He yanked his right hand upwards. The black cloud that was imprisoning Mielizi suddenly transformed into countless black runes that seared themselves into Mielizi's body. Mielizi jerked. He suddenly stopped laughing. All life began to drain from his body. Taoist Yuran formed a series of hand seals. Mielizi, who had been drained of all life, suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were absent of all consciousness. Since that's the case, you'll simply have to become a slave. Wang Baol glimpsed the scene while escaping with Zhao Yaming, and it caused something indescribable to rise inside him. He looked at Mielizi after the latter raised his head and knew that the real Mielizi was gone. He might not be dead, but the chances of him awakening again were close to zero. We have to leave this place now. Madness colored Wang Baol's eyes. His true self, hidden away on the third level, continued draining the battle robes madly. His body began to balloon rapidly. Wang Baol no longer cared about that. Zhao Yaming was aware of the danger they were in. She kept quiet as she activated an array formation that augmented both hers and Wang Baol's speed. Even so, they were no match for Taoist Yuran. What made things worse was the many other enslaved cultivators around him. While he didn't go after them personally, with a wave of his arm, 7 to 8 cultivators immediately began chasing after them. I want them captured alive, Taoist Yuran said coolly. He was about to inspect Mielizi's storage bag when a loud rumbling erupted in the distant sky. It sounded like thunder resonating in the air. The entire second level shook as a strong force rippled through the air. The earth trembled, and the trees and grass shook. Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming trembled as well as wild winds lashed at their faces. Their pursuers experienced the same wild and strong attack. As the blast surged through the world, a figure appeared in the distant sky. It approached with startling speed, a ruler circling it and giving off a bright light. It was Feng Chiron. She seemed to be in a state as bad as Mielizi had been when he had first appeared on the second level. Her face was pale, and her lips were stained with blood. If Taoist Yuran had spoken the truth and had imprisoned her within an array formation, she must have paid a terrible price escaping its hold. The earlier shock wave must have been caused by the collapse of the array formation. She had been too late. Mielizi hadn't managed to last until her arrival. As she approached, she saw the unfocused and expressionless look on Mielizi's face, as well as the smiling Taoist Yuran, who was standing beside Mielizi. No questions were required. The scene before her, along with her past suspicions about never-ending clan members hidden in the Tao Palace, answered her doubts. Fierce determination flashed across her eyes. She was going to kill Yuran even if that killed her too. With that thought in mind, she charged fearlessly at Taoist Yuran. You managed to destroy my array formation. Feng Chiron, I've underestimated you. Taoist Yuran smiled faintly. With a wave of his arm, a vast black cloud emerged from his body and blanketed the skies. He dashed towards Feng Chiron. The two were enveloped in a black mist. Loud explosions erupted continuously from within the mist, resonating in the air. Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming were trapped in a similarly perilous situation. The enslaved cultivators who hadn't received any orders remained standing still. But those who had received orders to pursue them continued racing after Wang Baol and Zhao Yaming even while Yuran and Feng Chiron engaged in a fierce battle. Of the 8 cultivators, 4 were at the nascent soul realm, and the remaining 4 were at the core formation realm. One of them was Zhou Chudao. Wang Baol would have found it difficult to fight all 8 of them, even with his true form. His chances of winning were next to none with only his avatar. Determination flashed across Wang Baol's eyes as he hurriedly said, Yaming, you have to leave first. Find a place and hide. Wait for the interference to weaken, and then teleport away immediately. Zhao Yaming was no ordinary woman. She gave Wang Baol a long, unfathomable look when she heard what Wang Baol said. Then, without saying anything, she nodded silently. She knew they had no other choice. She raised her right hand to her hair, and, with a wave, cut off a lock of her hair. She handed that to Wang Baol, then turned and sped off. Wang Baol's heart flooded with emotions as he held onto Zhao Yaming's lock of hair. He put it away in his storage bracelet, then turned around. A thunderous roar rose to the skies as a sea of lightning erupted around him. His avatar transformed into a vast web of electricity that threw itself over the enslaved cultivators hot on his trail. It ensnared the 8 cultivators instantly, and explosions erupted in the air as the fight commenced. Wang Baol's avatar was no match for these 8 cultivators. The web that he had formed was instantly torn apart, disintegrating into stray lightning bolts that gathered and transformed into a second electrical web. It didn't shine as brightly as the first, but it was still just as quick as it cast itself over the 8 cultivators. Loud, thunderous booms rang out continuously on the land and in the air. The battle between Feng Chiron and Taoist Yuran was reaching a pivotal moment. Feng Chiron might have her ruler, but she had suffered some backlash from destroying the array formation earlier. In addition, while her cultivation might surpass that of Mielizi, she was still slightly less powerful than Taoist Yuran, who had taken great pains to hide his true strength. Taoist Yuran was slowly gaining the upper hand in the fight. The battle on land was being lost as well. The electrical web that was formed from Wang Baol's avatar had been ripped apart 3 times within a matter of seconds. Wang Baol still had many other dermic treasures up his sleeve though. Another loud thunderous boom erupted in the air as 8 towering bells appeared over the 8 cultivators and trapped them within. It was but a temporary prison. The 4 nascent soul realm cultivators unleashed their full cultivation and flung the bell off them effortlessly. However, just as they were about to charge out, a black pike came rushing towards them. Flying swords also rained down like a storm, trapping them in another fight. Wang Baol threw everything he had at them. His avatar managed to hold the 8 cultivators off, giving Zhao Yaming the time she needed to escape. As the battle took place, Wang Baol's true form continued to sit inside the Golden Lake on the 3rd level. He had grown extremely fat at this point, but the rate at which he was draining the battle robes didn't slow down. In fact, it sped up. He continued draining the battle robes madly even though it was clear his physical form could no longer absorb any more spirit energy. The draining away of spirit energy had reached a point where it triggered an intense backlash. The battling cultivators felt the battleship quake suddenly. The quaking clearly weakened the interference in the battleship significantly. It wasn't significant enough that Zhao Yaming could activate the teleportation now, but it was only a matter of time before she could do it. In addition, the battleship's quaking seemed to trigger a chain effect. The first level and second level of the world began to shake as well. Taoist Yuran had been gaining an edge over Feng Churan, who had been forced back while blood continued to spill from her lips. He had just waved his hand and was about to seize control over and enslave Feng Churan's mind when he suddenly felt the heavens and earth sway and the interference on the battleship fade. Alarm flashed across his face. Something's wrong. An overpowering sense of unease rose inside Taoist Yuran at that moment. He retreated hurriedly, forming a series of hand seals and extending his senses outward. A few moments later, his eyes widened. His connection with the battleship finally led to his realization of what was happening on the third level. Wang Baol! Taoist Yuran's breathing quickened, and blood filled his eyes as he let loose a furious howl. He was no longer interested in the severely injured Feng Churan. He turned and charged furiously towards Wang Baol's avatar. Wang Baol, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a few nascent soul realm cultivators, had no time to react at all. A destructive force descended upon him, and his avatar was blown apart in a deafening explosion. Taoist Yuran looked murderous after destroying Wang Baol's avatar. With a wave of his hand, he sent a horde of enslaved cultivators after Feng Churan. Thunder boomed as lightning lit the skies around him. Tears began appearing, rips in space that opened into the abyss. 7 to 8 never-ending clan cultivators stepped out of the tears. They were covered with wounds from a past battle, which had not fully healed. Still, their partial recovery placed them at the level of a nascent soul realm cultivator. They knew the gravity of the situation, charging at Feng Churan as soon as they appeared. Taoist Yuran burned with anxiety. He unleashed his full speed, racing towards land and heading straight for the third level. As Taoist Yuran left in a hurry, a pale-faced Feng Churan gritted her teeth and retreated hastily as never-ending clan cultivators and enslaved Dao Palace cultivators charged at her. Her hands came together to form a series of hand seals, and she bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of lifeblood. It transformed into a blood mist that surged towards the charging cultivators and stopped them momentarily in their tracks. Immediately after, Feng Churan frantically raised her right hand and grabbed through the air, snatching the storage bracelet that had been left behind by Wang Baol's destroyed avatar. Taoist Yuran normally wouldn't leave such things lying behind, but his panic had led to his oversight. Having secured the storage bracelet, Feng Churan retreated without hesitation. The second level might be vast, but she was still filled with despair and weighed down by a heavy heart. She didn't know where she could go and had no idea how to fix this. She turned her head back and stared at the figures of the never-ending clan members behind her. She looked at them and saw the horrible battle scenes that had taken place on the ancient sword during the historic Great Battle. Her mind was filled with the familiar faces of Dao Palace cultivators who had been enslaved and lost a sense of their self. Bitterness engulfed her. She felt like a sinner. Everything is a result of us infiltrating the battleship even though we knew that it was going to be a trap. Feng Churan grimaced. It was then that she realized how much she had failed at being a leader. She had been overly emotional and had ignored reason. Taoist Yuran. An icy glint glimmered in her eyes. She wanted to right the wrongs that she had committed and undo all that had been done, but she was powerless. The bitterness in her only grew as she stared at the cultivators pursuing her. Mielizi was one of them. There's still hope. Feng Churan tried to stay strong amidst her bitterness. The battleship's ability to interfere with teleportation had been weakened earlier due to reasons unknown, and Taoist Yuran had reacted violently to it. Feng Churan saw a glimmer of hope in that. It was a feeble hope, but hope nevertheless. While Feng Churan continued fleeing, Zhao Yaming was hidden on a mountain in another part of the world, trying her best to form and activate array runes to conceal her presence. At the same time, her hands held tightly onto the teleportation talisman. She calmed her breathing while her eyes shone brightly with determination. She was waiting for the right moment. She was worried about Wang Baol, but she knew that with her level of cultivation, she would only serve as a distraction instead of an aid to him. She also knew her mission. She had to inform the Federation about everything that was going on here. Baol? Zhao Yaming murmured to herself, then sighed. She shut her eyes and waited patiently. Feng Churan wasn't the only one engaged in battle on the second level. The cultivators from her faction had been separated when they had entered the second level. Most had perished due to a variety of reasons, while a few had been imprisoned and sealed. Yuran wasn't the only one of the never-ending clan on the battleship. The trap had long been set, and the hunt by the never-ending clan had begun the moment they had boarded the battleship. Many like Qi Lin had either been imprisoned or sacrificed to the millstone. Most of the core formation realm cultivators had perished. This was clearly a much more dangerous place to core formation realm cultivators than their more powerful comrades. They had been no match for their enemies. A few, though, like Zhao Yaming, had sensed the threat and gone into hiding. Kong Dao had been one of them. He was skilled at ambushes and concealing himself. Despite the dangers that hid at every corner on the battleship, he had his own way of surviving them. He was someone who had managed to survive the Martian wilderness when he had only been at the ancient martial realm. He was currently on the second level but not on the surface. He had found a cavern. There was no golden lake in the cavern, and it was clearly not where Wang Baol's true form was. However, it possessed a few artifacts that resembled evacuation pods. Many were damaged, but there were a couple that were still functional. Kong Dao hadn't been able to find an exit. Left with no other option, he gritted his teeth and hidden inside one of those evacuation pods to escape pursuit. Everyone was on the run. On the third level, where the battle robes were located, a deafening sound suddenly erupted and rose to the skies. A shockingly fat Wang Baol sat in the middle of a golden lake. Every part of his body was wobbling, and his eyes shone madly as the devouring seed inside him continued to churn. Faster! Wang Baol shouted inwardly. He was panicking. There was an incredible well of spirit chi contained inside the battle robes. Even with both the devouring seed and his scabbard heart at work, it was still an incredible amount of spirit chi to absorb. Wang Baol was only at the perfected core formation realm, so there was a limit to how much he could absorb. With danger looming, he didn't have the time to attempt a breakthrough either. In order to break through from the core formation realm to the nascent soul realm, he needed a safe environment, one free of disturbance in which he could retreat into seclusion. What made things worse was how his progress at draining the battle robes began to slow down as time passed. The battle robe's resistance continued to interfere with Wang Baol's draining of its spirit energy. This seemed to be the battle robe's natural defense mechanism. Even though Wang Baol had fully unleashed his devouring seed, that didn't improve the speed in which he was draining the battle robes. Caught in a bind, Wang Baol frantically formed a series of hand seals and summoned his avatar. His avatar separated from his person and charged upwards into the pillar. Wang Baol's flame snatched the arch armor materialized. His body had clearly reached its limits, so he was going to get his flame snatch the arch armor to continue the draining. The armor was like Wang Baol's second body. It joined forces with the devouring seed, and even though it couldn't increase the speed of absorption, it managed to create a balance that allowed vast quantities of spirit chi to continue flowing into the armor. The light emanating from the armor began to grow brighter. Wang Baol just needed a little more time. It wasn't going to take long, maybe another 2 hours. If he continued absorbing the battle robe's spirit energy at this rate, the interference from the battleship was going to weaken more considerably. Wang Baol didn't know if it would weaken to a point where teleportation was possible again, but he knew that as long as he kept absorbing the battle robe's spirit energy and weakening the battleship's interference, Zhao Yaming's chances of succeeding would increase. However, the weakening of the battleship's strength had attracted Taoist Yu Rant's notice. He was now cleaving through everything in his path as he raced towards the third level. Wang Baol's armor had only begun absorbing the battle robe's spirit energy for 20 seconds when the walls of the cavern burst open. Dirt and stone spewed everywhere, and a furious Taoist Yuran emerged in the cave. His eyes shot towards the golden lake, where his precious battle robes were, and to the space beside it, where a ballooned-up Wang Baol, covered in his flame-snatched the arch armor, sat. The Death Dao battle robe's glow had faded considerably. Its skin looked creased, and one of its arms was nothing but drooping skin. Not to mention, Wang Baol was still draining the battle robe's spirit chi madly. Taoist Yuran flew into a mad rage at the sight. His plan to lure the Dao Palace cultivators into the battleship and enslave them had been to ensure that he could carry out a blood sacrifice with minimal damage. There was no doubt that he was at the Soul Conduit realm and that he had other never-ending clan members reporting to him on the battleship. However, they were all still recovering from their respective injuries. They might be able to survive and win a battle, but prolonged fighting was out of the question. In addition, the battleship lacked the necessary components to meld successfully with the battle robes. It was unable to unleash its full power. The array formation protecting the Dao Palace, as well as Mielizi's and Feng Churon's strength, meant that Taoist Yuran hadn't been confident of his victory. Most importantly, he hadn't been prepared to pay a heavy price for victory. That was why he had laid a trap. He had planned to first enslave them all and then to use the energy harvested from blood sacrifices as fuel for the battleship. In that manner, he would be able to meld with the battle robes anytime he wanted. He would be able to steer the Death Dao battleship and invade the Federation, then continue harvesting everyone in the Federation for his sacrifices. Once he had sacrificed the entire Federation to the battleship, he would be able to truly become one with the Death Dao battleship. His plan had been coming along smoothly. To find out that the Death Dao battle robes, which his strategy was centered around, had been drained to such a great extent, was like amputating a limb. The loss was driving him mad with rage. Damn it, how did he get in here? Taoist Yuran's eyes turned red, and his head was about to explode. He howled in fury. Wang Baol! The furious howl was louder than thunder. It exploded inside the cave and resonated in the air, causing the walls all around to shake violently and the pillar in the ceiling to spasm. Wild winds whipped across the surface of the golden lake, sending violent waves across the surface. It all sent Wang Baol's heart racing with fear. A red-eyed, crazed-looking Taoist Yuran charged at Wang Baol like a bolt of lightning. He raised his right hand and gathered his Soul Conduit realm cultivation, forming an incredible power that seemed ready to smash into Wang Baol, drain him dry of all his spirit chi, and return it back to where it had come from once it crushed the life out of him. The threat of death exploded in Wang Baol's head. Wang Baol's eyes widened. He could feel his avatar entering the pillar, heading straight for the second level. He needed only a single thought to exchange places with his avatar and leave this godforsaken place. But Wang Baol knew that even if he was to escape this time, as long as the battleship's interference continued to disrupt all attempts at teleportation, he wouldn't be able to run away from his eventual death. There was only one way to leave this place, and that was to disrupt the interference from the battleship. The interference had to be severe enough that both Zhao Yaming and he could activate their teleportation talismans and leave. That wouldn't be plausible unless his avatar could locate Zhao Yaming quickly. Time wasn't on his side. These thoughts flashed across Wang Baol's mind before a determined look settled on his face. He didn't hesitate. When the raging Taoist Yuran approached, Wang Baol yelled suddenly. His flame snatched the arch armor, continued draining the battle robes while the spirit fat inside his body began to burn itself up frantically. This was something Wang Baol had first thought of during his battle with Dugulin, when his devouring seed had mutated and started sucking madly. He had tried to replicate this move several times but hadn't been able to fully unleash it because he had been too slim. With the sudden accumulation of spirit fat in his body, he had grown so fat that standing had become a challenge. This time, when he unleashed this move, the spirit fat inside his body began to burn, and waves of powerful spirit energy emanated from his body. If someone were to calculate the spirit chi he was giving off right now, they would find that it had surpassed that possessed by a nascent soul realm cultivator. In fact, it rivaled that of Taoist Yuan at the moment. However, this wasn't spirit qi that had been acquired through cultivation but something that was stored in his fat. The quantity was there, but the quality was lacking. If one were to describe Taoist Yuan's spirit qi as ice, Wang Bao's would be akin to fog. Regardless of how thick fog got, it remained something that was permeable. Only when transformed into water could it become a form of defense. When transformed into ice, it could even become an offensive measure. Besides that, there was also a difference in degrees of control. Taoist Yuan was able to wield the soul conduit realm cultivation inside him flawlessly, allowing his spirit qi to take up all shapes and forms. Wang Bao, on the other hand, faced difficulty with fine-tuned controls of the spirit qi he was releasing. It was impossible for him to shape his spirit qi smoothly. Wang Bao knew that, which was why he was simply releasing the vast quantities of spirit qi he got from burning his spirit fat. He wasn't trying to channel it towards any spells or using it to stop Taoist Yuan's approach. He only did one thing, and that was to direct the vast spirit qi into his bracelet, into the 6 beads around his wrist. As spirit qi surged into them, 4 of the 6 beads began sucking said spirit qi hungrily like starving vortexes. They shone with a blinding light, each in a different color: red, blue, black and gold. Overwhelming power erupted in the air. The bracelet's beads housed 6 divine powers. They were Wang Bao's trump card. Even though he couldn't master the control over his spirit qi and use it against his enemy, he could channel it into his bracelet and unleash the divine powers housed inside. Divine powers were sealed inside this bracelet. This meant that the level of cultivation of its wielder determined how powerful each divine power unleashed was. It served as a medium that absorbed the vast ocean of spirit qi that had formed from Wang Bao burning his spirit fat, which would allow it to unleash even greater power. It was akin to absorbing fog, compressing and distilling it, then turning it into ice blades. This was the only way Wang Bao could think of to defend himself against Taoist Yuan at the moment. He did his best to burn all his spirit fat, then channel the spirit qi into the bracelet. All the while, Taoist Yuan was charging towards him, bringing down on Wang Bao the full extent of his fury and the full weight of his soul conduit realm cultivation. He was ready to smash Wang Bao into dust. It was then that Wang Bao lifted his head suddenly and spoke. 10,000 tribulations. As soon as the words left Wang Bao's mouth, one of the star-shaped beads threaded around his right wrist, which had been glowing black, flared brightly. Out flew a black dove. It expanded to the size of the arch armor, casting a shadow over everything and charging towards the approaching Taoist Yuan. The raging, charging Taoist Yuan hadn't considered Wang Bao a worthy foe at all. At that moment, though, he couldn't help but shiver when he saw the black dove. He felt as if his soul had been immobilized, and he couldn't move or evade the attack. He was powerless to fight it. This feeling of helplessness surged inside him, alongside a chill whose origin he couldn't explain. He didn't hesitate as he formed a series of hand seals and pointed his finger forward. Black qi materialized in the air before him, transforming into a statue of a never-ending clan cultivator that attempted to crush the black dove. A bizarre sight happened next. Upon collision, the black dove vanished into thin air, without signs of having been injured. But, just as it disappeared, the imprint of a black dove appeared on Taoist Yuan's forehead. It didn't hurt or itch at all, but Taoist Yuan was still shocked by its appearance. He felt an indescribable sense of danger emanating from the imprint. What came along with that was a sudden resistance that unexpectedly rose from inside the Golden Lake, inside the pillar, from the walls around him, and even the Death Dao battle robes that were still being drained by Wang Bao. The hostile force erupted, ignoring Wang Bao and flooding Taoist Yuan. Everything within this cavern suddenly saw Taoist Yuan as an enemy. The Golden Lake suddenly exploded, and broken limbs flew out, charging at Taoist Yuan. The pillar spasmed, and countless broken fingers darted out and headed for Taoist Yuan as well. That wasn't the end of it all. The walls around began to peel and crack, fragmenting into rocks that flung themselves at Taoist Yuan. Taoist Yuran reeled back in shock from the sudden danger and the bizarre and ridiculous situation he found himself in. He unleashed his full cultivation. With a wave of his arms, he transformed himself into a black tornado that flung the approaching broken limbs, broken fingers, and shattered stone away. Then he continued his charge towards Wang Baol. His actions seemed to have angered the manifestation of the 10,000 tribulations technique. The black dove on his forehead shone and opened its eyes suddenly. The retaliatory force surrounding him intensified and erupted, and a sudden force erupted from the battle robes and swept across the cavern. Taoist Yuran shuddered, disbelief and shock coloring his face as he stumbled back from the invisible attack. This was Wang Baol's first attempt at activating 10,000 tribulations. He was shocked at the sight before him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the divine power in the second bead. 1,000 lives. The second star-shaped bead flared with a brilliant light. A familiar warmth surged throughout Wang Baol's body as a dove-shaped print appeared on his forehead, a sign of how much more powerful this particular unleashing of the technique was compared to its past activations. Wang Baol felt warm all over, and a sense of acceptance and benevolence surrounded him. The change was most startling where the Death Dao battle robes were concerned. Just a while earlier, Wang Baol had experienced resistance as it had tried to prohibit him from draining it dry. Wang Baol had to activate his devouring seed and forcibly absorb its spirit energy. Now though, the resistance had vanished completely. It didn't seem hostile at all, and it was instead welcoming towards Wang Baol. The transformation shocked Wang Baol. He was overcome with mad joy the next instant. Excitement colored his eyes, and his spirits soared as surprise and delight overwhelmed him. Little you know what this place is? You're in your daddy's house now. Watch how I'm going to teach you a lesson. The activation of both 10,000 tribulations and 1,000 lives made Taoist Yuran feel unprecedented hostility coming from everywhere in the cavern. Enmity radiated from the broken fingers streaming out from the pillar and from the rocks that always seemed to smash into him. It radiated from the battle robe's overwhelming aura that didn't seem to differentiate friend from foe. Taoist Yuran was completely confounded. He could sense the exact opposite that was happening to Wang Baol. The entire cavern seemed to revolve around Wang Baol now. Be it the pillar, the golden lake, or even the battle robes, which had stopped resisting and began to release spirit chi and direct its spirit chi into Wang Baol's flame-snatched the arch armor. He found it all incredulous and bizarre. That wasn't the worst of it. Wang Baol had the nerve to give him a derogatory nickname that left a bad taste in his mouth. He had even called himself his daddy. Taoist Yuran's eyes turned red. He was about to go crazy. He howled furiously, unleashed his full-soul conduit realm cultivation, and crashed head-on with the surrounding hostile forces. He seemed fixed on battling the hostile will inside the cavern and charged towards Wang Baol again. Taoist Yuran was of the never-ending clan and possessed incredibly powerful cultivation. It was clear that he had been even more powerful in the past. The aura that exuded from his person grew murderous amidst the 10,000 tribulations technique's attacks. Wang Baol's pupils contracted. He formed a series of hand seals and pointed at Taoist Yuran again. Soul guiding. Taoist Yuran had cleaved a path clear to Wang Baol, sweeping aside all obstacles and fighting against the resistance of the battle robes to arrive hundreds of feet before Wang Baol. Simmering with rage and frustration, he had raised his right hand with the full intention of turning Wang Baol into pulp. It was then that Wang Baol said those two words. His voice echoed in the cavern. The soul-guiding bead on his wrist shone brightly, and a wisp of black smoke emerged from the bead before it expanded to become a gigantic palm spanning hundreds of feet wide. 5 gruesome-looking demons were attached to the hand's 5 fingers. They howled furiously as the hand snatched at Taoist Yuran. It went through empty air. However, Wang Baol could clearly see another shadow overlaid on Taoist Yuran's person. It was his soul, the one that had been fused with his nascent soul. It had remained fused with his nascent soul for countless years and seemed almost inseparable. The gigantic hand managed to pluck it out, separating it from Taoist Yuran's body. For a few moments, it was torn half a human body's length from Taoist Yuran. His soul was a blur, but his facial features remained distinguishable. The look of shock on his face was clear for all to see. He hadn't expected Wang Baol to possess such an incredible and shocking mystic technique. If Wang Baol's cultivation had been at a higher level, and he didn't require the beads to unleash these techniques but had instead activated them with his own will, he would without a doubt pose a threat to Yuran. He would be dangerous even if his cultivation wasn't as powerful as Yuran's. Now though, he still had some way to go. With danger looming over his head, Taoist Yuran ignored the injury caused to himself as he fought to move his body and bite his own tongue. His eyes shone a blood red as he used the pain and the blood in his mouth to unleash some form of mystic technique. His entire body turned red, and fearsome waves of spirit energy erupted from his body as a huge vortex materialized inside his body. It tugged at and gradually dragged his soul back into his body. Just as his soul was about to return to his body and achieve a somewhat unstable fusion with his nascent soul and physical body, a murderous glint flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He howled and formed a series of hand seals. Dream spinning. Soul guiding to shock one's soul and dream spinning to draw one's spirit. The final star-shaped bead around his wrist began to spark brightly as soon as he shouted the two words. A force that seemed all-encompassing, that was present all around them in the universe, suddenly stirred. It seemed to originate from the essence of all life and came from a mysterious place hidden in the depths of one's soul. Wang Baol didn't really understand what was going on. The Federation had proven the mysterious power of dreams before the Spirit Inception era. Since the beginning of time, many people had the same experience of déjà vu, where he or she had felt as if something that had just happened had also taken place in their dreams. They had only managed to arrive at a vague and indistinct answer to this mystery after they had entered the Spirit Inception era. There was a mysterious power in this universe that was all around them. It resonated with a place deep inside every living creature's soul and resulted in a strange echoic effect. If someone were able to wield this power, he or she would be able to achieve Tao via dreams. He or she would be able to control the essence of dreams. He or she would be able to unleash a power similar to that of the dark dream. Dream spinning gave one similar power. Couldn't compete on a macro scale, but it had the edge on a micro scale. Its principles revolved around drawing the mysterious power found within the dreamscape and circling the bespelled, forming a ring around the person's body. A single ring represented a dream, while two rings represented a dream within a dream. When fully unleashed, one could form 9 rings, 9 dreams within dreams. One could seize control of the essence of all dreams and kill someone within a dream. However, with Wang Baol's current level of cultivation, even if he were to channel all that vast spirit chi into the bead, he wouldn't be able to unleash the full powers of dream spinning. He was only capable of summoning a single ring now. As the technique was activated, countless shades of crystal appeared around Taoist Yuran soundlessly. They seemed illusory, yet upon closer look, appeared to possess physical form. They formed a ring around Taoist Yuran. He didn't seem to notice as the ring of shards closed around him. This was because he was struggling to regain his soul, and also because of how powerful the dream spinning technique was. Within the blink of an eye, the crystal shards formed a complete circle around him. Taoist Yuran jerked suddenly, then fell limp. He hovered in mid-air, unmoving. His spell that was meant to stabilize his soul faded away. It was as if he had just been forcibly yanked into a dream. Wang Baol had no idea what sort of dream it was, as he wasn't yet capable of entering Taoist Yuran's dream at this moment. But he knew that this was his chance. Wang Baol's eyes flashed as he looked at the Death Tao battle robes. He had drained one of its arms dry, and now, its remaining arm was showing signs of drooping as the arch armor continued to absorb its spirit energy. Wang Baol could use the chance that the dream spinning had given him to continue draining the battle robes, but he wasn't certain how long the dream spinning technique would last. He didn't like leaving his fate to chance. If he had a choice, he would rather be the master of his own fate. There was a determined look in his eyes as he stopped draining the Death Tao battle robes decisively and leaped into the air. The arch armor glimmered as his right hand tightened into a fist. As his cultivation churned, Unimaginable power erupted from his skeletal divine armament and surged outwards. He blurred in the air with a sudden burst of speed and appeared next to Taoist Yuran. His fist headed straight for the latter's head, which was held immobile in midair. A flying sword with a lethal glint dashed out from the pillar, moving as swiftly as Wang Baol, and headed towards Taoist Yuran's Dantian. Wang Baol had lost all connection with the sword when he had entered the third level and fallen inside the pillar. He had ached for the loss of the artifact despite his attempt at retrieving it. The connection with the flying sword had been re-established after he had unleashed 10,000 tribulations and 1,000 lives, and after he had triggered a flood of broken fingers streaming out of the pillar. He hadn't activated it then, waiting until now to unleash its full power. Die! Wang Baol gritted his teeth as he unleashed the full power of the arch armor and channeled it into his divine armament. A blow from his divine armament would be enough to kill an early-stage or even mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. Taoist Yuran might be at the soul conduit realm, but Wang Baol was confident of his ability to inflict a grievous injury on the former if he coupled the attack with his flying sword. Wang Baol darted out. It was then that Taoist Yuran's eyes began showing signs of struggle. He was about to awaken. The cultivation of Taoist Yuran, or the never-ending clan member who was using Taoist Yuran's body, to be more specific, at his peak had clearly surpassed the soul conduit realm. He might have been at the spirit immortal realm, or perhaps even at the planet realm. The past war had left him severely injured, and his recovery since then had been slow, which was why the strength he was able to unleash now was only at the soul conduit realm. That was why even though Wang Baol had unleashed soul guiding, dream spinning, 10,000 tribulations, and 1,000 lives and earned himself a small window of opportunity, he still couldn't underestimate Taoist Yuran's fighting instincts when placed in such grave danger. Taoist Yuran's eyes were showing signs of struggle and awakening, causing the look of determination in Wang Baol's own eyes to grow stronger. He didn't waver and consider retreat. Instead, he moved more quickly and more decisively. His cultivation churned more fiercely, and he seemed to be unleashing his full potential. He was like a shooting star encircled by lightning bolts. Approaching Taoist Yuran instantly. In the blink of an eye, Wang Baol and his flying sword appeared next to Taoist Yuran. The skeletal fist of his flame snatched the arch armor was about to land on Taoist Yuran's head when the latter suddenly exploded. The deafening explosion resonated in the air as Wang Baol's flying sword pierced through Taoist Yuran's dantian from his back. Blood splattered in the air. There was no joy on Wang Baol's face. Instead, alarm flickered in his eyes as the threat of danger rose inside him. His entire body was screaming for him to get away immediately. He gritted his teeth and raised his right fist again, his cultivation erupting. He planned to drive a second punch into Taoist Yuran. It was too late. Wang Baol's earlier fist might have appeared to have landed on Taoist Yuran's head. But he knew that Taoist Yuran's head had exploded on its own when his fist was a mere inch away from it. He wasn't the one who had blown it up. Taoist Yuran had blown his own head up. Taoist Yuran, who hadn't managed to awaken in time to save himself, had decided to blow a part of his body up instead. He had chosen to blow up a part of his host body. He made use of the sudden explosion to defend himself against Wang Baol's punch, saving himself from death. Wang Baol still managed to injure Taoist Yuran though. His flying sword had come out of nowhere, and Taoist Yuran hadn't expected it at all. There was no way he could have expected a flying sword shooting out from the pillar at such a critical moment. That was why, even though he made use of his own physical body as a defense against Wang Baol's punch, he was still injured by the flying sword that had pierced his dantian from the back. However, even though this might be considered quite a serious injury where Taoist Yuran was concerned, Wang Baol obviously hadn't thought it grievous enough. The sense of danger had exploded inside his head, and he wanted to unleash a second attack. But 3 lumps of flesh had appeared on the bloodied stump where Taoist Yuran's head had been. There were no facial features on the 2 lumps on each side. They looked like featureless piles of flesh that were both gruesome and a fearsome sight to behold. The lump in the middle looked slightly more palatable, as it had a pair of eyes on it. However, it was skinless, and its mouth was mere bone. It looked terrifying. This was Taoist Yuran's true form. For arms burst out from his body at the same time the 3 fleshy lumps appeared. One arm shot forward in a blur and caught Wang Bao's flying sword, while the remaining arms came together to form a flurry of hand seals before throwing their hands towards Wang Bao. An incredible force of destruction at the Soul Conduit realm erupted at that moment. It transformed into a powerful hurricane that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path and swept towards Wang Bao. The hurricane resembled a black, spinning sphere. It expanded to the size of Wang Bao's flame, snatched the arch armor in the blink of an eye, and seemed about to swallow the later whole. Wang Bao's head buzzed, and his mind turned blank. He dared not allow any thoughts to enter his mind. The first thought that did would arise from pure instinct, and he would immediately switch places with his avatar. But that would only delay his eventual death. It might not even give him that much more time. He would have maybe another 10 seconds before death caught up with him, and he would also lose any chance of teleporting away. Taoist Yuran would be able to seize control and continue with his evil plans. He had no choice. Wang Bao's eyes had turned completely red. The destructive and violent hurricane was on the verge of tearing the arch armor apart, and his own body was being squeezed to the point of implosion. He howled and once again unleashed a self-destructive mystic technique. It was a reversal of his absorption of spirit qi, the breaking down of his spirit fat. Typically, Wang Bao wouldn't replicate such a technique within such a short span of time. However, there was no time to think of another solution. His fat shook as he howled. It burned and vanished within the blink of an eye, the spirit qi housed within it erupting and surging into the arch armor. He pulled back his fist and raised his other arm to block Taoist Yuran's attack. The spherical hurricane surged forward like a raging tsunami, rushing at Wang Bao and unleashing its full force at him. Cracks appeared on Wang Bao's armor instantly. In the next moment, the armor, as well as Wang Bao's inner protective clothing, shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was flung backwards. But he had successfully survived the attack. More than half of the armor was shattered. His inner protective clothing was completely destroyed, and he suffered severe injuries. However, his unleashing of his mystic technique and his spirit qi, as well as the buffer provided by the divine armament arm, had allowed him to survive the blow. In addition, Taoist Yuran had been severely injured by his flying sword. This attack had been made hastily, and it hadn't been his most powerful. Wang Bao's body was flung backwards. He landed next to the battle robes in the middle of the lake, blood flowing from his lips. He was still alive, but he could fight no longer. There was only one option left to him. He had to switch places with his avatar. This would allow him to stay alive for a few moments longer. The difference in power between them was too great. It had been a miracle that Wang Bao had even managed to hold his ground for so long. Forcing Taoist Yuran to blow his body up and injuring the latter with his flying sword. If someone were to find out about this, they would be utterly shocked. It would be completely unbelievable. Taoist Yuran had a cause to be so infuriated. His rage was beyond measure, and he was beside himself with fury. It was simply unimaginable that his plans had been thwarted by Wang Bao. The battle robes had been drained to the point of losing 2 arms, and he himself had had to maim his host body and had suffered additional injuries. When he finally regained his mind again, the fury in his eyes seemed almost tangible. He howled at Wang Bao and made a grab for him. Wang Bao, I'm not going to give you an easy death. I'll extract your soul and make you bear witness to the destruction of your lowly civilization. Taoist Yuran promised as he made a grab for Wang Bao. It was then that Wang Bao, panting and with blood still flowing from his lips, shouted in a shrill voice, "You dare kill me? My senior brother is Chun Qing, the first divine king of the never-ending clan. I am his only junior brother. My senior brother won't let you off if you kill me. It doesn't matter how far you run or where you run to, he'll find you. When he does, you're dead." Wang Bao's voice was shrill. He wasn't even doing it on purpose. He didn't even think about the people who had uttered similar threats to him before he had killed them. It was as if this ability had been hidden inside him all along. His words didn't feel strange on his lips at all. They rolled easily off his tongue. You ran. I'm here because of some shitty training my senior brother wanted me to undergo. To think that someone as important as me is having my ass kicked by someone like you. I'm not playing anymore. I'm the junior brother of a divine king. I must be nuts. Fighting to the death with someone like you. Wang Bao's eyes were wide, and blood flowed from his mouth non-stop, but his presence remained overpowering. In fact, it grew stronger as he kept talking. This isn't fun at all. When I was in the Mi Luo forest, I rode on Starfang beasts and had everything I wanted. I wouldn't be here if not for my senior brother ordering me to train here. Wang Bao sat up and pulled out 2 Starfang beast cores as he spoke. He started sucking at one to heal himself while using the other to rub his wounds. He had left his storage bracelet with his avatar, but it was mainly used to store his dermic armaments. Other precious materials had been split across his various storage bags. Wang Bao had learned his lesson. One could never have too many storage bags. He sucked at the beast core after pulling it out and stared angrily at Taoist Yuran. US. I must have knocked myself on the head too hard. There are so many planets I could have ended up on and had fun on. Why did I choose the vast expanse Dao Palace? Wang Bao glared at Yuran while sucking hard on the Starfang beast core in his hand. His words echoed in the cavern. Taoist Yuran, who had been charging at Wang Bao, suddenly stopped in his tracks after hearing what Wang Bao had just said. His eyes widened. It was as if he had just seen a ghost. He reported to the second Divine King and clearly knew of the first Divine King of the Never-Ending Clan. He knew how terrifying and powerful the man was. His heart had skipped a beat when he had first heard First Divine King come out of Wang Bao's mouth. After recovering from the initial shock, his first reaction was that of disbelief. He didn't rank high in the Never-Ending Clan's hierarchy. He only knew of the first Divine King and not the latter's true name. Wang Bao might have been able to put together a somewhat convincing lie, but someone from the Federation shouldn't have been able to evoke the name of Mi Luo Forest. Wang Bao had said it so easily. He had pulled out his Starfang beast cores just as easily. That had shocked Taoist Yuran as well. He immediately recognized those as beast cores belonging to beasts at the spirit immortal realm. Such cores were priceless. Mi Luo Forest was renowned for being protective of its kind, but Wang Bao had been able to pull out 2 such cores, one to suck on and the other to rub against his injuries. The flagrant display of wealth sent Taoist Yuran reeling back. However, he still wasn't fully convinced. Then Wang Bao's eyes suddenly flashed sharply. He started to speak in the tongue of the Never-Ending Clan. It was the pure language of the dark sect. As soon as he spoke, waves of shock rose inside Taoist Yuran and threatened to drag him under. Let me tell you, my senior brother has sealed a blessing on me, and he'll lock on to this place if I die. With his powers, he'll be back to go back in time and find out what happened. Even if you have some means of evading the blessing, you'll still be dead. You stupid ass, try it if you don't believe it. See if my senior brother doesn't rush here. Wang Bao almost shouted out his last few words. Taoist Yuran was immediately overwhelmed with panic. There were people in the vast expanse Dao Palace who spoke the Never-Ending Clan's language, but they wouldn't have been able to speak it so fluently. There should have been some accent. Wang Bao had no accent at all. He spoke it as if it were his native language. Alarm flashed across Taoist Yuran's face, and he couldn't help but question Wang Bao. You have anything to prove it? Taoist Yuran seemed slightly cowed, causing Wang Bao to release a sigh of relief secretly. He kept a fierce look on his face as he struggled to his feet and shouted, Proof? My senior brother didn't give me anything like that. He only told me to announce the name he went by in the Never-Ending Clan. No one in this part of the universe was going to harm me if I did that. Yuran, I demand an answer for what you've done today. I don't care about what you're planning with the Dao Palace, but the Federation is where I'm undergoing my training. You're just a pathetic foot soldier of the second Divine King in the Never-Ending Clan. How dare you interfere with my training? Wang Bao knew the vast expanse Dao Palace had been destroyed by the second Divine King. He naturally guessed correctly that the never-ending clan members coming after the Tao Palace on the ancient sword reported to the second Divine King. I want an apology from you right now. Then, compensation. I won't tell my senior brother about this. You can scram with your Death Tao battleship. Wang Baol huffed, puffing himself up, his tone of voice extremely hostile. He knew that he could do things another way. He could have tried getting Taoist Yuran on his side by using his senior brother's name. He could have also tempted him with promises of sweet deals. He could have even eased the way towards a more cordial negotiation. But he had abandoned such ideas after some thought. They were all beneath him. His senior brother, Chun Qing, was the first Divine King. From what little Missy had shared about his senior brother and what he had seen in the Mi Luo forest and learned in his dark dream, his senior brother was a decisive man who had no qualms about killing others and was arrogant to the point of being unreasonable. Such a man naturally always had his way. As his junior brother, he couldn't be seen as someone soft, as that would draw suspicions. His judgment had been right. Taoist Yuran found Wang Baol's arrogance infuriating, but he didn't question such an attitude. He might have found it even more suspicious if Wang Baol hadn't acted in such a manner. His haughtiness angered Taoist Yuran, but it also planted doubts in Taoist Yuran's mind. Wang Baol had deviously mentioned terms that others wouldn't have known as he spoke. His mentioning of the Death Tao battleship and the second Divine King had seemed casual and almost conversational. It was precisely these details that had given Taoist Yuran a shock. He wasn't willing to just let it all go, though. His plan had been to sacrifice the entire Federation, then meld with the Death Tao battleship and become one with the latter. He had planned to use that to regain his planet realm cultivation. He would have been able to advance in his cultivation in his new and different form. Things would have been easier if the first Divine King had made his presence known. He would have yielded to the Divine King unquestionably and fallen to his shaking knees. Whom he faced instead was a mere core formation realm cultivator. He might call himself the junior brother of the first Divine King, and might even make quite a bit of sense, but Taoist Yuran just couldn't believe him. He didn't want to. He was clearly struggling internally. Then, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking, but he suddenly stirred and appeared above Wang Baol. He raised one hand, unleashed his soul conduit realm cultivation, and gathered a terrifying, destructive force in his hand, sending it charging towards Wang Baol. He seemed intent on killing and silencing Wang Baol. He lifted his hand and was about to slam it down when Wang Baol's eyes suddenly flashed with a vicious light. He had been prepared for that. He started muttering the sutra in his heart, the first few words flying off the top of his head as he shouted, "Save me, senior brother." Wang Baol yelled as he secretly mouthed the sutra in his heart. At that moment, the heavens rumbled, the Death Tao battleship shook, the vast expanse Tao palace trembled, and the ancient sword quaked. A power rose from the depths of distant space, crossed the expanse of the universe, descended upon the solar system, upon the sun, and landed on the ancient sword. It appeared inside the cavern on the battleship. Boom! It was a power terrifying beyond measure. Wang Baol thought he heard an indistinct snort. He trembled, wondering fearfully if the mysterious presence had truly awakened. This was no place for him to consider that too deeply, though. Based on his experience, this aura appeared and vanished within an instant. It was the best instrument to strike fear in his enemies' hearts, one perfect for his current predicament. He had guessed correctly. Taoist Yuran almost lost his wits, the mysterious force that had been unleashed by Wang Baol's sutra sending him reeling back. The backlash forced a mouthful of blood to his lips, and shock colored his eyes. He didn't retreat, though. Instead, there was a madness in his eyes as he charged towards Wang Baol, attacking. Wang Baol, if you truly are the first Divine King's junior brother, you would have a trump card up your sleeve. The aura you have unleashed is terrifying, but I'm not convinced by it. Come, as long as you can survive this attack of mine, I will turn around and leave. If you can't, then you're just lying. Taoist Yuran had clearly gone mad. He was almost convinced. The sutra's power had him quaking in his boots, and there was a voice in his head screaming for him to run away immediately before he got himself killed. But he had to attack. He had been planning this for too long and wasn't going to just give it all up. That was why he was going to try his luck. If the fates willed it so, he would die without regret. "You're like a dog with a bone." Wang Baol simmered in frustration. He thought his performance had been flawless. He had even whipped out his sutra. He hadn't expected Taoist Yuran to be out of his mind. There wasn't enough time for him to think of another plan. As the threat of death approached, and as his entire body shook in fear, a flash of madness crossed Wang Baol's eyes. Let's wing it. He had to wing it. There was no way around it. Wang Baol wasn't a coward. This had been proven time and again from the various encounters he had survived in the Federation. Hidden beneath his mild exterior was a character that was brutal to his enemies and even harsher to himself. Wang Baol's eyes were filled with madness as he watched Taoist Yuran unleash his attack at him. He knew that with his current level of cultivation, there was no way he could fully unleash the rebirth severing and 5 punishments techniques, even after absorbing the spirit energy from the Death Dao battle robes. It was impossible to unleash them here and use them as his final trump card. So he had only one option left. It was the flame snatch the arch armor. His armor might have shattered, but Wang Baol still had one ultimate technique that was his trump card. It was his greatest gain since his arrival on the ancient sword. That was the arch collapse. It wasn't as simple as blowing his armor up, but a technique inherent in the arch armor inheritance. The practitioner was to sacrifice the arch armor that he had painstakingly cultivated, compress said cultivation using a special method, and unleash a terrifying power that was beyond imaginable. This power would shake the heavens and unleash an indescribable force against both the caster and the target. Wang Baol wouldn't have resorted to such madness in normal circumstances, but he was left with no other options. Death was inevitable if he tried to run. If he wasn't going to wing it and fight for his life now, when then was he going to do it? These thoughts flashed past Wang Baol's mind as he sent all his cultivation into the flame snatch the arch armor without hesitation. He also activated the full power contained within the armor itself. He sent his will into the armor, unleashing his full cultivation and his full potential. His body, which had slimmed down, shrank to skin and bones rapidly. The light in his eyes grew brighter all this while, as did the light emanating from his armor. It shone like a star. As Taoist Yuran drew closer, Wang Baol shouted, "Armor removal!" The roar thundered and sent the entire cavern shaking. The brightly shining armor on Wang Baol separated from his body and reassembled into a huge cube made of flesh and blood meridians before him. It looked like a box made of ligaments and tendons. Blood-colored meridians circled inside, forming a sphere that wrapped around the divine armament skeletal arm. The appearance of the cube sent the abyss surrounding it shattering into pieces as waves of terrifying spirit energy surged outwards. The waves of spirit energy were so powerful that even Taoist Yuran was taken aback. His pupils contracted, and his heart raced. He abandoned all thought of testing Wang Baol, retreating hurriedly and evading the brilliant light. He clearly felt threatened by the waves of spirit energy emanating from Wang Baol's flame snatch the arch armor. They felt different from the earlier spirit energy that had been released. Less powerful but more real. It was as if one was distant and the other up close and personal. One was the invisible explosion of a star while the other, the collapse of the ground beneath one's feet. Both made his heart race fearfully. The latter left a greater impact due to the visual shock. Taoist Yuran retreated almost instinctively. It was too late though. He had forced Wang Baol into a corner, and Wang Baol wasn't going to let him go so easily. Besides, Wang Baol knew that this was the only chance he was going to get. A vicious light flashed across Wang Baol's eyes as he shouted, "Body possession!" Taoist Yuran reeled back with shock and retreated hastily when he heard those words. The cube-shaped flame snatched the arch armor exploded. It didn't erupt. Instead, it seemed to have dissected itself and transformed into dozens of pieces that then surrounded Taoist Yuran. It all happened in a blur, disrupting whatever laws were set in place on the battleship. The disassembled armor locked on to Taoist Yuran. No matter how fast he retreated, they continued to surround him. Within the blink of an eye, the dismantled pieces had appeared all around Taoist Yuran. Above him, under him, in front and behind him, to his left and to his right. They closed in and trapped him. Everything happened extremely quickly. From the moment Taoist Yuran abandoned the idea of testing Wang Baol, to Wang Baol's relentless and vicious retaliation, they ended up in their current situation in the blink of an eye. Taoist Yuran seemed to have reached the limits of his shock. He didn't hesitate. Once he saw that he couldn't escape the disassembled armor segments, he bit the tip of his tongue. His left and right heads exploded at the same time. This was one of the never-ending clan's techniques. It wasn't the first time Wang Baol was witnessing it. Despite that, he had no way of stopping Yuran. The violence in his eyes intensified as he unleashed the second final step of the Arch Armor Inheritance's ultimate technique. 9 folds. As soon as Wang Baol shouted those 2 words, the cube that had surrounded Taoist Yuran suddenly folded itself, transforming itself from a 3-dimensional entity into something 2-dimensional, then into a 1-dimensional plane. The sight was beyond bizarre. Taoist Yuran appeared to be imprinted onto that 1-dimensional paper-like plane, and his body showed signs of disappearing. Wang Baol wasn't done yet. The paper bent, then folded itself again. Signs of Taoist Yuran's destruction grew clearer. Just as the piece of paper tried to fold itself again, a sudden thundering sound exploded. The paper was blown apart from the inside by an incredible force. Taoist Yuran had blown up both his heads and forced his way out of the sealed space, narrowly escaping with his life. Wang Baol spat out a mouthful of blood. He was obviously reluctant to accept Taoist Yuran's successful escape, but he had no choice. The chasm of power separating them was too vast. He might possess numerous incredible mystic techniques that had caught Taoist Yuran by surprise, but in the end, he could only injure the latter further. Killing him remained a challenge. If that's the case, Wang Baol watched as the 1-dimensional plane exploded and Taoist Yuran fought his way out. He decided to simply wing it. He shouted again, doing so before the mystic technique was complete. The arch collapse. An indescribably powerful force erupted from the folded piece of paper that had been in the midst of being ripped apart. The explosion was so powerful it formed waves of energy that surged outwards and flooded everything in the area. Rumbling erupted in the cavern, like thunder that seemed never-ending. It sounded like the furious roars of a heavenly beast. Wang Baol shuddered violently and spat out a mouthful of blood as he stumbled backwards. Waves of spirit energy ripped outwards and rushed over him. A pale-faced Wang Baol immediately activated the spell that allowed him to switch places with his avatar. It was then that a bloodied hand shot out from the center of the arch armor and made a grab for Wang Baol. A soft, gentle light appeared just as the hand approached. Little Missy materialized. She lifted her hand and pointed, and a white light suddenly emerged from within the arch collapse. It dashed out and appeared between Little Missy and the gigantic bloody hand. It was the skeletal divine armament arm that had been joined to Wang Baol's the arch armor. Little Missy and the gigantic bloody hand were instantly connected via the skeletal hand. A deafening thunder rose to the skies as a blinding light erupted from the divine armament arm. There was a muted grunt inside the arch collapse, while Little Missy's face paled. She exhaled a wisp of green air, and her materialized body trembled and turned several shades fainter. She stepped back, drawing the skeletal divine armament arm to Wang Baol's side. Her appearance and attack gave Wang Baol the time to switch places with his avatar, and he disappeared in the next moment, his avatar reappearing in his place. The backlash from the arch collapse rushed towards the avatar almost immediately after its appearance. Wang Baol had no time to react at all. The avatar was pulled under instantly, disintegrated and turned to dust. That wasn't the end of the attack. Amidst the howling storm that resembled the roars of a heavenly beast, the golden lake was turned into tumultuous waves that evaporated when exposed to the air. The cavern walls stood no chance at all and turned to dust instantly. The enormous pillar that hung in the ceiling, though extremely malleable and gifted with an incredible recovery rate, was also destroyed. It collapsed almost immediately, triggering a chain reaction that traveled up the fleshline pathway and resulted in an explosive force that surged outwards. The entire cavern was decimated. The destruction spread for at least 100 feet. Only the Death Dao battle robes remained seated and immobile as the ceilings crashed down. It seemed relatively impervious to the destruction around it. The only damage was the crack on its forehead, which grew a slight bit wider. The entire cavern was flooded with power as the arch collapse's destructive shock waves collided with the force of Taoist Yuran's self-destruction of his two heads. The clash created an incredible force. Regardless, it wouldn't have resulted in such destruction if it had taken place elsewhere. Within the pillar hanging over the cavern were vast quantities of flesh and blood that had been distilled and used to heal the injured Never-Ending Clan and the damaged Death Dao battle robes. However, that wasn't its original function. At the height of the Death Dao battleship's glory, the pillar and its numerous blood and flesh veins had been used to transport fuel, which had been formed from the endless crushing of skeletons and grinding down of bones into fuel. The fuel was then sent to the wielder of the battle robes, who would then make use of the fuel to power and steer the battleship. The pillar was akin to an eternal engine. The force of both Wang Baol's the arch collapse and Taoist Yuran's self-destruction of his heads had destroyed the pillar and in turn blown up this eternal engine with endless power that had been the cause of this unimaginable vast power. The power wasn't contained within the cavern. It flowed up the pillar and spread throughout the numerous veins into the second level. Countless blood and flesh veins exploded with the destruction of the pillar, causing the entire second level to quake. Cracks began to appear and widen, and eventually the pillar collapsed. A deafening explosion followed, rumbling in the air. The earth caved in, as a significant portion of the second level was affected by the explosion. The cultivators who had been engaged in fierce battles on the second level were all alarmed by the sight. Feng Qiran especially. She had exhausted herself while being pursued by her enemies and had suffered severe injuries that had almost caused her to pass out. Her strong will was the only thing keeping her on her feet right now. At present, the lands caved in and shattered rock and stones spewed into the air. The entire world shook violently. Both Feng Qiran and her pursuers were affected by the destruction around them, shock coloring their eyes as multiple explosions erupted around them at the same time. The dozens of blood and flesh veins that were directly linked with the pillar came from the skies. They didn't escape unscathed after the pillar's collapse, allowing the destruction to spread to the first level. The world was transformed drastically. Both sky and earth shattered, and the first level suffered a similar fate. Violent quakes shuddered through the worlds, with the sacrificial altars on the respective levels suffering the greatest damage. All veins led back to these sacrificial altars. They rumbled as the veins suffered damage and collapsed, their grinding stuttering to a pause. The fearsome beasts that were pulling the handles were, in turn, yanked back violently. As the tug-of-war of forces continued, numerous of the gigantic wooden handles began showing signs of splintering and cracking. 3 handles snapped, handles cracked, beasts roared, and the earth shuddered. All 3 worlds on the first level shook. The entire Death Dao battleship shook. With the collapse of the pillar and its veins, and the quaking of the millstones, the interference given off by the battleship was severely weakened to the point that teleportation was now possible. Zhao Yaming, who had been hiding on the second level and racing away from each cave-in, immediately sensed that. Panic flashed across her eyes. She looked around, but Wang Baol was nowhere in sight. She had no idea where Wang Baol was at this moment, or what had happened to result in this series of catastrophic changes. She watched as the world collapsed around her. After a moment of silence, she clenched her jaw and twisted her teleportation talisman without hesitation. The blinding light of teleportation flashed to life. Zhao Yaming vanished from the battleship in the next moment, reappearing outside the battleship, above the sea of fire in the region of the sword handle. Zhao Yaming's breathing stopped momentarily. She seemed dazed, but soon, she let loose a sudden burst of speed and began racing towards the vast expanse Dao Palace. She attempted to reach out to Federation cultivators on her way. Zhao Yaming wasn't the only one who had escaped successfully. There were many others, including Feng Churan. She wasn't as lucky as Zhao Yaming, though. She had reappeared in the sword body instead of the sword handle. She had been injured severely while on the battleship and spat out a mouthful of blood upon her reappearance outside the battleship, passing out and falling straight into the sea of fire. Despite her serious injuries, she instinctively summoned a protective light barrier that prevented her from burning into mere ashes after sinking into the sea of fire. The survivors made their escape when the opportunity had presented itself to them. As for Wang Baol, he had switched places with his avatar in the collapsing second level. He spat out a mouthful of blood upon reappearance. He too suffered grievous injuries. Fortunately, his physical resilience was extraordinary, and he also had the Green Lotus, which boosted his rate of recovery beyond that of an ordinary person's. Even though he was extremely weak now, he didn't lose consciousness. He immediately pulled out his teleportation talisman and attempted to escape after sensing the changes in this world. He wasn't sure if he was going to succeed, but this was his only hope. He wasn't confident that his last attack had truly destroyed Taoist Yuran. There's a great chance I only injured him seriously. There are still many never-ending clan cultivators and enslaved Dao Palace cultivators on the battleship. Wang Baol had a dark look on his face. He twisted the teleportation talisman, and a burst of light erupted from it. Wang Baol was overcome with excitement as he disappeared in a dazzling burst of light. When he reappeared again, it was outside the Death Dao battleship and in the sword body of the ancient sword. Others might consider this a dangerous region where death hid behind every corner, but it was heaven to Wang Baol, who was an adopted disciple. He forced down the blood in his mouth and took a handful of pills. After finding out where he was, he dashed out with the intention to leave the area. He intended to return to the vast expanse Dao Palace as soon as possible and make use of the teleportation array formation to escape the ancient sword and return to the Federation. Only then would he be safe, at least for the moment. Things were clearly not going to go according to his plans. He had been right about Taoist Yuran, the latter hadn't died. In addition, his hatred towards Wang Baol had exploded. There was no way he was going to allow Wang Baol to live. A furious howl rang out in what had been the cavern in the third level the moment Wang Baol teleported. A figure darted out amidst waves of spirit energy rippling outward and the explosion of shattered stone and rock. The person was in a sorry state. Out of his 6 limbs, only 3 remained. Out of his 3 heads, only 1 remained. His body was covered in deep cracks that exposed blood and flesh and for some bone as well. It was Taoist Yuran, who had narrowly escaped death. He panted, chest heaving heavily as he watched everything fall down around him. He lifted his head and stared at the cracked and shattering passageway made of blood and flesh. His eyes turned red at the sight of it all. It wasn't irreparable, but the damage was going to cost him time. Even if he managed to restore everything, the battleship would still not be the same as it had been before. He howled furiously, his anger ringing out in the air. Wang Baol! Taoist Yuran's hatred towards Wang Baol had grown so strong it was immeasurable. With red eyes, he appeared at the spot where Wang Baol had teleported away. Without hesitation, he formed a series of hand seals with his right hand and grabbed, expending his life essence decisively to look back in time. Illusory figures appeared before him instantly. He saw Wang Baol shatter his teleportation talisman and teleport himself away. Taoist Yuran tugged one of his arms and shattered it without hesitation. The vitality contained within the arm materialized into a large hand formed of fog. It grabbed at Wang Baol's illusory figure. It wasn't possible to capture Wang Baol's true form since he was long gone. What was left were mere traces, but they were sufficient for Taoist Yuran's use. What he intended to capture was the rippled strand that had been formed the exact moment of the teleportation. By tracing the strand, he would be able to perform his spell and teleport himself over. A fierce light flashed across Taoist Yuran's eyes the instant his hand of vitality grasped Wang Baol's illusory figure. Found you! Taoist Yuran took a step forward and vanished. Wang Bao's staggering form continued running inside the region of the sword body, disregarding his increasingly serious injuries. He ran without rest, using everything he had in him. Before he had started, though, he left a puppet at the place he had teleported to. Then, without turning back, he raced away. Fortunately, after some time racing in the sword body, he finally found himself in a familiar area. He was able to identify where he was. I'm not anywhere near the sword handle. Pale-faced, Wang Bao's spirit sank, and his heart grew heavy as he realized where he was. He knew he only had two options. He could follow the original plan of traveling to the sword handle and returning to the vast expanse Dao Palace, where he could then use the teleportation array formation to leave the ancient sword and return to the Federation. Or he could venture deeper into the sword body. The first option was definitely the better choice and the one he preferred. However, even though it might seem simpler and worry-free, there were greater chances of the unexpected happening. If Taoist Yuran survived and comes after me, I won't be able to avoid his pursuit even if I escape into the sword handle. I can only bet on his death or that he wouldn't be able to catch up with me in time. Wang Bao fell silent. He was torn. However, the mental struggle didn't last long before decisiveness flashed across his eyes. He turned and started running in another direction. Not towards the sword handle but deeper into the sword body. The blood in his body continued to churn as he ran. Fortunately, his physical body was resilient, and his recovery was boosted by the green lotus. That allowed him to maintain his speed. Nevertheless, he couldn't keep the blood from rising to his mouth. After flying for some time, he finally couldn't stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. There were small pieces of flesh mixed with the blood. He didn't know where they came from, but the churning he had been feeling inside him eased considerably after he had spat out that mouthful of blood. However, the moment of ease was followed by dizziness and waves of pain that continued ceaselessly. Hurt my internal organs. There was a dark look on Wang Bao's face. He extended his senses into his body and concluded that those chunks of flesh had probably been his organs. Throwing them up had felt like hollowing himself out. Endless exhaustion rose inside him and spread to every part of his body. His vision was growing blurry. A sudden urge to just lie down assaulted him, threatening to pull him under like a tsunami. Before that could happen, Wang Bao bit his tongue. The pain helped clear the fog from his mind. His eyes cleared as his breathing quickened. I can't stop. I can't just rely on luck. Wang Bao took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and continued running. He had chosen to enter the sword body to avoid pursuit. It wasn't because he couldn't gamble on the outcome if he had chosen otherwise, but because he dared not do so. He would be left with no other options should he lose that gamble. If he chose to enter the sword body, the potential for trouble might seem greater, but so was his chances of survival. After all, the hexes in the sword body posed no danger to him while they were obstacles to others. Even so, Wang Bao knew how powerful Taoist Yuran's cultivation was and how many tricks he had up his sleeve. If Taoist Yuran did come after him, Wang Bao couldn't simply place all his hopes on the hexes. I need to keep widening the distance between us and give myself more time so that I can venture deeper into the sword body. There's a greater chance then that Taoist Yuran will find it difficult to pursue me. That's going to be hard though. Wang Bao's eyes flashed as the gears in his head spun furiously. He kept on his path, advancing rapidly towards a place he remembered. No matter what I choose in the end, be it to escape or ensure that Taoist Yuran is too afraid to come after me, I'll need to perform another long-distance teleportation. I can either make use of the teleportations that result in the frequent change in landscape, or I could make use of the Immortal platform. There was a look of determination in Wang Bao's eyes. He remembered that an Immortal platform could be found in the direction he was now traveling. His long-term plan was to travel towards the Immortal platform and make use of it to teleport away so that Taoist Yuran could no longer come after him. His short-term plan was to locate areas that were in the midst of teleportation and make use of them to teleport further away. After organizing his thoughts and making up his mind, Wang Bao swallowed another pill and continued running. A loud rumbling erupted from where Wang Bao had reappeared outside the battleship. Taoist Yuran emerged. His appearance was immediately sensed by the puppet that Wang Baol had left behind. It blew itself up instantly. Taoist Yuran was one step too late in stopping it. He got to the puppet and stared at the pile of disintegrated materials with a dark look on his face. Vicious, decisive, careful, and with numerous tricks up his sleeve. I've underestimated Wang Baol. The murderous intent in Taoist Yuran's eyes intensified. He formed a series of hand seals and unleashed some spell that located where Wang Baol was. Then he started the chase. He was determined. This time, he wasn't going to rest until Wang Baol was dead. When Taoist Yuran locked onto Wang Baol and left in pursuit, a distance away from him, alarm flashed across Wang Baol's face as he raced ahead. He had left the puppet behind to keep watch. It would be great if Taoist Yuran didn't follow the traces that had been left behind by his teleportation and given chase. But if he did, Wang Baol would know immediately. That would be the worst-case scenario. However, Wang Baol was prepared for it. That was why he didn't hesitate when he sensed Taoist Yuran. Instead, he let loose another burst of speed. He had been traveling at top speed, but this wasn't the time to worry. He set aside concerns for how it might aggravate his injuries and unleashed his full speed as well as his lightning immortal transformation. He was like a bolt of lightning. He stopped searching for any regional teleportations that might be in the vicinity and instead concentrated solely on reaching the immortal platform. Time was of the essence. There was no room for distractions. With his full speed unleashed, he charged brashly into one hex after another, passing them one by one. The hexes lost their effect as soon as Wang Baol approached, allowing him to pass through before reactivating themselves again. Wang Baol approached his destination rapidly. Taoist Yuran, on the other hand, possessed powerful cultivation that allowed him to force his way through hexed areas. Even should the hexes explode around him, the resultant damage was minimal. However, there were still too many of them, which caused some delay. His speed, which should have surpassed Wang Baol's, was slightly reduced because of that. In addition, the sword body was governed by chaotic laws that led to great uncertainty during teleportations. Taoist Yuran was forced to rely on his spells as he conducted his pursuit. He could only narrow the distance between him and Wang Baol, unable to reach him in an instant. The distance between him and Wang Baol narrowed as he chased after the latter anxiously. When he finally saw Wang Baol in the distance, he gritted his teeth and chose to teleport instead of charging through the hexes. He vanished, then reappeared less than 100 feet behind Wang Baol, his face pale. He hastily waved his hand and made a grab at Wang Baol before retreating hurriedly. The space he had stood at earlier immediately caved in. Numerous, gaping tears in space appeared, ready to rip everything apart. Even though Taoist Yuran was a powerful cultivator, he still gasped at the sight. Wang Baol raised his right hand in a wave, sending a dermic armament out behind him that self-destructed. The shock waves collided with Taoist Yuran's grab. Wang Baol spat out another mouthful of blood. Taoist Yuran's attack had been hasty, and he had managed to block it successfully with his dermic armament, but the backlash still managed to aggravate his existing injuries. Wang Baol didn't slow down though. Instead, he picked up his pace and formed a series of hand seals while he continued to run. Numerous spheres of electricity materialized. He flung them into the hexed areas that he passed by, blowing them up and triggering a series of explosions as the hexes blew up in his wake. His intention was to create obstacles in Taoist Yuran's path as well as to stir more chaos. The sword body was already filled with chaos, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. What Wang Baol was doing was adding fuel to the fire, intensifying the chaotic elements and inflaming the sea of fire. Wang Baol, the expression on Taoist Yuran's face was dark and stormy. He had to dodge some of the explosions, which in turn widened the distance between him and Wang Baol. He dared not teleport easily now. He had struggled with his earlier attempt and nearly landed where he hadn't wanted to due to the chaotic laws of this place. Even though he had forcibly changed his landing, that had led to a spatial collapse. After his shock, he had learned to be more cautious. His caution led to reduced speed in his pursuit. The repressed resentment he experienced while inside the battleship surfaced again. His cultivation clearly surpassed Wang Baol vastly, but Wang Baol was like a slippery eel that constantly slipped out of his reach. He had been so close to killing Wang Baol earlier, but Wang Baol had managed to escape. Even though he had been injured grievously, he hadn't passed out. In fact, he continued to release numerous lightning spheres while running away, triggering multiple hexes in the sword body and creating greater chaos. Despite his soul conduit realm cultivation, Taoist Yuran had to proceed with great caution. Wang Baol, Taoist Yuran was beyond infuriated. He was panicking as well. He couldn't leave the battleship for long, as there were too many things he still needed to attend to in the battleship. The longer he got delayed here, the greater the impact he would face when trying to repair whatever damage had been done to his plans. Amidst his panic, a look of determination settled in Taoist Yuran's eyes. Ahead of him, Wang Baol continued running away. His mind was going blurry. If not for the green lotus inside his body, unleashing its full power and allowing his body to continue healing as his injuries continued to grow more serious, he would have passed out a long time ago. Despite the green lotus, Wang Baol was at the end of his rope. It was solely his will to survive that was driving him forward as he continued to be pursued. Wang Baol had lost almost all sense of direction. He had only one place and a single thought in mind. That was to find the immortal platform and escape. But the difference in cultivation and his injuries were gradually making that a wild dream. He might not be in such a bad state if Taoist Yuran weren't hot on his heels, but he had barely stumbled about for half an hour before explosions erupted behind him once again. Taoist Yuran had expended a portion of his life without hesitation and charged through numerous hexes, which exploded in his path. He was like a bolt of lightning, racing forward fearlessly. Compared to his power, Wang Baol was like dust, destined to be shattered into a million pieces should they collide. Wang Baol laughed bitterly as danger once again approached. There was no despair in his eyes, though. He didn't seem to have any intentions of retreating. The arch armor might have been destroyed, and little Missy might have lost consciousness, but Wang Baol still had a final trump card. His problem was that he didn't know how to unleash this trump card. After all, it hadn't been triggered despite the intense danger he had faced in the cavern. Perhaps the only way to awaken it was to be in even greater danger. Wang Baol wouldn't have risked that, but now, he might die anyway, so there wasn't much point in being afraid. Vicious determination flashed across Wang Baol's eyes at that thought. Just as Taoist Yuran appeared, like a sudden bolt of lightning, Wang Baol turned and faced him. His hands came together to form a series of hand seals, and he pressed them hard on his dantian and yelled, "Devouring Seed!" Taoist Yuran charged forward as Wang Baol unleashed the full power of his devouring seed. His right hand lifted and transformed into a mountain peak formed of black fog that surged towards Wang Baol. Die! The attack was so powerful that it seemed to affect even the heavens and earth, as well as the mountains and rivers that rested between the two. When it landed, waves of energy rippled through space, and the air showed signs of tearing. However, just as it was about to land on Wang Baol, the devouring seed inside him unleashed its powerful suction force and transformed him into a black hole. A vortex materialized and started to spin, causing the incoming mountain peak to shudder. It appeared that the vortex was on the verge of devouring it whole. The difference in their sizes led to a bizarre sight, something akin to a snake trying to devour an elephant. "I noticed something strange inside your body. You want to drain my dermic powers? Sure. Do your worst." A flash of viciousness flickered in Taoist Yuran's eyes. He activated his cultivation, and waves of spirit energy exploded from his body. The blast inundated Wang Baol, leaving him shuddering. His devouring seed churned desperately as it tried to suck dry the terrifying power contained within the mountain peak. It managed to drain a great portion of it. However, the remaining smaller part of it continued to surge outwards, flooding over Wang Baol and the area around him. Cracks began to appear on his body, and bones began to shatter and turn to dust. Wang Baol clenched his teeth and bore the agonizing pain. It was nothing compared to the growing devouring seed inside his body, which continued to expand as it continued sucking crazily. He felt as if he was going to be ripped apart. Felt like he was housing an anti-spirit bomb. Drain that. Don't you enjoy doing that? Come on. Keep on draining. Taoist Yuran's face was twisted into an ugly look of violence and bloodlust. Pain-colored Wang Bao's face. He felt as if his body was going to be ripped apart at any moment and that his body and soul were going to be destroyed. This feeling grew with the passing of every second. He felt his flesh turn to mist. The destructive force assailing him, warping everything out of shape, seemed ready to wipe him out completely. Even little Missy was startled awake by the immense danger that Wang Bao had gotten himself into. She realized what was going on and started shrieking in his head. Wang Bao, you're crazy. What are you doing? Devouring seed. Explode. Wang Bao wasn't crazy. He pulled out the mask which little Missy was resting in as he yelled out those words and flung it far away with the remaining strength he had left. Little Missy would be far away from the center of the devouring seed's explosion. Even if he were to be destroyed, in both body and soul, little Missy would still have a chance to survive. Little Missy panicked. She couldn't stop Wang Bao, though. She could only watch as Wang Bao barked out the order, as the devouring seed grew increasingly unstable inside his body, and as the green lotus showed signs of shattering, appearing to be on the verge of self-destruction alongside the devouring seed. Taoist Yuran seemed to realize what was happening as well. His spirit energy surged in response, ready to retaliate against any attack. Then, suddenly, Wang Bao's scabbard, which had been refined to the 7th grade and had resisted his control since then, shuddered violently. It seemed to sense impending death. A black strand darted out from its shaking body. It was one of the hundreds of hex threads that had been infused and sealed inside Wang Bao's scabbard during its refinement on the vast expanse Dao Palace main star. It raced towards Wang Bao's devouring seed, sucked the destructive energy held within the devouring seed, and devoured it completely. A black light flared up within the black strand. It leaped out of Wang Bao's body and appeared between him and Taoist Yuran. This was a completely unexpected development. Taoist Yuran had the edge over Wang Bao earlier, but the sudden appearance of the black strand sent alarm flashing across his face as he sensed the spirit energy contained within it. He retreated instantly, even risking teleportation. It was too late. As Wang Bao spat out a mouthful of blood, he could sense his scabbard unleashing its power. He panted and lifted his right hand with great difficulty. Then he yelled at the retreating Taoist Yuran. Kill! The skies in the sword body shuddered with the fall of his hand and his single word. Countless hexes shattered. The ancient sword trembled. The black strand rushed forward like a blade that could cleave through all living things, passing smoothly through all defenses and everything in its path. The abyss shattered in its wake. Shock and alarm colored Taoist Yuran's eyes as he teleported himself away. Then, something shifted suddenly in his eyes. His body stuttered imperceptibly for a second. Everything happened too quickly. That was why no one had noticed. Not Wang Bao, not even little Missy. The black strand descended like a bolt of lightning, slicing through Taoist Yuran. A pained scream rang out in the air and was followed by a sudden silence. Taoist Yuran's body was cleaved into 2 clean halves, and blood spurted out as the 2 halves fell. Wang Bao spat out another mouthful of blood, and depleted of all energy, he too finally fell. Little Missy materialized at that instant. Face pale, her form blurry and indistinct, she grabbed hold of Wang Bao immediately. Her eyes were filled with pain and heartache for Wang Bao, but she seemed relieved too. She turned and stared at the cleaved halves of Taoist Yuran then and discovered illusory starlight glimmering in the exposed wounds of the 2 halves. Her face was instantly filled with shock. Star-seeding Dao? Little Missy shuddered as shock flickered in her eyes. She didn't hesitate and carried Wang Bao away hurriedly, racing not towards the vast expanse Dao Palace in the sword handle but towards the Immortal platform, where Wang Bao had intended to go. A myriad of emotions flickered across little Missy's face as she carried an unconscious Wang Bao away with her. There was loss and bewilderment, anger as she clenched her jaw, and hesitation and doubt. They were all the result of having seen the illusory starlight in Taoist Yu Ran's corpse. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't have been able to see such starlight. This unique spell was only visible to special spiritual forms. Star-seeding Tao, a legacy that the vast expanse Tao Palace inherited from a mysterious place. My father called it the sect's most powerful Tao after reading up on it. Little Missy murmured to herself. She was no stranger to the star-seeding Tao. She hadn't been qualified to learn it, but she was aware of how powerful it was. It could be viewed as a mystic art of cloning or, alternatively, that of enslavement. However, its true essence was neither. Its principles defied normal logic. One must know that despite the numerous stars in the universe, there were different types of stars, be it a planet or an eternal star. However, the star-seeding Tao didn't differentiate between planets and eternal stars. The stars were instead divided into 3 tiers and 3 corresponding realms. The star realm, the moon realm, and the sun realm. At the star realm, the cultivator was required to fall into a deep slumber. Depending on the level of his cultivation, he would be able to give out numerous star seeds that would then fuse themselves with the living creatures of the universe. These creatures would then be able to practice cultivation until the time came when the cultivator harvested all the star seeds with a single thought. The harvest wasn't merely for the star seeds but for all cultivation and vitality housed inside the star seed hosts. Then, by applying another mystic technique, the harvested gains would be augmented multiple times. The cultivator would break through the star realm and enter the moon realm. This somewhat resembled what the state preceptor had done when he had refined the giant python puppet, whose will had eventually been usurped by the donkey. However, it was much more powerful than what the state preceptor had done. As for living hosts for the star seeds, cultivators were considered inferior candidates. Hosts that fully unleashed the mystic art's power were entire stars. A star seed implanted in a star would allow all living creatures on the star to play host to the star seed. As long as enough stars were harvested, one could attain powers that vastly surpassed that of a typical star realm cultivator upon reaching the moon realm. Of course, the most fearsome and powerful would be a cultivator at the sun realm. One would be able to plant seeds in an entire patch of universe, harvest said region, and gain unimaginable power. Little Missy had no recollection of anyone who had ever attained the sun realm, though. There had only ever been one person who had attained the moon realm in the entire vast expanse Tao Palace. She remembered clearly that her father had sighed after browsing the contents of the mystic art and said that this mystic art wasn't from this universe. He hadn't said anything more after that. What she remembered about the star-seeding Tao made one thing very clear to little Missy, and it was that Taoist Yu Ran was but a mere star-seed host. That meant there was someone else in the ancient sword who was the true mastermind behind everything that had happened. Yu Ran was but one of his dancing puppets. This was a surprising revelation but not a shocking one. The part that made her clench her teeth and feel lost was related to the uniqueness of the star-seeding Tao. It was a legacy that had to be inherited. Such an inheritance required someone with cultivation at the star realm being willing to use his own soul to form a seed. Basically, a star realm cultivator had to surrender his own soul to create the original seed for the next practitioner of the star-seeding Tao. The first person from the vast expanse Tao Palace who had inherited this legacy from a mysterious place had acquired such a seed, which had been in slumber for an unknown number of years. He had been the pioneer who had acquired the star-seeding Tao. The legacy had then been passed down from generation to generation in the vast expanse Tao Palace, and there had been only one cultivator every generation. The last cultivator of the star-seeding Tao was Lord Zhou. Could it be him? Can't be anyone from the never-ending clan. Such a mystic art requires the predecessor's complete consent for the inheritance to be valid. Even a powerful cultivator at the star realm wouldn't be able to influence the inheritance. Little Missy fell silent. She was more confused than ever. She had fallen into a deep slumber after being injured severely and entering the mask. She had no inkling of what had happened after that. The mask had been shattered, and she had become incomplete, losing many of her memories. She had found the enormous corpse on the moon familiar but had no recollection of him. Of the memories she currently had, those regarding Lord Zhou showed a mild-mannered, dignified man with unbending righteousness. She didn't believe that such a person could be capable of these deeds, especially those that had taken place in the Death Dao battleship. The familiar heads hanging on the ends of the tentacles, the devouring of Dao palace cultivators, and the plan to sacrifice the entire Federation. These couldn't be the actions or desires of the man in her memories. Little Missy fell into a confused silence. Wang Baol rested in her arms as she continued racing through the skies. They finally found the Immortal platform. She struggled to activate the Immortal platform, sending Wang Baol away. Her blurry form finally dissipated, sending her and her confused heart back into a deep slumber. While that was happening in the damaged Death Dao battleship under the collapsed cavern of the 3rd level, a 4th level was revealed. Even Wang Baol hadn't managed to discover this level. It remained unaffected as the world outside shook and collapsed. It was a completely different place compared to the other worlds, which had been dark and filled with corpses. Birdsong and floral fragrance filled the air. The skies were blue, and oceans covered the surface of this world. In the middle of the vast ocean there was an island. On the island there was a mountain, and, atop the mountain, floated a soft, glowing light. Within the light sat a person, indistinct and fading in and out of view. It appeared to be a woman. Her long hair flowed to her shoulders. She was likely an incredible beauty. If someone of incredible cultivation, who had the ability to see past all disguises and discern one's essence, were present now, they would be able to tell instantly that this woman was not of the never-ending clan. Her incredible beauty wasn't merely a superficial piece of clothing. If little Missy was there, she would have been shocked to see this woman. That was because she was no stranger to her at all. She had been one of little Missy's friends in the past, a cultivator from the vast expanse Dao Palace. The woman sitting in the glowing light had appeared to be asleep before Taoist Yuran had died. Her eyelashes fluttered then, and she opened her eyes, revealing the starlight held within. Is died. That's not surprising though, considering that his opponent is the saint's chosen one. The woman smiled. She felt a loss at Taoist Yuran's death, but she wasn't particularly upset. He wasn't the only starseed host she had in her possession. The never-ending clan member who had discovered Wang Baol collecting fragments of the mask in the Sea of Fire on the sword handle had been another one of her starseed hosts as well. She hadn't interfered with their affairs much. She had only observed silently through their eyes, allowing the starseed hosts to act according to their desires and will. They themselves had no idea that someone had planted a starseed inside them or that their deaths could be determined with a single thought. Since Yuran has carried out his plan to this point, he should be allowed to complete it. That should make a rather good game. The woman smiled after some thought. She lifted a finger on her right hand. In the distance, waves rolled and the sea parted. Up rose a body. It was the body of a never-ending clan member that exuded soul conduit realm cultivation. Something drew the body over before the woman. She pointed again. Taoist Yuran's memories materialized as a soft glowing light, which entered the body through its head. Then, she did something else, causing flesh and skin to begin to shift as clothes materialized on the never-ending clan cultivator. It wasn't conventional clothing, but the body of a Dao Palace cultivator. It was the exact image of Taoist Yuran as he had appeared in the Dao Palace. After accomplishing all that, the woman waved her hand. The newly born Taoist Yuran vanished and reappeared on the 2nd level. He shuddered, then opened his eyes and immediately climbed to his feet. Fury lit up his eyes as he howled. Wang Baol! He had no memory of being killed. He only remembered discovering Wang Baol draining the battle robes and rushing over to stop him. Before he had been able to do anything, Wang Baol had blown up the arch armor and sent the entire cavern crashing down on them. The 1st and 2nd levels of this world had caved in. He had abandoned the idea of chasing after Wang Baol then decisively. Instead, he had begun salvaging the situation while carrying out his own plans. He suspected nothing, The woman had allowed the newly reborn Taoist Yuran to inherit his control over the enslaved Mializi and the other cultivators. He had no idea that on the distant fourth level, there was a pair of eyes watching him secretly. Everything in this world, including the stars, has their destined path, observing as their fates unfold, and instead of interfering directly, transforming into an omniscient power that nudges them in the right direction. That is the star-seeding Tao. Perhaps we should call this the heaven-seeding Tao. The past generations of cultivators have gotten it all wrong. The woman enveloped in the glowing sphere on the fourth level murmured. Her eyes devoid of emotion, she turned and gazed in another direction. Her gaze seemed to see right through the battleship, past the ancient sword and past space, landing on the distant moon. That is why, my dear husband, I don't regret what I've done. I'm clearly the more suitable of us both. Your master made the wrong choice. You lost the green lotus. What then gave you the right to inherit this mystic technique? In which case, even if I did steal the legacy left to you by your master through deception and caused your death, why did you continue to hold on to this grudge even after you died and turned into the living dead? It was unlikely that there was anyone on the ancient sword who knew the identity of the woman who was currently gazing at Earth. Even if there was someone who did, they wouldn't have the chance to enter the fourth level in the battleship and gaze upon the figure in the glowing sphere of light. It didn't matter whether what she practiced was the star-seeding Tao or the heaven-seeding Tao though. This had almost nothing to do with Wang Baol at the moment. His final battle with Taoist Yuran had awakened his scabbard and released a hex strand that it had absorbed previously, killing the latter. If news of this were to spread, it would surely shock the entire Tao Palace and the Federation. It was an impossible feat. Wang Baol had relied on numerous external powers, such as his various mystic techniques, soul guiding, dream spinning, 10,000 tribulations, and 1,000 lives. He had also relied on the arch armor's self-destruction mechanism and the spirit energy he had drained from the Death Tao battle robes. In addition, Taoist Yuran hadn't been fighting at peak condition. Wang Baol's final blow had been the result of something unexpected as well. Taoist Yuran had frozen for an imperceptible moment during his attempt to teleport away and avoid the black strand. Wang Baol, Little Missy, and even the mysterious woman hadn't noticed that. That was the true cause of Taoist Yuran's death. With his cultivation, he would have been able to avoid a fatal hit even if he couldn't avoid being hit at all. His death had led to the mysterious woman's construction of a new Taoist Yuran. She might have inserted Taoist Yuran's memories into the new body, but there was still a time lapse between his death and his rebirth. Perhaps she hadn't cared about that, or perhaps it was like she said and what she practiced was the heaven-seeding Tao. She followed certain laws that she had been enlightened of and set herself. She observed the fates of the others. Instead of interfering with destiny directly, she transformed herself into a supreme consciousness that tried to influence and nudge others along discreetly. That was how Zhao Yaming had appeared in the sword handle after being teleported out of the battleship and had enough time to run away. Others wouldn't have been able to return to the vast expanse Tao Palace in such a short period of time. But Zhao Yaming was a true inner sect disciple of the vast expanse Tao Palace. She had the right to activate a small part of the array formation on the ancient sword, as well as the knowledge to do so. This had allowed Zhao Yaming to locate a teleportation array formation on an island in the shortest possible time, modify it, and teleport herself a farther distance. This had allowed her to establish communications with Sect Lord Su and the others in the Tao Palace. When the Sect Lord received Zhao Yaming's voice transmission and heard the contents of her frantically conveyed message, his breathing quickened, an alarm flashed across his face. Mializi has been enslaved. Feng Chiron's status is unknown. Taoist Yuran is from the never-ending clan. The mission was a trap. Most of the cultivators who participated in the mission are dead or enslaved. Sect Lord Su, you must evacuate everyone immediately. Shock colored Sect Lord Su's face. He didn't hesitate though and chose to believe what Zhao Yaming had told him. There was no time for him to consider the matter in detail. He immediately contacted the giant tree. The latter was to gather all cultivators from both the Tao Palace and the Federation. He was going to activate what they had set in place prior to and during the mission. Wang Baol had left orders prior to the mission. Sect Lord Su was an old and cunning fox himself. He hadn't approved of the rescue mission and had prepared for the worst. Even though he was still shocked by what he had just found out, he didn't panic. Instead, he carried out his plans meticulously. Took but 6 hours for everything to be in place. When Sect Lord Su had first arrived with the second batch of Federation seedlings, he told Wang Baol that his mission was to construct a second teleportation array formation in secret. This was to be their contingency plan. This should have been a difficult task. However, with Wang Baol, the fourth Grand Supreme Elder, supporting and covering his tracks, everything went smoothly. While the rest had been away on the rescue mission, he was the sole nascent soul realm cultivator in the entire sect. He might not have the rights to activate the Dao Palace's teleportation array formation, but he had his backup teleportation array formation ready for deployment. After activating the smaller teleportation array formation, Sect Lord Su immediately sent the Federation cultivators away in batches. Their numbers were few. As a result, their departures progressed swiftly even though the teleportation array formation was a relatively small setup. The giant tree led the first batch home so that he might inform the Federation of everything that had happened on the ancient sword. He himself stood quietly inside the teleportation array formation, modifying the array formation so that it would self-destruct after the final teleportation. He didn't activate the self-destruct mechanism though. Instead, he held onto his voice transmission ring and gazed into the distance, waiting anxiously. He had gained knowledge of most of what had happened inside the battleship through Zhao Yaming's voice transmission. He knew the low odds of Wang Baol's survival, which caused his spirits to sink. Regardless, a fierce light continued to shine in his eyes. A day passed as he waited. Zhao Yaming, who had utilized her rights as an inner sect disciple and her knowledge to modify teleportation array formations, finally returned. Both of them activated the teleportation array formation. She stared in the direction of the Death Dao battleship silently. Both of them knew that they could wait no longer. They sighed and initiated the teleportation. They didn't inform the Dao Palace disciples of what had gone on in the battleship as they didn't know whom to trust. The fate of the Federation was at stake, so they dared not risk that. The sounds of explosions suddenly rumbled in the air as the teleportation array formation began to break down. The sounds it was giving off were louder than all previous teleportations. It resounded throughout the Dao Palace and caught the attention of the Dao Palace disciples. Dugulin was the first to sense it. He vanished from where he had gone into seclusion and reappeared at the teleportation array formation. It was located behind Grand Supreme Elder Wang Baol's Grand Palace. There were traces of a destroyed array formation on the ground. Emotions flickered across Dugulin's face, but he remained silent. It didn't take long before the disappearance of the Federation cultivators caught everyone's attention. News traveled across the Dao Palace like wildfire, causing shock and suspicion. That didn't last long. Soon, a deafening explosion erupted in the distant sea of fire, shaking everyone to the core. They turned towards the direction of the explosion and saw an enormous battleship rushing towards them from the distant sea of fire. It was the Death Dao battleship. Daoist Yuran had clearly repaired and restored the battleship. It wasn't at its ideal, full functionality, but it functioned. It approached the Dao Palace steadily, then stopped right before it. The main Dao Palace island was like an ant compared to the enormous battleship. Shock filled the Dao Palace cultivators. They trembled under the authority and power emanating from the battleship. Then numerous figures darted out from the Death Dao battleship. These were all familiar faces. They were the cultivators who had left on the rescue mission. Most of them were nascent soul realm cultivators, though a few were at the core formation realm. The two that attracted the most attention were Mielizi and Daoist Yuran. Their faces were dark and solemn. A closer look would reveal that the expression on Mielizi's face was more dazed than stormy, while Daoist Yuran was the one who was truly furious. His senses had clearly informed him of the disappearance of all Federation cultivators from the Dao Palace. He knew what that meant. He and Mielizi, alongside a dozen or so nascent soul realm cultivators, flew out. They hovered in mid-air above the main Dao Palace island. Everyone on the island lowered their heads and extended their greetings. Dugulin stood amongst the crowd. His eyes fell on his master. He was one of the rare few who had noticed the dazed look on his master's face. He stared at his master, then shut his eyes, concealing the sorrow hidden deep within. As the Dao Palace cultivators fell to their knees in greeting, Mializi spoke. His hoarse voice resonated in the air like thunder. The Federation cultivators broke their promise and abandoned their principles. With Wang Baol as their leader, they stole precious treasures from the never-ending clan battleship and harmed cultivators from the Dao Palace. These despicable and shameless cultivators staged an ambush on Elder Feng Churan. Because of them, the Dao Palace suffered tremendous losses. The Federation is not to be trusted. They have to pay a price for what they have done. I hereby make the following announcement. All Dao Palace cultivators are to gather immediately. We are declaring war on the Federation. We shall wipe the Federation from the face of the solar system. They shall become the fuel that will light the vast expanse Dao Palace's path towards our former glory. War between the Federation and the Dao Palace had become an inevitability. Wang Baol was unaware of that at the moment, though, as he was still unconscious. Little Missy had used the Immortal platform to send him to a place he wouldn't have been able to reach with his own level of cultivation. It would have been challenging for him to reach this place even with his status as an adopted disciple, as a certain opportunity was required for it to present itself. Little Missy had given him that opportunity. The skies weren't the dark and ruined skies of the sword body. Half of it was painted a pitch black, while the other half was a burning, fiery red. If one were to take a closer look at the skies, they would be able to see the air warp and distort itself in the red part of the sky. The red half of the heavens seemed to be rippling with intense heat. The pitch-black half resembled a starlit sky. Countless stars scattered across the half. The land was a flat plain. There was no sea of fire, no green meadows, no ruins or corpses that were clear signs of past battle. Wang Baol lay on the ground, motionless. He had suffered catastrophic injuries. His unconscious body healed sluggishly even with the green lotus inside it. Time passed slowly. No one knew how much time had gone by, as the skies remained unchanged. There seemed to be no concept of day and night here. Nothing changed. Everything seemed eternal. At least, that was what Wang Baol saw when he opened his eyes. An unchanging, eternal sky. Where am I? Weakness and intense pain surged through his body, and there was bewilderment in his eyes. He had been awake for an entire day, but his mind remained fuzzy. It was a complete blank. It was as if there was a gap in his memories. He had stared dumbly at the sky for one whole day without any visible reaction. As the day passed and his injuries repaired themselves, the gaps in his memory began to fill in. His memories still seemed fuzzy though, possibly a side effect of unleashing some terrifying mystic technique right before he had passed out. The Death Dao battleship, Taoist Yuran, a murderous pursuit, the scabbard. Fragments of his memories began to surface. Wang Baol lay there, his thoughts confused. His breathing suddenly quickened as his eyes regained slight focus. I remember now. I was being pursued by Taoist Yuran. At the last moment, I triggered a hex strand inside my scabbard, killed him. Wang Baol became alert at that thought. His mind and his body tensed. He sat up immediately, scanned his surroundings, and then lifted his face skyward. The vastness of his surroundings and the bizarre-looking sky drove Wang Baol into a long bout of silence. He shut his eyes slowly and called out for little Missy. He didn't receive a reply. When he opened his eyes again, he took stock of his injuries and discovered that nearly half of his injuries had been healed. His mind was still a bit foggy. There was something else that didn't affect his body much. The memories in his head. He could remember many things, but they felt more distant. He had quite a few ideas about what had caused that. The one he thought was most likely to be right was how this might have something to do with him forcibly activating his scabbard. My level of cultivation wasn't high enough for me to wield the scabbard. Is that why when I forcibly unleashed it, It affected my memories, sorta like a partial memory wipe. Wang Baol muttered to himself. He rubbed at his forehead, then scanned his surroundings again. He wanted to know where he was. Now that he had regained consciousness, he began studying his surroundings in detail. Gradually, his breathing began to quicken, and emotions flickered across his face. He took a deep breath, then got to his feet. He fought against waves of dizziness as he raced across the lands, inspecting the surrounding area. Then, he returned to his original spot and stood there as waves of emotion threatened to pull him under. This isn't the sword handle or the sword body or any kind of island. There's no sea of fire or any hexes around. The temperature is lower than the temperature found in the sword handle and the sword body. Wang Baol's heart began to race. He stared at the sky and studied the red half of it for some time. Then, his eyes shifted to the starlit black half. He stared at the stars, located familiar celestial bodies, then shuddered. He knew where he was. The tip of the sword. Wang Baol stared at the ground beneath his feet. A bolt of lightning seemed to flash across his mind, sending his body shivering. It took him a long while before he was ready to accept reality, that he was indeed at the tip of the sword. He had his guesses about how he had arrived here. Was it little Missy? Did she bring me here when I was unconscious? Wang Baol muttered. He didn't do anything reckless. Instead, he sat down and pulled out his pills, then continued the healing process. He remembered Taoist Yuran perishing, which meant that war between the Federation and the Tao Palace had just been avoided. Even if war were to break out, the difference in power between the two would not be as vast as it had been. The Federation wouldn't be at the Tao Palace's complete mercy. That was why Wang Baol wasn't panicking at the moment. He took a few days to allow his injuries and his body to recover almost fully. His memories finally cleared up as well. Then, he got to his feet, his eyes alert, and began to comb the area. As the Grand Supreme Elder of the vast expanse Tao Palace, Wang Baol knew things a typical Tao Palace disciple didn't know. For example, the tip of the sword was considered a restricted area of the vast expanse Tao Palace. Legend spoke of the land being where the ancient elders of the vast expanse Tao Palace slumbered. The weakest of these elders were at the planet realm, while some of them were even at the eternal star realm. Feng Qiran had said that she believed that some star domain realm elders had survived and were at the tip of the sword. She had no proof, but Mielizi had shared her beliefs. Wang Baol had only listened to what she had said casually. He might have thought about entering the sword tip one day, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. With little Missy back in slumber, Wang Baol had to be even more careful. He slowed down his pace, surveying his surroundings while on the move. The sword tip was vast, but it clearly couldn't compare to the sword body. He traveled for a few days before the land began to look different even though the skies remained unchanged. It was as if the land had been divided into two halves by someone. A long barrier made of ice and snow stretched before Wang Baol, without an end in sight. Wang Baol stood before the ice and snow and stared at the snowy lands 10 feet ahead of him. He pondered for a moment, then took a step forward and crossed over. A frosty, bone-piercing wind rushed at him the moment he stepped onto the snowy lands. It hit the barrier behind him and stopped. It was as if the snowy and windy land existed on a plane different from that of the flat plains behind him. The skies were divided into two halves, one fiery hot and the other starlit, and the land was covered with ice and snow. The bizarre sight made Wang Baol more cautious. He didn't stop moving, but he didn't rush himself. He advanced carefully. After a long time, he finally saw 3 enormous, indistinct-looking buildings in the distance. He stopped in his tracks as his eyes widened. After a long while, Wang Baol sucked in a cold gasp of air and began moving faster. The 3 towering buildings became clearer in his eyes as he approached. They were 3,000-foot-tall palaces, which were sealed in clear ice. They resembled 3 glaciers. Wang Baol was awed by their majesty. When he got within a certain radius of the buildings, suddenly, a wisp of consciousness darted out from the palace on the left. It was like an invisible, fearsome hurricane that swept across the air and rushed at Wang Baol like powerful waves. Wang Baol was like a tiny raft adrift in the ocean. His mind turned blank instantly. The terrifying wisp of consciousness didn't keep its hold over him for long, retreating instantly. Then, a voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed in the air. As an adopted disciple, you are qualified to shoulder the responsibility of rebuilding the Tao Palace. You may access the first spiritual palace for a chance to achieve phenomenal breakthroughs in your cultivation. Wang Baol didn't have time to react to those words before the enormous palace on his left let loose a series of loud cracking sounds. Layers of ice cracked and shattered instantly, falling apart and revealing the entire palace before Wang Baol's eyes. Having been released from its icy prison, the palace began to emanate a crimson glow. The light transformed into an enormous pillar of light that rose to the heavens. As Wang Baol stared at the ice that had suddenly melted, at the enormous palace that had unexpectedly revealed itself before him, and at the beam of red light rising into the sky, his breathing stopped momentarily. His hair ruffled as waves of spirit energy rippled from the towering beam of light. He stumbled back from the force of the spirit energy. The land around him began to shake. It was as if a ferocious beast that had been in deep slumber for eons had just suddenly opened its eyes. The incredible power that emanated from it upon its awakening shook the world. It might not be appropriate comparing Wang Baol to an ant next to the palace, but he was still incredibly small in comparison. The size of the palace and the aura it exuded gave one an impression of something unimaginably majestic and vast. The impression given would have been magnified if one had been gazing at the palace from afar. The three palaces were enormous, with the other two palaces still sealed in ice. The palace with its crimson beam of light seemed especially arresting a sight. It took more than 30 seconds before the palace's overwhelming aura slowly dissipated. The red beam of light continued rising into the heavens, and rings of spirit energy continued rippling outward from the beam. However, everything else returned to normalcy. The doors of the palace slid open slightly, spilling red light into the open. It was but a narrow opening, a mere slit when compared to the entire palace, but to Wang Baol, the gap was wide enough for 3 grown men to march through while holding hands. It was an awe-inspiring sight, but he was no longer a young and inexperienced brat who had just begun his journey of cultivation. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and thought carefully about what the icy voice had said earlier. He began piecing together the clues he had gathered. It gradually led him to a conclusion. I'm being presented with a golden opportunity. Wang Baol's eyes shone brightly, burning with excitement and hunger. He had dreamed of becoming the Federation president since he was a kid. He knew that only the most powerful had the right to command the entire Federation. If he could become stronger, he would have the power to master his own destiny. Having survived a battle with Taoist Yuran and having experienced the powerlessness he had felt while on the Death Dao battleship, Wang Baol's single-mindedness towards his cultivation and his pursuit for strength was unquenchable. He might not show it on his face, but in his heart, he hungered desperately for greater power. Having thought it through and assessed the situation, Wang Baol raced towards the palace decisively. He arrived before the palace almost instantly. He stood before the open doors, gritted his teeth, and stepped into the red light on the other side of the door. Wang Baol's vision blurred and then cleared instantly. He was inside the palace, surrounded by a vast emptiness. There were 3 statues around him, and a red pearl was set on the top of their heads. It gave off a red light. Before him sat an elder. Shock rippled through Wang Baol when he saw the elder. He took a few steps back instinctively. Then he steadied his breathing, cupped his fists, and took a deep bow. "Greetings, senior." Wang Baol continued standing there after his bow while sneaking a peek at the elder sitting before him. At first, he wondered who the person was, but he soon realized something was wrong. He's not real? A thought flickered in Wang Baol's mind. He could tell that the elder's body wasn't real. It seemed illusory. He sat there, motionless. As Wang Baol was studying the man before him, the elder, whose eyes had remained shut for who knows how long, suddenly opened his eyes. A gaze, bright like twin stars, landed on Wang Baol. He felt something explode in his head. Those eyes seemed to see through him. No secret remained concealed under those eyes. Everything was exposed before the illusory elder's assessing gaze. The feeling didn't last, as the elder soon retracted his gaze. Sweat poured down Wang Baol's forehead. He was breathing heavily and utterly shocked. He was still recovering from that shock when the illusory elder spoke with a raspy voice. "You are qualified to take the trial. If you can endure the force of my spirit energy for 10 counts, you will be deemed to have passed the trial. If you pass, you will receive the chance to enter the 10,000 spirit blood pool once, and the opportunity to strengthen your physical body." The elder didn't give Wang Baol the freedom to accept or reject the offer. After he was done speaking, he raised his right hand suddenly and pointed at Wang Baol. The moment the finger stilled in mid-air, a powerful force that resembled a hurricane erupted from the elder's body. Waves of spirit energy surged outward like tumultuous waves stirred by a wild storm and rushed at Wang Baol like a tsunami, threatening to pull him under. The force of those waves of energy could wipe everything out. They sent the earth quaking and the skies shaking, causing the world before Wang Baol's eyes to blur. He had become a single leaf in the storm, unable to hold onto his mind or a single breath. His entire body seemed to be screaming. He passed out instantly, his body shuddering under such terrifying power. Wang Baol had no idea how much time had passed before he finally regained consciousness. He lay outside the palace, amidst a deathly silence. He was confused for a moment before he suddenly sat up. Memories of what had happened before he had passed out surfaced in his mind. His breathing stopped momentarily. Then he turned his head towards the palace. The doors were still open, causing him to let loose a sigh of relief. Seems like this trial won't disappear if one fails. There's no harm done even if I fail. I'll simply be pushed out. Wang Baol fell into a contemplative silence. He recalled what had happened before he had passed out. That might have something to do with him not being mentally prepared for the trial. Let's give it another go. Determination flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He got to his feet, shifted, and once again entered the palace. This time he was ready for it. He unleashed his full cultivation as soon as he stepped inside, roaring as he tried his best to stand his ground. He didn't last long. Waves of spirit energy spiraled into a hurricane inside the halls a second time. In the next instant, Wang Baol's body was swept out of the halls, through the narrow opening between the doors. He crashed into the ground and was knocked out immediately. Wang Baol woke up an hour later. He sat up and stared unblinkingly at the palace, the gears in his head spinning furiously. He reached a conclusion. He wasn't going to be able to breeze through this trial. The rules didn't say anything about using dermic treasures. Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He lowered his head and began rummaging through his storage bag. After a short while, he pulled out several dermic armaments. He armed himself and then charged forward, entering the palace again. This time he managed to last 3 counts. On the 4th, a loud thud sounded from his body, and he passed out, being sent out again. It's not that my body can't withstand the pressure, it's my senses, they're too sensitive. That's why I'm affected by the overwhelming pressure. I might stand a chance if I can somehow dull my senses. Having woken up again, Wang Baol frowned and began thinking. After a long bout of contemplation, his eyes suddenly lit up. What if I knock myself out after I enter the palace? Doesn't that mean I won't be able to sense the suppressive force at all? Maybe I'll pass that way. If that doesn't work, I'll just have to recite the sutra. Wang Baol grew excited at that thought before sighing. He really didn't want to use the sutra unless it was his last resort. He had a feeling that the mysterious entity had probably just fallen asleep after he had been awakened the last time. If he were to disturb his rest again, he might just incur the entity's wrath. He probably isn't a morning person. Of course, most importantly, I, Wang Baol, should be relying on my own abilities to win this chance for a breakthrough. Wang Baol muttered to himself. Then he dashed through the opening again. This time, before the elder could unleash his cultivation, Wang Baol raised his hand decisively and smacked himself hard on his own forehead. There was a loud smack. He had used quite a bit of force and was knocked out immediately. Relentless to a fault, Wang Baol had even unleashed his cultivation as he hit himself on the forehead. This time he was knocked out so hard that he might be declared dead. He fell to the floor with a loud thud. The illusory elder froze at the sight. As an illusion, he didn't possess much intelligence. But it was clear that Wang Baol's self-inflicted violence had confused and bewildered him. The waves of spirit energy that he had unleashed dissipated. There was analysis and assessment in his eyes as he pondered whether Wang Baol had fulfilled the requirements of the trial. He had never encountered something like this before. There were many who had been knocked out by his blast of spirit energy. But Wang Baol's unconsciousness was akin to a complete shutdown of his five senses. He was currently no different from a corpse. To a certain extent, that meant that he was no longer affected by the elder's suppressive force. 10 counts passed as the illusory elder was steeped in confusion. A long moment passed. The confused elder gave Wang Baol a strange look and then shut his eyes. "You pass." Wang Baol couldn't hear the two words. He had given it all he had with that single blow to his forehead. If his physical body wasn't so resilient, he might have smacked himself dead instead of unconscious. That was why, even though Wang Baol had the Green Lotus to help with his recovery, he still took another 2 hours before he finally opened his eyes. He looked around with confusion in his eyes. His head felt like it had just been split wide open. It was fortunate that he was used to waking up after being knocked out. Then, he recalled what happened prior to his being knocked out. His eyes widened, and he got up hurriedly and looked around him. He wasn't outside the palace, he was still inside. The illusory elder had vanished. What remained in the spot where he had sat was a floating, glowing, oval-shaped doorway. Seemed to be waiting for Wang Baol. Wang Baol was overwhelmed with excitement at the sight. His head stopped hurting, and he stood up and hurried over. He studied the doorway, then looked around him. He wouldn't be called Wang Baol if he still didn't realize that he had passed the trial. Beside himself with excitement, Wang Baol burst out into laughter. "What a smart daddy I am. A simple trial like this is a piece of cake," Wang Baol said smugly as he patted his tummy. It wasn't as bouncy as he remembered it to be. It was hard and muscular instead. He was ill-accustomed to the feeling and didn't get a kick out of patting himself. Being too skinny isn't a good thing. It's better to have more meat on me, it's more comfortable to touch. Wang Baol sighed. He stood before the glowing doorway, took a deep breath, then stepped through. His vision blurred and then cleared immediately. The doorway functioned like a teleportation portal, sending Wang Baol to a small world that the vast expanse Dao Palace had created solely for the inheritance of its legacy. It was a small world that couldn't even rival the size of the moon. In fact, it was a mere 1/10 of the moon's size. It might be huge to an ordinary person, but its size was nothing to Wang Baol. Regardless, he was still shocked by the world's appearance when he first landed. The sky was pure white with red painted in the middle. The colors weren't the sky's true colors, but a reflection of the lands. The vast white lands were devoid of plant life. White desert sand filled the entire world, and a huge basin was situated in the middle. To be more precise, in the middle of this world was a ring of mountains that looped into a circle. The result was something that looked like a basin from afar. In fact, it resembled a crater lake. That wasn't what had taken Wang Baol aback. What had sent him gasping and had shaken him to the core were the countless corpses of huge beasts piled on the circular mountain range. The dead beasts looked fearsome and terrifying. Wang Baol didn't recognize most of them, but there were a few he recognized. Beasts that belonged in the ancient legends of the Federation, beasts like the great dragons. He saw several dragons, winged beasts of ancient Western civilizations, as well as enormous green serpents of the East. He also saw the bodies of several giants, as well as piles of never-ending clan corpses. There must have been at least 100,000 corpses on those mountains. They had all been flung onto the mountains, their necks sliced open. If he could see into the mountains, he would be able to see the purple-black stain of the mountain rocks, as if they had all been drenched in blood. The expression on his face turned solemn at the sight. He couldn't stop the images from surfacing in his mind. Many years ago, someone must have exterminated hordes of beasts and never-ending clan members here. Someone had slit their throats here, then watched them howl and shriek as their blood spilled, flowed down the mountains, and gathered in the basin, transforming the basin into a vast lake of blood that now pooled in the middle of the ring of mountains. The blood lake was reflected onto the sky. That was the pool of blood red in the middle of the pure white sky. Is this the 10,000 spirit blood pool? Wang Baol hovered in midair as he looked down at the blood lake in the center of the mountain range. After some time, he shoved down the shock he had been feeling. A strange light appeared in his eyes. From what the elder had told him, Wang Baol already knew that the greatest property the 10,000 spirit blood pool had was in strengthening the physical body. After witnessing the corpses with his own eyes, he realized what was going on here. It distills the blood of 10,000 spirits, then uses the nutrients in their blood to nourish the bodies of Tao Palace cultivators. That is how those who come here seeking a breakthrough achieve a vastly stronger physical body. This is a rare opportunity. Wang Baol took a deep breath. He wasn't a clean freak, and he wasn't bothered by the smell of blood or how the blood lake was formed. Even clean freaks would find it difficult to refuse this chance at achieving a breakthrough. An instinctive hunger began to unfurl inside Wang Baol as he gazed at the blood lake. It was like how parched earth would hunger for rain. That was how Wang Baol felt at the moment. He only thought for a brief moment before his eyes flashed, and he dashed towards the lake. He approached the lake and, without hesitation, crossed his legs and lowered himself, sinking to the bottom of the lake. An unimaginable blood chi erupted from the lake and charged towards Wang Baol as soon as he came into contact with the water. It seemed as if the blood chi had been waiting in the lake for numerous years. It had reached a certain fullness, and Wang Baol's appearance presented it with an outlet. An overwhelming, tumultuous blood chi rushed into Wang Baol instantly, breaking into his body mercilessly and drilling madly into his every pore. Wang Baol almost cried out. He felt as if flesh blood was drilling into his body, and as if countless iron needles were stabbing him. He shuddered violently as blood chi rushed crazily through his body, intensifying the pain. He started to feel as if something was trying to tear him apart from the inside. His body seemed on the verge of explosion. Blood chi was unlike spirit chi. It did nothing for his cultivation. It was only meant to nourish his physical flesh. Wang Baol couldn't tell if he was delusional, but amidst the pain, he could feel his body strengthening after having seen no improvement for so long. He was right, his physical body was becoming stronger. As blood chi continued to make its way inside him, his body continued to be torn apart. His meridians, bones, and internal organs were all ripped apart. Upon closer look, one would see his blood, flesh, and bone disintegrating, inch by inch, as blood chi continued to drill inside him. They then reformed instantly as they were nourished by the blood chi. There was no way this didn't hurt, no matter how stubbornly resilient Wang Baol was. He was currently in so much agony that he could pass out at any moment. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay awake. He was able to do that since he had been knocked out multiple times and was now used to it. Else, he would have long lost consciousness. He wasn't sure if the trial would end upon his losing consciousness, but he didn't want to bet on that not happening. That was why he was going to try his best to keep himself awake. The pain grew stronger. The sensation of his body being torn apart, and the deafening thunder that accompanied the sensation, were secondary to the pain. In fact, he soon found himself facing a more unbearable trial. As his physical body grew stronger, the remnant thoughts of the dead that had remained in the lake, their madness and their resentment, erupted inside Wang Baol's head as he continued draining the blood chi. The pained howls of countless beasts lashed out inside Wang Baol's mind as he struggled with his pain. Those beasts and never-ending clan members seemed to have taken him over. He was experiencing the madness, grief, and fury they had felt in their last moments. These remnant thoughts lashed out at Wang Baol, forcing him to lose his sense of self momentarily. He became a huge dragon, and his throat was slit open. Then he was some other beast whose throat was also sliced open. He could feel himself transforming into these beasts and never-ending clan cultivators. It felt like he was experiencing death repeatedly. He couldn't tell how many times he had died. He finally couldn't take it any longer. He passed out. That finally signaled the end. The instant he lost consciousness. His physical body began to exude a strange scent while laying in the pool of blood. It suddenly broke through and unleashed an incredible power that far surpassed that of an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator. His physical body had reached the nascent soul realm. Wang Baol regained consciousness. When Wang Baol woke up again, he was lying outside the first palace. He stared at the sky, slightly dazed. He had one question in his mind. Why was he constantly passing out after his battle with Taoist Yuran? How many times has it been? Wang Baol sighed as he climbed to his feet. His eyes widened suddenly. With a casual press of his right palm against the ground, he felt a sudden burst of energy erupting from his physical body. It shook the earth and shoved him upwards. Wang Baol gulped as he hovered in midair. He hadn't assessed his cultivation since he had awoken. He lowered his head and examined himself now, and excitement and joy quickly filled his eyes. There's no change to my cultivation. It's still at the perfected core formation realm. But my physical body has reached the nascent soul realm. Wang Baol had read the books found in the vast expanse Dao Palace and knew very well that a cultivator's prowess in battle came from 4 places. His cultivation, his mystic techniques, his dermic treasures, and finally, the strength of his physical body. These 4 aspects complemented one another. Any breakthrough in any of the 4 would significantly improve one's performance on the battlefield. However, compared to one's mystic techniques or dermic treasures, the improvement of one's cultivation and physical body were essential and, indeed, the key to one's power. The latter, especially, physical strength might be viewed as a simple thing to achieve, but unless one inherited a unique bloodline, the challenges faced in strengthening one's physical body were similar to that of increasing one's level of cultivation. Both got increasingly difficult as one advanced in level. In addition, a cultivator had limited time and resources. Only extremely powerful cultivators who had reached a plateau in their level of cultivation would steer their focus towards training their physical bodies. Few people would acquire such a terrifyingly powerful physical body like Wang Baol did while they were only at the nascent soul realm. Finally, I've reached the nascent soul realm. Wang Baol burst out into laughter after experiencing the power in his body. He vanished suddenly and reappeared 1,000 feet away. He hadn't teleported. This was the speed a physical body at the nascent soul realm could unleash. It allowed him to replicate something that resembled teleportation. He raised his right hand and tightened it into a fist. He could feel a fearsome power gathering in his fist even though he hadn't activated his cultivation. His excitement intensified. Even though he still wouldn't be a match for Taoist Yuran, based on Taoist Yuran's performance in their last fight, Wang Baol was certain that he wouldn't end up in as terrible a state as before. To think that I managed to acquire a nascent soul realm physical body just by entering the first palace. Wang Baol took a deep breath as he stared at the first palace. He noticed that the red glow rising above the palace had dimmed considerably, and frost had begun to creep back around the palace. It seemed that it was going to be sealed again. Wang Baol sighed with regret. Even though the trial he had just undergone seemed pretty simple and straightforward, Wang Baol still shivered when he remembered the pain he had experienced in the 10,000 spirit blood pool. The constant drilling of the blood chi and the mental backlash from the countless dead beasts had inflicted great pain on Wang Baol. He felt as if he had really died tens of thousands of times. It's a pity I didn't last as long as I wanted. Else, based on the scale of the 10,000 spirit blood pool, I might have reached the soul conduit realm or even the spirit immortal realm. In fact, it might even be possible to acquire a planet realm physical body. Maybe that's for the best. I should be able to find my way back here after I've become more powerful. I can try to absorb the nutrients in the lake then and attain another breakthrough. Wang Baol licked his lips. He had gotten addicted to such breakthroughs. His heart was filled with anticipation. After a moment, His eyes turned towards the other two palaces encased in ice. I wonder if I can enter the other two palaces. Wang Bao's eyes flashed at the thought. He walked over for a closer look. The ice encasing both palaces showed no signs of melting, and the earlier icy voice didn't make a reappearance. Does this mean I'm not qualified to enter? Wang Bao scratched his head. He had discovered how the rules worked, but he wasn't prepared to just leave. He made a few rounds around the palaces. Then, his eyes landed on the palace on the right. The light in his eyes grew brighter and warmer as he examined the palace. The palace on the right was the same size as the one on the left. However, the carvings decorating it were significantly more complex and detailed. It was clear that the access rights required for one to enter that palace were greater than those granted to an adopted disciple. Wang Bao's heart itched at that thought. After a long while, he finally clenched his jaw, then raised his right hand abruptly. He unleashed his full cultivation, as well as the full power of his physical body, and sent his fist flying into the ice encasing the palace on the right. Shatter! Wang Bao roared. A hurricane filled with destructive force gathered in his raised right fist. Its power surpassed that of Wang Bao's flame snatched the arch armor. The blow landed on the ice, but it was like sinking a pebble into the vast ocean. A muted thud sounded, and the ice remained undamaged. There wasn't even the slightest crack on it. Wang Bao panicked. He was about to throw another punch when a purple lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the ice after the latter had absorbed the force of his first punch. The bolt of lightning snaked through the ice, appeared before Wang Bao in the next moment, and exploded in his face. There was an explosive roar as Wang Bao shuddered and stumbled back from the force of the explosion. He was pushed back 1,000 feet before he finally caught his balance. His breathing uneven, he lifted his head and stared. The palace and the ice around it remained untouched, and the purple lightning bolt had long dissipated. The only thing that remained was the fear pumping through Wang Bao's veins. That had been a warning. If he continued attacking the palace, he wasn't going to get another warning. He would be placing his life on the line. That's hardly charitable. Wang Bao eyed the palace on the right, resentment building up inside him. Chances were, the palace hadn't allowed him entry because his rank or his level of cultivation wasn't high enough. If I were a Tao disciple, Wang Bao stood there, contemplating. Then, a strange light flickered in his eyes as an idea popped into his head. I might not be a Tao disciple, but I have an arm that might have belonged to one. At that thought, Wang Bao took a deep breath before pulling out the skeletal divine armament arm from his storage bag. He held it in his hand, unleashed his full cultivation, and allowed his cultivation to surge into the broken limb. The divine armament arm began shining with a blinding light, exuding incredible power. As soon as the fearsome power erupted from the divine armament arm, the palace on the right began to tremble under Wang Bao's nervous gaze. The tremors went on for a short while, then stopped completely. Maybe the energy released from the arm isn't powerful enough? Wang Bao frowned. He thought for a bit and concluded that it hadn't been powerful enough. In addition, his connection with the skeletal arm wasn't as perfect as he would like. Determination colored Wang Bao's eyes. He gave up the idea of injecting more cultivation into the arm. Instead, he sat down. He was going to make anew the arch armor based on the traditional refinement method. That wasn't difficult at all. The challenge lay in unleashing the arch armor inheritance's true power. He had to fuse the arch armor with the flame snatch technique in order to do so. That had been the results of Wang Bao's study, to combine the two in a complementary way that augmented their strengths. The flame snatch technique required a vast quantity of vitality, though. This would prove difficult to acquire at this point in time. However, he was confident of his success if he were only to remake anew the arch armor. Having learned from his past experience, it took Wang Bao only 2 weeks before illusory, blood-colored meridians began to emerge from his body. That was the first layer of the arch armor. Its strength and power could hardly compare to the arch armor he had before, but it would serve its purpose of fusing the skeletal arm with the armor. The meridians wormed inside the skeletal divine armament arm under Wang Bao's commands. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his cultivation again. His spirit energy flowed through the meridians and entered the divine armament arm. Waves of spirit energy began to emanate from the arm as its power was once again activated. At that instant, the palace on the right started shaking again, and the same icy voice pierced the air again. As a Tao disciple, you are qualified to shoulder the responsibility of rebuilding the Tao Palace. You may access the second spiritual palace for a chance to achieve phenomenal breakthroughs in your cultivation. I did it. Excitement filled Wang Baol when he heard those words. His heart started racing. The exhilaration that he felt at that moment surpassed what he felt when he had unlocked the first palace. After all, he gained entry to the first palace based on his credentials. His entry to the second palace, on the other hand, it was because of my hard work. Wang Baol jutted his chin out proudly as he watched the ice encasing the second palace shatter and fall to the ground. Then, a blue light burst from the palace and rose to the heavens. Waves of energy rippled in the air, and the earth trembled. Its tremors were fiercer than when the first palace had been unlocked. Despite his nascent soul realm physical body, Wang Baol was still forced to retreat thousands of feet away. He waited for the series of shock waves, powerful as a tsunami, to flood the area and slowly dissipate. Then, quieting the excitement in his heart, he began to approach rapidly. He soon reached the front of the palace and eyed the crack between the doors and the blue light spilling from the opening. Grinning happily, and filled with excitement and anticipation, Wang Baol took a step in. A familiar sensation washed over him. When his vision cleared, he saw himself standing in a familiar spot, in an area similar to that of the first palace. The statues and the interior architecture were all familiar sights. Only this time, the bead was emanating a blue light. Below the bead sat a figure. He wasn't the elder from the first palace. This time, it was a middle-aged man with an expressionless face. He glanced over at Wang Baol. It didn't give Wang Baol the same feeling as when the other elder had looked at him. He didn't feel like he was being seen through. Instead, an instinctive terror unfurled inside him. The man before him seemed to possess terrifying, unimaginable power. Wang Baol's breathing quickened, and he hurriedly lowered his head in greeting. "Senior, greetings. I'm disciple Wang Baol." The man didn't speak. He only stared coldly at Wang Baol. Wang Baol had no idea if he was looking at him or if he was looking through him, at the skeletal divine armament arm that Wang Baol had put away. His silence made Wang Baol nervous. As his imagination ran wild with panic, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke. "This palace allows one to overcome all barriers to one's breakthrough in cultivation. If you are able to pass the trial with your current level of cultivation, you may make full use of the palace to reach the nascent soul realm. The vast expanse Tao Palace has in its records 938 different varieties of nascent souls, which have been collected through the ages. Should you pass the trial, you may select one from a range of souls determined by the results of your trial." The man said coldly, his face devoid of any emotion. His voice was different from the one Wang Baol had heard outside, but they were similar in their lack of emotion and their robotic quality. Wang Baol had realized earlier that the middle-aged man was also an illusion, like the elder in the first palace. Despite his knowledge of dermic armaments, he wasn't able to discern how these three palaces were being operated, but he could somewhat tell that both the elder and the middle-aged man were likely artifact spirits. The middle-aged man's words continued to resonate in the air amidst Wang Baol's contemplation. "The souls you will be given a choice of are dependent on your performance and luck. If you manage to endure the force of my spirit energy for 10 counts, you will be qualified to select any soul that is not the 10 most powerful souls in our records. If you last for 20 counts, you will be able to choose any of the 10 most powerful nascent souls. 60 counts, and you will have the right to decide if you wish to attempt to master the only legendary nascent soul the vast expanse Tao Palace possesses, the stellar nascent soul." The stellar nascent soul? Wang Baol's eyes widened when he heard that. He suddenly recalled what he had read up on about nascent souls during his time at the Tao Palace. There were many different types of nascent souls to be found in the Tao Palace. The nascent soul realm was also considered an important stage that divided the great realms. The evolution from core to nascent soul was akin to the formation of a second life. It would drastically transform a cultivator. The key to this transformation was the quality of one's nascent soul. The better the quality, the greater the impact to and transformation of a cultivator. Wang Baol learned from his initial research that if one were to exclude a cultivator's mystic techniques and dermic treasures and look solely at the cultivator's cultivation when considering his battle prowess, one could set said level of cultivation as a basic unit. The quality of one's nascent soul would determine how many times this basic unit was multiplied to determine how powerful this cultivator was in battle. The consequent power that was going to be unleashed in battle would, of course, differ depending on the number of times this basic unit was multiplied. The difference in a nascent soul's quality could result in a vast difference in power. A nascent soul's quality dictated how well it would fuse with nomological laws. That, in turn, determined one's strength in battle and consequently, one's future in the world of cultivation. Most importantly, Wang Baol remembered the Dao Palace mentioning something in their records. There were 5 extremely rare types of nascent souls that were found across the countless civilizations in the universe. They were deemed legends. The original vast expanse Dao Palace had gotten its hands on one of them through sheer luck. However, records in the current vast expanse Dao Palace stated that this legendary nascent soul had been lost. Wang Baol had asked little Missy about that nascent soul, but she had told him not to be overly ambitious. It was clear to Wang Baol that she knew nothing about the nascent soul. That was why Wang Baol had been overcome with excitement when he had heard the middle-aged man mention the legendary nascent soul, the stellar nascent soul. He burst out into excited laughter before the man could finish speaking. "I choose the stellar nascent soul." Wang Baol's eyes shone brightly. He was afraid of the potential repercussions that he might have to deal with for cheating his way in. To prevent any unhappy repercussions, he immediately started reciting the sutra in his head after declaring his choice. He had made up his mind, he wasn't going to rely on his own hard work this time. His firm belief was that he had worked hard to get to where he was now. Everything he had now had been the result of his own blood, sweat, and tears. The occasional reliance on external help wasn't against his principles. Wang Baol recited the sutra excitedly. The skies began to thunder, and the palace began to shake as a presence that came from the deepest part of the universe descended upon them, sending the entire ancient sword quaking. It landed inside the palace and weighed heavily down on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. He didn't fight back or struggle. He shut his eyes, extended his senses, then opened his eyes again. There was a strange look on his face as he looked at Wang Baol and nodded. "You pass." Wang Baol had been fraught with anxiety until he heard those words. Excitement overwhelmed him. He was about to say something when the middle-aged man gave him a deep, unfathomable look. "I should have expected this from someone who entered with a Tao disciple's aura. I admire your courage. To think that you actually dared to select the legendary nascent soul, the forbidden art that almost no one has managed to master." "What?" Wang Baol, who had been bouncing with excitement, was stunned to hear those words. He gasped at the mention of forbidden art. He had a bad feeling about this. Before he could question the man in detail, the latter lifted his right hand and pointed at Wang Baol. "You will get what you wished for. Proceed with your breakthrough," the man said, not giving Wang Baol any chance for regret or argument. Starlight shot out from his finger and darted into Wang Baol's forehead. Wang Baol felt an explosion in his head, and his vision blurred. He felt as if his feet had left the ground and he was being swept upwards by the starlight, towards the heavens. He shot through the skies and into space. Around him was an unfamiliar patch of space. An illusion. Stars sparkled brightly around him. Before he could regain some clarity in his mind, vast amounts of information about how to refine the stellar nascent soul suddenly flooded his brain. Information about the nascent soul surged into his head, and his understanding of this nascent soul grew clearer. As his knowledge about the nascent soul grew, the waves of emotions inside him surged. He couldn't control his tragic scream in the end. "I don't want to practice this anymore." I made a mistake. I was wrong, really, really wrong about this. I don't want to learn this anymore. Little Missy, senior brother, save me. The stellar nascent soul, one of the 5 great legends of the entire universe, had been acquired by the vast expanse Tao Palace through luck. The Tao Palace had realized how extreme the cultivation method of the soul was and labeled it a forbidden art. The theory required having the cultivator extract his golden core and initiate a collision with a planet that had been melded with a powerful planet realm cultivator. Failure would result in the destruction of the core and the cultivator's death. Success would result in the birth of a stellar nascent soul. What kind of stupid legend is this? Choosing this nascent soul is pure suicide. Wang Baol gnashed his teeth and whined secretly. Tons of information about the stellar nascent soul flooded his brain, gradually expanding his understanding about the planet realm. Based on what Wang Baol had first studied in the Dark Sex records, the planet realm was the first great realm at the perfected stage that a cultivator could achieve. It was the first ultimate stage after the nascent soul, soul conduit, and spirit immortal realms. Cultivators at this realm were unimaginably powerful in both spirit and flesh. After organizing the information that he had obtained during his time at the Dark Sect and what he learned about the stellar nascent soul, Wang Baol was able to piece together a somewhat comprehensive picture about this perfected realm. The planet realm was named as such because all spirit immortal realm cultivators who wished to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation and enter this first perfected realm had to meld with an actual planet in space. One might even call it a devouring of a planet. The cultivator was to turn the planet into a part of him. The planet would rest inside his body and become the Tao foundation through which the cultivator may ascend to the stars. Legends spoke of many civilizations calling this step the ascent. That was why every powerful planet realm cultivator could be considered an actual planet. The process of devouring and melding with a star was extremely challenging, and failure would result in death. It was a vast chasm that a cultivator had to bridge in his journey of cultivation. In addition, the size of the planet, its caliber, and any other unique qualities it might possess, including its hidden stores of energy, determined how powerful the planet realm cultivator would be. A strong planet realm cultivator could have their way in the universe. They could challenge an eternal star realm cultivator and remain glorious in defeat. A weak planet realm cultivator would only be able to bully weaker cultivators at cultivation realms lower than theirs. They would find cultivators at the same realm to be difficult opponents. As these thoughts flooded Wang Baol's brain, he was on the verge of tears. He knew that he couldn't blame anyone else for his current predicament. His own talent and genius had landed him in such trouble. They had inspired the Tao disciples' palace to jealousy and led it to increase the difficulty of his attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm. Regret filled his heart, but there was nothing he could do about that now. Trapped in a starless abyss, he felt waves of spirit energy ripple around him. In the distance, the abyss stretched on forever, an overpowering, destructive force, which seemed capable of wiping everything out and made his scalp prickle and his entire body shudder involuntarily, approached rapidly. Wang Baol's breathing quickened, the veins in his eyes filled with blood, and his face contorted into a gruesome expression. Enlightened, Wang Baol howled the first word to the sutra, only to be dumbfounded in the next moment. For reasons unknown, the sutra, which had come up useful as a lifesaver on many occasions, didn't respond to his call. What's going on? Wang Baol's eyes went wide with confusion. Perhaps it only worked if he chanted it in his head. He did exactly that, hurriedly, even going to the extent of chanting the next few words that followed. However, the familiar aura that had always descended from the deepest part of the universe didn't make its appearance. Is he ignoring me? There wasn't enough time for him to think. Wang Baol trembled as the waves of spirit energy around him intensified as the destructive force approached. A stabbing pain spread throughout his body as a glowing sphere of light appeared in the distant darkness before him. It grew in size, and within a few seconds, Wang Baol heard a deafening rumbling. It sounded like the collapse of stars. If someone were to stand atop an elevated spot and look over, they would see an enormous ball of fire headed Wang Baol's way. It wasn't just a mere ball of fire. It was a planet. It wasn't huge compared to other planets, but still significantly large, as big as the moon. Compared to the planet, Wang Baol was but an ant, a speck of dust. It was still quite a distance away. Nevertheless, the waves of spirit energy around Wang Baol were vibrating violently. Wang Baol shuddered. An alarming sense of danger and death loomed over him, rushing through every part of his body like a tsunami. It doesn't seem like a drill. Wang Baol panicked. His eyes were red. He had no time to think further. From what he had just learned, he knew that he had only one chance. He was either going to attain a breakthrough or he was going to die. There was no way out. The only way was forward. Stellar my ass. Do you know how many bizarre entities I have inside my body? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wang Baol yelled. He raised his right hand and smacked himself hard on the chest. The devouring seed stirred. The green lotus resting inside the devouring seed swayed, and countless lightning bolts sparked to life as Wang Baol's lightning core popped out from his mouth. Dazzling lightning bolts darted about in the air like silver serpents. The lightning core unleashed its full power as it attempted to hold its ground against the force of the charging planet. It was like a grasshopper trying to stop a horse cart. The lightning core was no match for the planet at all and began to show signs of shattering as soon as the planet drew near. Agony surged through Wang Baol's body. With a dark look on his face, he raised his right hand and smacked his chest again without hesitation. With a loud boom, an aura more powerful than the lightning core erupted from his body. A sudden chill flooded the area, and black flames swiftly surrounded Wang Baol. They were dark fires. Wang Baol spat out his second core. The dark core. Waves of spirit energy rose to the skies as his dark core joined his lightning core to fight back against the planet. It still wasn't enough, but at least they managed to slow the planet down slightly. Regardless, slowing the planet down wasn't going to help at all. The starlit space before Wang Baol was now enveloped in the light emanating from the approaching, roaring ball of fire that was a planet. He seemed unable to see anything else. There was only the planet headed his way, a sea of fire that stretched on forever into the distance, rushing at him. The force rushing towards Wang Baol was overwhelming. The lightning core began to crack, his dark core showed signs of melting, and even his heart core was devoured instantly. It seemed like the end for him. Wang Baol was on the edge of unconsciousness. His very life was about to be consumed by the burning, shining planet. It was then that he raised his right hand again and hit his chest. Hard. If you guys don't make an appearance soon, we're all going to die. Wang Baol howled. He could feel his life fading. The devouring seed inside his body was the first that failed to withstand the planet's power. It emerged, emanating an incredible power as it transformed into a vortex that then tried to resist the planet's charge. The planet slowed down once again. Wang Baol's green lotus materialized next, swaying in the air and emanating endless vitality. It joined forces with the vortex to hold the planet back. He wasn't done yet. At that critical moment, as if it were dragged out like an unwilling hostage, the scabbard resting inside Wang Baol's body materialized. Numerous sharp strands of hexes flew towards the planet. The planet finally slowed down to a crawl. A stalemate seemed to have been reached. Each moment passed in the stalemate felt like an eternity to Wang Baol. As the weight of the planet pressed down on Wang Baol, his body shook. His lightning core continued to crack while his dark core continued to melt. The disintegration of his physical body brought along intense pain, which tortured his mind. As the immense pressure continued, an energy of rebirth began to flow out of his disintegrating cores and envelope him. It resembled a small flame, weak and faint, and also a star in the midst of formation. The spirit energy it radiated was startling. It was as if a god was being born. It was one of the 5 legendary nascent souls, the stellar nascent soul. The stellar nascent soul continued to absorb the energy given off by Wang Baol's 3 cores and the planet, and it continued to grow stronger. It was then that, suddenly, the abyss shuddered. An external power seemed to have realized what was going on and was about to stop the stellar nascent soul from being born. The powerful external force shook the abyss, distorting the fabric of this constructed world with its invasion. It materialized as a large illusory arm covered with red scales. The hand reached out for Wang Baol, meaning to destroy his body and soul and stop the stellar nascent soul from being born. It was then that an icy snort suddenly resonated in the air. It was like hearing countless people snorting all at the same time. The sound was deafening. "Who's the fool who dares stand in the path of my junior brother's breakthrough?" A sudden glint that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens in two descended rapidly. It swept towards the red arm that was reaching for Wang Baol. The sword fell. The arm was chopped off. With a single sweep of the blade, the arm was sliced clean through. A blade's glint rushed past. The crimson-scaled arm that had been reaching for Wang Baol was chopped off at the wrist. The palm disintegrated, transforming into streams of illusory fresh blood that started to rush back towards the broken arm. It was clear that wasn't going to happen. The blade that had sliced through the arm shone again, and an overpowering force descended like an invisible hand, sweeping at the blood that intended to return to the arm. The blood changed the direction of its charge instantly, rushing towards Wang Baol. The remnant will of its original owner had been wiped clean, and it now belonged to no one. It emanated a strange power and seemed to have been transformed into some form of blood supplement. It collided with Wang Baol's lightning core, dark core, and his physical body, and entered all three smoothly. Wang Baol shook at the sudden intrusion. He had struggled to maintain a stalemate with the planet earlier and had expended all his energy doing that. But his foggy, exhausted mind felt as if it had just been given a dose of some powerful pills. His mind cleared instantly. The sudden transformation was startling, but he had no time to think too deeply about it. The blood that had suddenly surged through his body was unimaginably rich with vitality. His lightning core and dark core, nourished by this unexpectedly rich source, appeared to transform into a vast ocean that flooded his mind. A huge drum was sounding inside his head. He trembled at the sudden descent of luck upon him. Bolstered by the flood of vitality, he roared and directed it all towards achieving a breakthrough. Breakthrough! His body began to give off a bright light as the beginnings of a stellar nascent soul were slowly forming inside his body. Soon, the power of a stellar nascent soul erupted from his person. He seemed to have transformed into a star at that instant, and his spirit chi only continued to grow more powerful. Thunderous booms continued to resonate in his head, roars that rose to the heavens. He could feel power growing inside him. His breathing quickened, and he gave it his best shot as he unleashed everything he had in him. His cultivation, his physical power, his lightning core, and his dark core, and attempted to break through. Wang Baol looked like a star that was about to be born. The light emanating from his body, and the halo around him, continued to grow in size and brightness. Soon, the planet before him began to tremble. The stalemate was about to be broken. The power of Wang Baol's star was about to be unleashed fully. A star was about to be born. Everything might seem like it was taking place in slow motion, but in reality, the entire sequence of events, from Chun Qing's first blow to Wang Baol's absorption of the blood and finally to the eruption of a star's aura, took place within the blink of an eye. Just as the power of his star was about to be fully unleashed, a howl filled with pain and fury pierced through the starlit space. It was a sound that inspired fear and awe. Wang Baol's spirit energy immediately showed signs of instability. "Why are you still here after delivering the goods? Are you planning to stay for dinner?" Chun Qing's cold voice resonated through the air almost simultaneously. It was followed by the glint of a blade, appearing suddenly and vanishing the next instant. Pain scream rang out. "Get lost. Make another sound, and I'll kill you." Chun Qing snorted and then said coldly as the pained cry resonated in the air. The abyss trembled, and the patch of universe that they were in seemed to shake. It was then that the screaming suddenly stopped. Despite its anger and resentment, it dared not make another sound. It had no choice but to leave. The maimed arm disappeared alongside the presence. It was as if the unknown entity had never been there. Immediately after, things began running again in this patch of the universe. With no one holding him back, Wang Baol let loose a fierce howl that rippled through space. The light gathering outside his body flared and surged outwards. It was blinding and seemed to go on for miles. The ball of light was shining brightly like the sun and the birth of a star at the same time. Cracking sounds, like pieces of eggshell breaking off, echoed in space. I said, "Break through!" Wang Bail roared. His cultivation erupted instantly, breaking through the perfected core formation realm and entering the nascent soul realm. A star's power rose to the heavens the moment he entered the nascent soul realm. One could almost see a tiny person inside the glaring sphere of light stretching all four limbs. That was the nascent soul, one of the 5 great legendary nascent souls, a forbidden art, the stellar nascent soul. A sense of unprecedented power grew inside Wang Bail. He felt as if he had the power to master the stars and to travel through space. Wang Bail's breathing quickened. He could see a familiar figure in the distance. There was a gourd in his hand, and he raised it at Wang Bail, like a greeting. "Senior brother." Wang Bail's eyes widened as he murmured. The familiar figure didn't wait for him to speak further. With a flap of his sleeve, the planet before Wang Bail, as well as the abyss, began to tremble. Their forms blurred before Wang Bail's eyes, then shattered into pieces. An incredible force rushed at Wang Bail, swept him away, and pulled him downwards into what seemed like an endless fall. Then it vanished. Before it disappeared completely, Chun Qing's voice rang out inside Wang Bail's fuzzy head. "My dear junior brother, you don't have much time left. I'll be coming to take you away soon." The abyss faded, bringing with it Wang Bail. Everything faded to black. Chun Qing lifted the gourd to his lips and took a sip. He seemed pleased as he turned and started singing. When the heavens and earth separate, the cycle of fate stops. Knowing what happened in the past, the one who suffers now is. Knowing what's to come in the future, the one who is working hard now is. It was an ancient song that sounded older when he sang it. Just as he was about to fade into the darkness, he suddenly froze. He turned his head, as if he had just noticed something, and stared into the distance. His eyes seemed to travel through space as they landed on the solar system and the ancient sword inside the galaxy. He stared for a long while before suddenly laughing. Such arrogance when it's just a mere star-seeding Tao. So be it. It'll serve as a supplement for my junior brother when it matures. Not bad at all. Chun Qing smiled, then turned and walked away, fading into the darkness. On the sword tip of the ancient sword, where the 3 great palaces were found, Wang Bail reappeared outside the Tao disciples' palace amidst a blinding light. He immediately lifted his head and stared around him, his breathing quickening. "Senior brother?" Wang Bail murmured, then fell silent. He recalled everything that had happened since they had set off for the battleship. He began to realize the things that hadn't made sense after some careful thinking. His final battle with Taoist Yuran especially made him realize something. As Wang Bail was deep in thought, he had no idea about the shock that little Missy was experiencing inside the mask. In fact, shock was too mild a word for what she was feeling right now. This little fatty, he actually managed to cultivate a stellar nascent soul. My father told me that only madmen would choose to cultivate this nascent soul. This awful fatty, little Missy was going mad. It wasn't due to jealousy. It was due to the words she had said previously that she now remembered. The feeling of her words holding some sort of power that turned mere words into reality overcame her again. As long as she said something was beyond his reach, he would somehow achieve it. Little Missy was beginning to feel slightly terrified. What's so amazing about him? Anyway, he simply has a really powerful senior brother. Little Missy finally murmured, almost fearfully, to herself after some time. After some time, once Wang Bail finally made sense of things, he finally took a deep breath. The series of events led him to an important discovery. So, senior brother enjoys spying. He's been watching all this while. At that thought, Wang Bail surveyed his surroundings again. His eyes fell on the 3rd palace. He blinked, then coughed suddenly. "Senior brother, won't you help out your handsome little junior brother and unlock the 3rd palace for him?" Wang Bail said, then waited with great anticipation. Nothing happened. He thought for a bit, then spoke again, the expression on his face wide-eyed and ready to please. My dearest senior brother, this is your dearest, most precious junior brother, Wang Baol, who's been living a lonesome, hard life for years. Senior brother, your cultivation is beyond parallel and your swordsmanship amazing. Please help me unlock the third palace. Senior brother, stop with the tests. Just unlock the third palace. Senior brother, I'm getting angry. Senior brother, are you still there? Wang Baol scratched his head, then looked around. Despite how hard he had pleaded, there was still no reply from his senior brother, who clearly enjoyed spying on him. He couldn't help but wonder if the senior brother he had the fortune to stumble upon had left. No way. Is he really gone? Wang Baol blinked. He tried shouting for his senior brother a few more times and received no reply. He sighed. His senior brother was likely gone. Even if he was still around, it wasn't likely that he was going to make an appearance before Wang Baol. So be it. I, Wang Baol, have always relied on my own abilities. It must be my fate. I'm not destined to take shortcuts and rely on others. Wang Baol muttered and tried to console himself. He ignored the soft snort that little Missy made when she heard that. Wang Baol had reached a point where he could now ignore the scornful words that little Missy said that he felt were clearly spoken out of envy. Besides, he was an optimist by nature. He might have sighed at his current predicament, but he moved on quickly, growing excited after assessing his current level of cultivation. The nascent soul realm. Wang Baol's heart burned, and excitement colored his eyes. He realized how much more powerful he was now compared to when he had been at the core formation realm. The difference was unimaginable. This only intensified the excitement he was feeling. I should learn my lesson, though, and not be too full of myself. I should only declare my choice after hearing everything the other party has to say. Wang Baol recalled everything that had happened in the Tao Disciples' palace, then concluded seriously. He didn't start thinking about how to get into the third palace. Instead, he sat down, crossed his legs, and began to stabilize his cultivation. The devouring seed, the green lotus, and the scabbard had all returned to his body. There was now a tiny person on the green lotus, though. A translucent, tiny person, with starlight emanating from its tiny body. He was built like a tiny fat person. He looked exactly like Wang Baol and was sitting on the green lotus with a serious look on his face. His scabbard had shrunk considerably. It circled his nascent soul, emanating a fearsome aura. His devouring seed radiated a similar light. It was rotating in time with his breathing. It was as if he was the center of everything. All living things were but an audience to his majesty. His heart raced wildly. It was as if he had just been crowned as ruler of all living things. As his cultivation stabilized, he began to organize and go through the information on the stellar nascent soul that had flooded his brain. A long time passed before Wang Baol finally opened his eyes. The excitement in his eyes didn't fade with the gradual stabilization of his cultivation. Instead, it intensified. He had gained new knowledge as he went through the volumes of information in his head, and his heart raced at the new discoveries. Is the stellar nascent soul really that powerful? Wang Baol's breathing quickened. He was still in a state of disbelief, despite having repeatedly gone through the information in his head. The stellar nascent soul had been labeled as a forbidden art not simply because of how difficult it was to master, but also because of how powerful it was. The stellar nascent soul was born from a collision with a planet. As a result, it possessed a certain quality that other nascent souls lacked. It might be more accurate to call it an intrinsic property. Because of this intrinsic property, the closer in proximity a cultivator was to a planet, the more powerful he would become. His strength was influenced by the planets. In fact, one might argue that the owner of a stellar nascent soul could absorb the incredible powers of a planet. In conclusion, a cultivator with a stellar nascent soul was a terrifying opponent in battle as long as there was a planet in the vicinity. In fact, the boost in power increased with the size and uniqueness of the planet. Based on the information that Wang Baol had received, there was no limit to how much one's power could be augmented. The only limiting factor was the size of a planet, as there was a limit to how big a planet could get. Theoretically speaking, if there existed an infinitely big and indestructible planet, Wang Baol would be near invincible as long as he stayed within its vicinity. This was the power granted by one of the 5 legendary nascent souls, the Forbidden Art, the Stellar Nascent Soul. Incredible! Wang Baol's heart raced wildly, and his breathing grew uneven. He almost couldn't believe his luck. It took him some time to come to terms with how powerful he had suddenly become. He lifted his face skyward and burst out laughing, his spirits soaring. The hardships he had suffered were all worth it. The heavens are indeed fair. The world might be filled with people who have gained plenty without working hard for it, or who have landed themselves in accidental fortunes out of sheer luck. But the fates would never deny a man the reward he had toiled and sweated hard for. Little Missy noticed the smug look on Wang Baol's face and heard words that rendered her speechless. A sense of exasperation and powerlessness fell over her. She sighed. "As long as you're happy." Wang Baol ignored Little Missy's sarcastic comments and got to his feet. He puffed his chest out and placed his hands behind his back. Brimming with pride and arrogance, he glanced sideways at the last sealed palace. The look in his eyes turned sharp. The aura of a powerful cultivator erupted from his person moments later, rumbling. It was an aura that surpassed that of a core formation realm cultivator. It belonged to a cultivator at the nascent soul realm. A storm howled around him, and starlight sparkled, fading in and out inside the storm. The strength of this howling spirit energy grew as Wang Baol unleashed his full cultivation. His spirit chi intensified and finally materialized as an illusory shadow of Wang Baol's nascent soul. The appearance of this mere illusion sent the heavens and earth quaking. Fierce winds started howling as the storm around Wang Baol gained strength. An intense light flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. He yelled, then charged forward with a sudden burst of speed. He broke the sound barrier instantly, forming afterimages of his person in his wake as he headed straight for the 3rd palace. Upon approaching, he roared and sent his fist flying while unleashing the divine armament arm. Shatter! A deafening thunder rippled through the air. Then, following it, a cry of pain. Wang Baol was flung backwards. His body curled outwards as he flew through the air and crashed into the ground. The land shook upon impact, a crater forming from his crash. Silence descended. Wang Baol took a while before he finally crawled out of the crater. He looked in a sorry state. He stared miserably at the 3rd palace, which was unaffected by his earlier blow. He rotated his aching wrists and sighed. I was too full of myself. Wang Baol rubbed his wrists and stared at the 3rd palace resentfully. It would be a great loss if he simply left. His gains from the last 2 palaces had been too attractive. The prize to be won from entering the 3rd palace was likely as or more attractive. How do I get myself inside? I'm not qualified enough. A considering look appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He had been able to enter the 1st palace because he had been qualified, while he had managed to get into the 2nd palace by making use of the bones of Li Wuchen's previous incarnation. So, even a Dao disciple isn't qualified to enter the palace. Only someone whose rank is higher than a Dao disciple's can meet the requirements for entry? Wang Baol thought. Based on his understanding of the vast expanse Dao palace, only an elder was higher in rank than a Dao disciple. But it was obvious that possessing an ordinary elder's rank wasn't going to get him through the doors. What he needed was a Grand Elder or even a Grand Supreme Elder that would be perfect. Where am I to find such things? Wang Baol sighed, exasperated. He had half a mind to give up. Then, something flickered in his eyes, and they started to shine fiercely. The gears in his head began spinning furiously as countless images flooded his brain. The last image that lingered was that of a gigantic corpse lying in a sea of blood, emanating incredible power, invulnerable even to the spatial tears around it. That was what Wang Baol had seen the first time he had used the Immortal platform, the sight that had sent him reeling back with shock. He suspected then that the corpse must have belonged to someone really important. Wang Baol's heart stuttered at the thought of the corpse. He soon came to a decision. I'll find the corpse and retrieve a bit of its flesh. It'd be better if I could get its blood as well. The aura emanating from that might be able to help me unlock the third palace. At that thought, Wang Baol turned around and immediately rushed off in search of the Immortal platform. The vast expanse Dao Palace on the ancient sword was vast, and numerous Immortal platforms could be found in the region. Some might have been destroyed when the heavens and earth had collapsed, but many more still existed in the sword tip. Wang Baol soon located one after a brief search. After some shameless pleading from Wang Baol, a resigned little missy taught him how to operate the Immortal platform. It didn't take long before the Immortal platform began to tremble. Smoke rose to the skies as Wang Baol melded with the smoke and rose to the heavens. He remembered vaguely where the corpse had been found. Now that he could operate the Immortal platform with greater control, it didn't take him very long, only half a day, before the smoke that he was traveling in arrived at a sea of blood. Blood chi rose from the sea of blood below him. Red lightning bolts streaked the skies as thunder roared, and a gigantic corpse floated in the middle of the sea of blood, awe-inspiring and imposing like a god. It might be dead, but its powerful aura still remained. It was powerful and far-reaching, casting an oppressive weight over the spatial tears and distortions around it. Wang Baol could feel its power despite being hidden in the smoke. The corpse was like a terrifying, huge gaping mouth that could swallow him whole. It was a feeling he hadn't felt as strongly when he had first passed the corpse, when he hadn't yet reached the nascent soul realm. Things were different now. He was hovering above the corpse in mid-air instead of just passing by quickly. His level of cultivation had increased, and his spiritual senses had grown sharper. He could sense everything more clearly now. I feel intense danger. Wang Baol fell silent. He was hesitant about what he was planning to do. Then, he thought about the gains that awaited him in the third palace and gritted his teeth. Sometimes you have to be hard on yourself in order to gain certain rare opportunities. You may even have to risk your own life. Of course, we should always have backup plans in place so that we have a chance to escape unharmed, should the situation call for that. Wang Baol muttered to himself. His eyes shone fiercely, and he suddenly started reciting. Enlightened. As soon as the first word was uttered, a familiar presence that seemed to come from the deepest parts of the universe descended. The spirit energy emanating from the corpse seemed to freeze momentarily, allowing Wang Baol to release a sigh of relief. I thought it didn't work anymore. So it still works. Wang Baol stared skyward sheepishly, then stopped his incantation. With a series of hand seals, he separated from the flying smoke and shifted away, ready to approach the corpse in the sea of blood. It was then that the corpse suddenly shuddered. Hair suddenly appeared on the body, on its exposed skin and the skin hidden beneath its tattered clothes. Despite having died, the hair on the body didn't shrivel and fall away. It survived in some strange and bizarre condition, having undergone some form of evolution. It was as if the hair possessed a mind of its own. The hair was dark green in color and as thick as a person's arm. It grew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the ends of the hairs split open, like gaping mouths, transforming the hairs into green snakes attached to the corpse. There were countless of them, clustered together and swaying in the breeze. It was a terrifying sight to behold. The snakes turned their eyes towards Wang Baol. He could feel an intense danger rushing over him, hear alarm bells blaring loudly in his head, and feel every muscle in his body trembling. Every cell in his body was screaming. Even his nascent soul opened its piercing eyes. The snakes hissed loudly. Then, hundreds of snakes lifted their serpentine bodies and transformed into a massive green blur that charged at Wang Baol, ready to devour him. They looked like the release of hundreds of arrows. Numerous other hissing snakes followed behind the first wave of snakes. In the distance were several larger green pythons. They tore their way out of a tattered Taoist robe, fearsome-looking and utterly terrifying. Wang Baol's eyes flashed as danger rushed at him. He raised his right hand, then pressed it against the ground as he roared. Enlightened. The same powerful presence from space descended once again, enveloping the entire region. The green snakes shrieked and retreated immediately. Their bodies trembled and cowered on the ground. They dared not move a single inch forward. Wang Baol perked up when he saw how effective the sutra was. Without hesitation, he crossed the skies and appeared above the corpse, right where its identity token was located. To play it safe, he shouted again, "Prisoner of the Tao of Heaven." A silent explosion seemed to have erupted inside the minds of the green snakes. Many of them shriveled and died, and a few started foaming at the mouth. Even the larger ones in the distance cowered. As for the ones around Wang Baol, they fled instantly, leaving him standing alone in the area. He knew how dangerous this place was, so he continued reciting parts of the sutra sheepishly and yet without any hesitation. After shouting out the second line of the sutra, he swiftly knelt down and grabbed the identity token on the corpse. The corpse was huge, which meant that the identity token was strangely huge as well. However, as soon as Wang Baol touched it, a bright light erupted from the identity token. It seemed to recognize Wang Baol and grant him permission to take the identity token. The bright light shrunk rapidly to the size of a human palm within the blink of an eye. Wang Baol grabbed it and stuffed it into his storage bag without taking a second look. Everything happened very quickly. Wang Baol's breathing came in quick huffs and pants, and there were still alarm bells ringing in his head. The danger he felt didn't disappear with his chanting of the sutra and the subsequent cowering of the green snakes. Instead, it seemed to have intensified. Wang Baol was about to make his escape when his eyes suddenly landed on the corpse's skin. He clenched his jaw. It's a struggle trying to get down here. Since I'm already here, I should get some blood. The identity token alone might not be enough. He knew that what lay before him was a corpse and that the chances of it having any blood left in it were slim, but based on what he could assess from the color of the corpse's skin, Wang Baol was hopeful. Thoughts churned in his head as he raised both his hands. With his left, he grabbed at the edge of the sea of blood, while his right formed a series of hand seals. An incomplete flame snatched the arch armor appeared and, along with it, the divine armament arm. The armor's meridians entwined with the arm as the latter unleashed the power of a divine armament, which charged towards and drilled into the corpse's skin. Droplets from the blood sea the size of one's fist were caught inside Wang Baol's left hand, then put away. Meanwhile, the divine armament arm on his right hand landed a blow on the corpse's skin. Wang Baol might have had a divine armament and attained a breakthrough in his cultivation, but the corpse had clearly been extremely powerful in its past life. Its skin remained extremely hard after its death. Despite Wang Baol's efforts, he only managed to inflict minute cracks in the skin. There was no way he was getting blood from those cracks. He would have to unleash his full cultivation repeatedly and spend some time on this to even have a chance of succeeding. But he didn't have the luxury of time. Ripples appeared in the sea of blood around the corpse. Something under the waters seemed to be approaching rapidly. The sense of danger that Wang Baol had been feeling grew more intense as the unknown entity approached. Wang Baol began to panic. He looked around him, eyes sweeping across the landscape before he suddenly flashed. He shifted away and reappeared in another spot thousands of feet away. This was the corpse's chest. A huge, gaping wound, clearly fatal and extremely gruesome, appeared before Wang Baol. He immediately knelt down and pressed his right palm over the wound. His eyes shone intensely, and his nascent soul had the same bright look in its eyes. With a series of hand seals, he unleashed the full power of his devouring seed, causing an overpowering suction force to erupt from his arm. It surged out from Wang Baol's palm, went into the corpse through the wound, and spread throughout the corpse. It didn't take long before Wang Baol sensed tiny slivers of blood gathering into droplets of blood. It was then that the corpse suddenly shuddered, and the green snakes began to stir again. At the same time, the ripples in the surrounding sea of blood grew into waves. The creature in the waters was angry. The sea erupted in the next moment. Rising to the heavens were two enormous wings that resembled a cicada's. They sliced through the surface of the sea. Two halves of a pair of huge wings, which looked like sails, were peering out from the water. The patterns on the wings resembled runes as well as an imprisoned demon sealed within. Its face was contorted into a gruesome expression that looked nothing but evil. Two large bulging eyes floated to the surface of the sea, appearing right between the wings. A sudden sense of danger, indescribable and overwhelming, exploded inside Wang Bao's head as soon as the creature appeared. A fierce light flashed across Wang Bao's eyes. The devouring seed continued churning in his right hand as he raised his left hand and pointed at the sea of blood. All sentient beings must endure immeasurable calamities. Boom! The pressure weighing down from the heavens intensified. Wang Bao's repeated use of the sutra had taught him that the terrifying presence summoned by his sutra would appear more powerful as he continued his incantation. He never went beyond the first two lines since he was fearful of what would happen if he did. This was an emergency, though, which was why he had panicked and spoken the third line. The suppressive force over them intensified. The creature that had emerged from the sea of blood trembled, as if pinned down by an enormous, invisible hand. It stopped its ascent momentarily. It was then that the devouring seed was finally done with its work. A drop of dark red blood, encircled by trails of blood, appeared in the middle of Wang Bao's palm. Its appearance was like a catalyst, and the creature in the water suddenly roared and charged out of the sea. The sea of blood erupted, and something huge appeared above the sea. It looked like a dragonfly, except many, many times bigger. It was blood-red all over and a terrifying sight. Its eyes, filled with violence and madness, stared straight at Wang Bao. Wang Bao's pupils contracted the moment the blood-colored dragonfly revealed itself. Without hesitation, he grabbed the drop of dark red blood and disappeared. Two crimson blades of wind slashed through the air where Wang Bao had been from opposing directions, tearing up the air itself. It formed a huge bloody cross in the sky. Wang Bao's scalp prickled when he saw that the next time he reappeared a distance away. He could feel the power emanating from the dragonfly. It was greater than that of a nascent soul realm cultivator and might be at the soul conduit realm or even higher. What a huge beast! The thought flashed across his mind. The dragonfly had risen, thundering, from the sea of blood the second it had attacked. Wang Bao had no idea where the deafening sound resonating in the air was coming from. Its mouth or its gigantic flapping wings. The beast charged straight at Wang Bao. It reappeared almost right before Wang Bao's eyes in the next instant, prepared to rip Wang Bao apart and devour him. Wang Bao would never have been able to avoid the attack prior to his reaching the nascent soul realm. He wouldn't even have been able to see the dragonfly move. It would have been instant death for him. He had his stellar nascent soul now, though. The sun, which was in the vicinity, might not be a planet and hence was unable to provide him any boost in power, but he had still just received a considerable boost to his cultivation through his breakthrough. He shifted immediately and managed to dodge the incoming charge. Regardless, the dragonfly was still much more powerful than he was. During his successful evasion, a lock of Wang Bao's hair somehow still got caught in the attack. The stray locks of hair were sliced off and went drifting in the wind. Wang Bao's heart raced. He raised his right hand, then quickly muttered the sutra in his head again. It only takes a thought to leave the deep prison. That was the fourth line of the sutra, and this was what he shouted to the beast. Insolent beast! The heavens and earth rumbled as the mysterious consciousness descended upon them once again. Thundering. The power it was displaying had grown. It was like an enormous, invisible hand, exerting immense pressure over everything as it surged down from the heavens and pressed heavily on the dragonfly that was charging towards Wang Bao. It had no physical form. Nevertheless, the dragonfly released a scream of terror and immediately retreated, cowering in fear. Wang Bao saw how well the sutra had worked and knew this was his chance. His narrow window of opportunity to escape death. He moved quickly away again, reappearing somewhere considerably further away. He then unleashed his full speed with the intention to leave the sea of blood. The dragonfly appeared to be furious upon sensing Wang Bao's attempt to escape. Violence colored its eyes, and its wings flapped furiously. Wang Bao had no idea what was going through its head. It howled again, then, with another fierce flap of its wings, fought back against the immense terror gripping its mind and went after Wang Bao again. What a stubborn creature! Wang Bao panicked. There was no time to think. He turned around and yelled out loud, no longer in the mood to maintain appearances, thinking the sutra in his head while saying something else out loud. Await! This was the beginning of the last line that he had been taught. It was comprised of 5 words. Wang Baol uttered only the first. He was of the mind to utter the remaining 4, but something stopped him from doing so at the last moment. He didn't dare do it. The mysterious power exploded when he said that one word, reaching heights previously unscaled. It was like a tsunami, pulling everything under and holding them down. The entire region began to quake violently. The dragonfly was gripped by sheer terror. It shrieked and retreated desperately, transforming into a blur of red shadow that sent waves splashing as it fled back into the sea. It trembled violently underwater, stirring waves across the surface of the sea. Its bulging eyes remained above water, staring fearfully at Wang Baol. It was a reassuring sight. With no one else in the area, Wang Baol didn't feel the need to maintain the appearance of being some extremely powerful cultivator any longer. He unleashed his full speed and dashed away into the distance. The dragonfly seemed torn, couldn't free itself from its terror though. It watched Wang Baol fade into the distance and abandoned all thoughts of pursuit. After a long while, when peace and calm finally settled in the area again, the dragonfly flew out of the sea. It circled the corpse once, then howled as it flapped its wings wildly, as if voicing its anger. The space around it was torn apart immediately. The green snakes on the corpse trembled fearfully. It wasn't done yet. With another flap of its wings, the sea of blood started rippling violently. Blood rose to the sky, twisting and contorting, turning into the shape of a person. It was red in color and looked exactly like Wang Baol. The dragonfly roared at the sight. It charged forward and sliced off an arm and a leg with its wing. Then, it opened its mouth and sank its teeth into half of the body formed from blood. The assault continued until the body was maimed and mutilated beyond recognition. That was when the dragonfly snorted, finally appeased. It replicated a couple more of those bodies that looked exactly like Wang Baol and repeated the process. Having vented its anger and become satisfied, it returned to the sea of blood and disappeared without a trace. Wang Baol couldn't bear witness to the scene. If he could, he would feel a chill over his entire body. There was no way he would try to anger the dragonfly again. It was clearly petty and the sort to hold grudges. Wang Baol had teleported multiple times by this point and found himself an immortal platform. He used the traveling smoke and got himself back to the sword tip. This might have been a challenge to others, but Wang Baol possessed the knowledge to operate the immortal platform and had just come from the sword tip. He knew which parts were safe for travel. It didn't take him long to return to the spot where the 3 palaces were located. Wang Baol stood before the 3rd palace and stared at the thick sheet of ice encasing it with anticipation. He didn't have to guess. It was obvious that whatever reward was laying within it was greater than what he had gained from the last 2 palaces. He didn't wait. He took a deep breath and raised his right hand. Then he pulled out the identity token and shouted. I said, "Unlock!" As his voice echoed in the air, the 3rd palace began to rumble. An invisible power seemed to have permeated the air, one which resonated with the identity token in Wang Baol's hand. The ice encasing the palace started to shake and seemed on the verge of shattering. Wang Baol grew excited. He waited with anticipation. As time passed, he realized that apart from the shaking and quaking, nothing else was happening. The ice shook, but it didn't shatter. It was as if something was still missing. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. His left hand formed a series of hand seals, and his flame-snatched the arch armor began to churn with power. He had self-destructed his first armor and had only managed to restore it to its first level. That was enough. Illusory meridians danced in the air and spread from Wang Baol's left hand to his entire body. Wang Baol's entire body was soon encased in the red flame snatched the arch armor. He took a deep breath and took out the drop of dark red blood. The tremors of the 3rd palace intensified instantly. Wang Baol's eyes shone brightly as he infused the blood into his armor. He unleashed his full power, and the aura of the blood's owner erupted suddenly. Wang Bail raised his right hand, thrust the identity token into the air, and shouted again. I said, unlock! As his words resonated in the air, a thundering explosion erupted from the third palace. The ice ceiling it shattered and fell to the ground, and an immense power surged from the palace and enveloped Wang Bail and the area around him. It seemed to voice its permission. As Wang Bail took a few nervous breaths, a voice rang out. As an elder, you are qualified to shoulder the responsibility of defending the Tao Palace. You may access the third spiritual palace for a chance to achieve phenomenal breakthroughs in your cultivation. It was a voice like thunder that filled the skies. The doors of the third palace slid open, revealing a sliver of the mysterious and unfathomable sight that lay beyond those doors. Wang Bail was beside himself with excitement. After the first and second palaces, he already knew what to do. He dashed straight into the palace with a single step. He entered the palace instantly. Pitch blackness transformed into an eerie darkness, then into gradual clarity after Wang Bail stepped into the palace. Wang Bail froze. He felt his hair stand. He stood, immobile, as his instincts told him to retreat. The inside of the third palace was completely different from that of the former two palaces. There was no one inside testing his qualification. The space was also wider. Those weren't the only things that caused Wang Bail's heart rate to pick up. There was also a huge pool in the palace spanning 1,000 feet. It was filled with milky white water that resembled something dairy. It gave off a strange fragrance that tempted one to drink a sip from the pool. A thin, wispy mist enveloped the space. Waves of spirit energy rippled in the area, enveloping the entire palace, and a strange weight seemed to hang in the air. The source of this pressure was the milky white pool in the middle of the palace. 11 lotus leaves gathered in the pond. There were people sitting atop 10 of those leaves, and only the 11th leaf was empty. That made 10 people in total. There were men and women amongst the 10 people. Through the mist, Wang Bail could see that they were all thin and skeletal, unmoving as they sat there. The aura of death emanated from these 10 figures. They were like corpses. Their clothes looked similar to the clothes the corpse in the middle of the sea of blood wore. They were likely vast expanse Tao Palace elders of similar high ranking. Each one of them emanated power equally strong as well. Wang Bail began to tremble, and the tremors intensified as the corpses' auras continued to affect him. What's going on with this palace? It's not simply different from the other two palaces, it also has so many corpses hiding in it. Wang Bail's teeth chattered with fear. His breathing stopped momentarily, and he could hear his heart beating loudly in his ears. The corpses' auras and the atmosphere were giving him the creeps, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. He had half a mind to leave, but his body stuttered to a momentary stop after taking a step back. His eyes narrowed, then widened suddenly. There's spirit chi in the mist. It's incredibly rich too. He hadn't noticed that because of how nervous he had felt earlier. Now, he tried to relax part of his body and attempted to absorb a slight bit of the mist surrounding him. His body shuddered. The mist flowed inside him and spread throughout his body instantly. Comfort and a sense of fullness that he had never experienced before settled inside Wang Bail. He felt eased and nourished. The spirit chi is different from the spirit chi found in the Federation and the Tao Palace. It seems to be more dynamic and of better quality. Wang Bail licked his lips. He stared at the pool obscured by the mist and its milky white waters. He had no idea what the water was formed from, but it was obvious that it was some transformational liquid. There was spirit chi in the mist that had risen from the water, so the water itself must be extraordinary. Wang Bail was slightly concerned about the corpses in the pool though. It didn't take him long before he cast his worries aside and walked into the mist. It might seem like a reckless action, but he had exercised full caution while doing so. He didn't step directly into the pool. Instead, he sat down outside, in the mist, and attempted to absorb the spirit chi within. Vast quantities of spirit chi entered his body. It began to emit sounds of cracking as an incredibly comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. It felt like being massaged by countless tiny hands, causing his exhaustion to melt away. Even his spirit felt comforted. He almost couldn't stop a moan from escaping his lips. Fortunately, he caught himself in time and reined himself in, preventing himself from making any strange noises. As his entire body relaxed and continued being nourished, his hair started to grow. His skin, flesh, and blood, as well as his bones, were transformed. He had resembled parched earth after his recent breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Now, it was as if rain had suddenly descended and nourished him. He was completely revitalized. He could feel his body growing stronger as vitality rushed inside him and nourished his body. His cultivation seemed to grow more powerful as well. The excitement inside Wang Baol intensified as half an hour passed. His eyes shone brightly when he discovered that his cultivation had increased considerably. This must be some legendary, powerful spirit liquid. What a waste leaving it here. The elders' corpses can't absorb it anyway. Wang Baol blinked. He stood up suddenly and cupped his fists towards the pool before him. Your humble disciple has intruded upon your rest rudely today. I was forced to do so and humbly request that the esteemed patriarchs do not fault my intrusion. The vast expanse Dao Palace is currently in an upheaval. I had no choice but to seek a breakthrough here and try to save the Dao Palace from danger with my increased cultivation. I seek your permission to bring the spirit liquid in this pool away with me so that it might help the vast expanse Dao Palace. Please give me a sign if you do not permit this. Wang Baol had a serious expression on his face. He cupped his fists again and bowed after speaking, waiting there silently and obediently for a reply. A dozen or so seconds passed. Wang Baol blinked and lifted his head, the expression on his face serious. He even looked slightly touched as he spoke again. The esteemed patriarchs are indeed righteous and just. I thank you for not objecting to my request. He felt incredibly consoled. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with him absorbing some of the spirit chi here. After all, he was an adopted disciple of the vast expanse Dao Palace and had little Missy with him. This was like home to him. Besides, it wasn't as if he hadn't asked first. The patriarchs didn't object to my request. It means they approve of me. Wang Baol ignored the fact that they were unable to voice their objections and grew increasingly assured of his actions. He lifted his head and puffed his chest outward, then took a few steps forward, all the while continuing to absorb the spirit chi in the air. He kept absorbing spirit chi while advancing, stopping once in a while to digest the spirit chi he had absorbed. For hours passed. The mist in the air had grown significantly thinner. Nourished by the spirit chi he had absorbed, Wang Baol's cultivation continued to grow after its initial stabilization. He was reaching the peak of the early-stage nascent soul realm. He steadily approached the pool as he continued advancing while absorbing spirit chi. Finally, he stood before the pool, excitement bright in his eyes. He stared at the water, hesitating for a moment before he muttered a few words of comfort to himself. Then, he formed a series of hand seals and pointed, retrieving a drop of milky liquid from the pool. The droplet exuded an enticing fragrance, almost tempting Wang Baol to swallow it. He was quite the clean freak though and stopped himself from doing so. The devouring seed inside his body started to churn, causing an explosive suction force to erupt from his body, which traveled down to his finger and began sucking. The droplet of water vanished immediately. It turned into a white mist that entered Wang Baol's finger and flowed through his entire body. There was an explosion in Wang Baol's head. He shut his eyes. An incredible, unimaginably rich spirit chi erupted inside his body, flooding it like a tsunami. His nascent soul opened its eyes then. It sucked a breath in and began to absorb the spirit chi. A long while later, Wang Baol opened his eyes, which were filled with intense excitement. Jackpot! He licked his lips. He assessed the increase in his level of cultivation and confirmed that the liquid had no adverse effect on his body. Then, without any hesitation, Wang Baol immediately took a step forward and sat on the edge of the pool. He unleashed the full power of his devouring seed. A deafening rumbling resounded in his head, like a series of explosive thunder. Vast quantities of liquid rose from the pool and transformed into mist. They entered Wang Baol's body through his pores, and he shuddered. His nascent soul was working overtime as it absorbed spirit chi hungrily. Waves of spirit energy rose and ebbed inside Wang Baol, growing stronger with the passing of time. Blessed with the sudden and rich nourishment, his cultivation rose and reached the peak of the early-stage nascent soul realm. I can still go on. Come on. Wang Baol's breathing quickened as he muttered to himself. He directed the devouring seed towards another round of mad absorption. His nascent soul emerged from his body and hovered above his head, forming a series of hand seals and drawing more liquid from the pool, increasing the rate of absorption. Mist rose and enveloped Wang Baol in a thick blanket of spirit chi as he continued absorbing it, spiraling around him and seemingly transforming into an enormous vortex, the center of which sat Wang Baol. He sat, oblivious, as one of the dried corpses on the lotus leaves in the middle of the pool suddenly stirred. Its eyelashes fluttered, and its eyes were on the verge of opening. Spirit chi enveloped the area like a thick fog. Wang Baol was busy absorbing the spirit chi and at a pivotal stage, trying to reach another milestone in his cultivation. He had no idea that one of the corpses was about to wake. This was a good thing. Anyone else in his place would be frightened out of their skin if they were to see the corpse open its eyes. If they were lucky, this would only cause a disruption in their cultivation. If they weren't, it might cause their spirit chi to spiral out of control. The corpse hadn't completely awakened. It had merely fluttered its eyelashes before it resumed its slumber. Wang Baol was undisturbed as he continued sucking the spirit chi in the air madly, and his cultivation crept towards the next breakthrough. He intended to continue until his cultivation reached the mid-stage nascent soul realm. This would be considerably challenging for a typical cultivator who hadn't mastered his cultivation technique. Plenty of preparation would be required before he could embark on such an endeavor as well. Cultivation techniques were extremely important, regardless of which cultivation realm one was at. But Wang Baol had a stellar nascent soul. This was where it showed itself to be uniquely different. Even without mastering any prerequisite cultivation techniques, he could push his cultivation towards greater heights just through the pure absorption of spirit chi. Because he didn't have any nascent soul realm cultivation techniques under his belt, any breakthrough in cultivation he experienced now couldn't be considered a true breakthrough. However, once he mastered the prerequisite cultivation techniques, he would be able to consolidate the gains in cultivation he had achieved without any adverse effects. Wang Baol had no lack of cultivation techniques. His memories of the dark dream, the divine powers he had acquired in the vast expanse Tao Palace, and the gains he had gotten from the Eye of Infinite techniques meant that he had a very clear idea of how to proceed now that he was at the nascent soul realm. There was no need to trouble little Missy with questions. He had 7 to 8 plans formulated in his head, and each had their own pros and cons. He didn't make up his mind immediately since there were so many options to choose from. He wanted to study them in greater detail after he returned to the Federation. He would make up his mind after a careful assessment. A nascent soul realm cultivation technique could dictate a cultivator's future. The plans he had formulated all had incredible potential, and they could be grouped into 3 categories. The first plan placed a focus on the cultivation of his physical body, with his spirit chi holding a secondary supplementary role. He would be able to physically carve out mountains from the earth and split the lands for rivers to flow through. He would be able to pluck stars out of the sky. If he chose this path, he would have 3 cultivation techniques to choose from. All of them were attractive options. The next plan would have him focusing on his divine powers. Through that, his awareness of and sensitivity to the universe's nomological laws would grow exponentially, which would speed up his cultivation progress. He could transform mere beings into soldiers, summon storms, and command the winds. His unique stellar nascent soul meant that he would vastly surpass other cultivators at the same realm in terms of power, perhaps to the extent of overwhelming them with his commanding presence. There were also 3 cultivation techniques he could pick if he decided on this path. He would need to study them in more detail. The last plan caused Wang Baol the most hesitation. It didn't focus on physical strength or one's sensitivity to the nomological laws. It only focused on one thing: killing. He would kill his way to the top. Should he pick this path, he would become a symbol of massacre and violence in the realm of the nascent souls. He would be the grim reaper of all living things. There was only one cultivation technique he could learn if he picked this path. It was the demonic eye art. It would allow him to form a seemingly tangible white eye that hovered around him and became the physical manifestation of his cultivation technique. Its cultivation method was completely different from that required by other cultivation techniques. Its cultivator needed to do only one thing, and that was to kill. Each kill allowed him to create an eye which would boost his level of cultivation. That, in essence, was the demonic eye. One could imagine the exponential increase in cultivation the cultivator would experience after massacring countless. He would be able to summon countless eyes. He would be surrounded by countless eyes. Each demonic eye had the ability to dispel spells and exuded an overpowering aura. The destructive force created from a demonic eye's self-destruction would be the equivalent of blowing up the person who had been killed to create the demonic eye in the first place. This was a cultivation technique that was created for killing others. The more one killed, the more powerful one became, and the crazier one got. It wasn't found in the Eye of Infinite techniques or in any of the vast expanse Tao Palace's records. Even little Missy hadn't heard of it. This was something that Wang Baol had read in the Dark Sex records in his dark dream. Wang Baol remembered distinctly reading about this in the Dark Sex records. It was a lost mystic art that had originated from an extinct, ancient cultivation civilization. Only records of the nascent soul realm level of this mystic art survived. Anything beyond that had been lost. That was why it had been labeled as incomplete despite its incredible power. Let's not think about that first. Wang Baol took a deep breath and set those thoughts aside. He focused on absorbing the spirit liquid in the pool. No matter which path he chose in the end, what mattered now was the absorption of the spirit chi in the pool and his reaching the mid-stage nascent soul realm. This would allow him to establish a sturdy foundation for whichever path he chose next. With that thought in mind, the devouring seed inside Wang Baol increased its suction force. The tiny, fat nascent soul above his head pressed its tiny, fat hands together. They moved swiftly, a blur of movements as they formed a series of hand seals. He started sucking in vast quantities of spirit liquid like a gigantic whale. The spirit liquid continued its series of explosive eruptions inside his body, transforming into spirit chi that pushed his level of cultivation higher. Within 10 minutes, Wang Baol's body started emitting sounds of cracking again. It was a sign that he had swallowed more than his body could bear. The spirit chi housed inside him had exceeded the limits of what an early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator could bear as well. He was now holding as much spirit chi as a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. His nascent soul was no longer a tiny fatty. It was a chubby, fleshy sphere. One could hardly tell that it was a nascent soul. Wang Baol felt himself reach both his physical and spiritual limits. He couldn't catch his breath. However, he wasn't willing to just stop there. Took me so much effort to get in here. I can't just leave with that bit of spirit chi. Wang Baol opened his eyes and stared at the pool before him. The bit that he had absorbed wasn't even 1/1000th of the pool's total volume. Determination flashed in his eyes. He wasn't going to go easy on himself now. Who cares if I get fat? I'm going to keep on draining the thing. He shouted inwardly, then took a deep breath. The devouring seed inside his body unleashed its full force again. An alarming volume of spirit chi surged into him once again, rushing through his body like a tsunami. With his nascent soul and physical body at their limits, Wang Baol resorted to a familiar technique. He converted the spirit chi into spirit fat and stored the latter in his body. This might prove to be problematic for others, but it was a simple enough feat for Wang Baol, who had his devouring seed. He could continue absorbing spirit chi until his body exploded. Wang Baol's body ballooned. The waves of spirit energy emanating from his body grew increasingly powerful. Other nascent soul realm cultivators would have found it a shocking sight. The aura that he was exuding now would terrorize any ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator. Half an hour passed. Even breathing became increasingly difficult. He now looked almost like his nascent soul, a chubby, fleshy sphere, except bigger. His handsome face was nowhere in sight. People who knew him well wouldn't be able to recognize him at first sight. His will was willing, but his flesh weak. He had no choice but to stop. I have to stop now. If I keep this up, I won't even be able to get into the air. Wang Baol opened his eyes with difficulty. He stared at his tummy, then at the pool. He gritted his teeth and sucked in a bit more spirit chi. Then he finally forced himself to stop. He pulled out the puppets inside his storage bag. I might be done, but I still have my puppets. Determination flashed in his eyes. With a series of hand seals, he got the puppets into the pool and activated their spirit kernels. They became receptacles of the spirit liquid in the pool. He pulled out numerous bottles next, both big and small, and began filling them with spirit liquid. Even after doing that, there was still too much spirit liquid left untouched. Wang Baol was faced with a dilemma and sank into deep thought. In the distance, on the lotus leaf, a corpse's eyelids suddenly twitched. It was the same corpse whose eyelashes had fluttered earlier. Its eyes opened narrowly, revealing faint white light within. Wang Baol suddenly smacked his tummy then. How could I have forgotten the arch armor? Wang Baol perked up instantly and hurriedly formed a series of hand seals. Streams of crimson meridians immediately emerged from his body and snaked around him, transforming into a red armor. Wang Baol immediately unleashed the flame snatch. The flame snatch was a technique that relied on devouring, while the arch armor was an external vessel. They made a perfect match now, in the third palace, as they unleashed their combined powers. Vast quantities of spirit liquid rushed into the armor, transforming it drastically. More red meridians began to form and intertwine with one another in a thick blanket of meridians. The armor grew larger and taller. It was a gruesome sight to behold. The spirit chi brought the armor back from its former damaged state into a fully restored one. The second stage of evolution, a skeletal structure, reappeared. Streaks of white could be seen amidst the mesh of red. They grew greater in number, exceeding its original number during Wang Baol and Taoist Yu Rant's battle, growing thicker and finally transforming into bone. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the pool, Wang Baol resembled an overweight war god, fearsome like a beast and emanating blood lust. On his right armored hand was the skeletal divine armament arm, whose power grew as it continued to be nourished by spirit chi. It had melded perfectly with Wang Baol's armor. The power that it was exuding had far surpassed that of a nascent soul realm cultivator and was now at the soul conduit realm. One might imagine the power that Wang Baol was capable of displaying should he unleash his full power. Should he meet Taoist Yu Ran again, he would no longer have to rely on tricks to match the latter in battle. The water level in the pool finally seemed to have dipped slightly. The flames snatched the arch armor had gradually reached its limits, and absorbing any more spirit energy might just make it explode. That being said, Wang Baol thought he could still attempt to do so. Just as he was about to continue, the corpse sitting atop the distant lotus leaf, whose eyes had been opened a sliver, opened its eyes fully. They were filled with confusion, haziness, and a white light. The corpse raised its right hand and flicked its finger lightly and seemingly instinctively. An indescribable force exploded before Wang Baol. He reeled back, dazed. Before he could react to the unexpected attack, his body was flung backward. He was thrown out of the pool, through the doors of the palace, and straight outside. What's going on? Wang Baol's surprised shout continued to resonate in the halls before slowly fading away. The white light in the corpse's eyes dissipated at the same time, revealing a hint of clarity. It seemed as if it had only truly awakened then. The corpse surveyed its surroundings, seemingly dazed. It frowned a moment later after sensing the spirit energy around it. Li Wuchen's aura. No, there's an outsider as well, it muttered, then lowered its head and looked into the pool. After a long moment of silence, it shook his head. I've always suspected that rascal Li Wuchen was up to no good. I was right. What a greedy fellow, it muttered, perhaps due to its recent awakening or serious injuries, which kept it from leaving. It didn't do anything else after that. It only shut its eyes and resumed its deep slumber. As for Wang Baol, it was as if he had been chased out of the palace with an explosive, forceful attack. He couldn't stop his body from being flung outwards, no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he ended up 50,000 meters away from the palace, his head spinning and vision a blur. His body crashed into a mountain with a loud thud. It took him a while before he staggered out of the hole he had created in the side of the mountain. His hair was a mess, and he looked in a sorry state. He didn't suffer any serious injuries, but everywhere hurt. He grimaced and huffed angrily. What a miser! Didn't I ask for permission to take the water from the pool? No one objected then. Besides, I wasn't planning to take everything. I only absorbed a little bit. Wang Baol recalled what happened in the palace and guessed correctly at what had occurred. Prior to his being driven out, he had seen one of the figures on the lotus leaves raise its hand. Those Dao Palace elders in the palace were likely still alive. Wang Baol sighed and struggled to his feet. He stared at the top of his tummy, then turned his neck with some difficulty and looked around him. He was somewhere between the sword tip and the sword body. He stared in the direction of the palace longingly but decided to abandon all ideas after giving it some thought. So be it. So what if the palace doesn't want me around? There'll be some other place that welcomes my presence. I'm not hanging around here any longer. Back to the Federation and my presidency. Wang Baol muttered. He thought about the contributions he had made to the Federation and how he had destroyed Taoist Yuran, eliminating a threat to the Federation. That was an immense achievement. He had sent back so many cultivation techniques to the Federation as well. Little Duanmu had to make him the next president. It would be completely unreasonable if he didn't. Wang Baol grew excited at that thought. Becoming the Federation president was something he had dreamed about his entire life. It had seemed a distant dream then, but now it was something that was within reach. Wang Baol perked up instantly. Even his pain faded away. He forgot the frustration and regret he had felt earlier and took to the air in search of an immortal platform. However, he had grown too fat. Spirit fat was particularly dense as well, and therefore added greatly to his weight. The spirit fat Wang Baol had on him had never exceeded 1/10 of what he had now. At the moment, his weight had reached startling heights. He looked like a mountain of flesh from afar. Any ordinary person who came across him would be terrified at first. They would think that they had just encountered some fearsome beast. Wang Baol had only just ascended to the sky in high spirits when, in the next moment, he almost tumbled to the ground and landed on his head. He felt as if he were carrying a huge mountain on his back. It took him a great deal of effort before he righted himself. By then, he was covered in cold sweat. This won't do. I can't go back to the Federation now. I should return to the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island and try to lose some weight first. Wang Baol breathed deeply. His weight was both a source of joy and grief. He recalled his family history of overweight ancestors and their premature deaths. He might be a cultivator now, but he was still concerned. Having made up his mind, Wang Baol unleashed his full cultivation, pulled himself up, and dashed into the distance. He soon found an immortal platform. He transformed himself into a huge, bulging traveling mist, and began his journey across the sword body. Wang Baol was unaware of Taoist Yuran's resurrection at that moment. He was oblivious to the star-seeding Dao cultivator's presence inside the never-ending clan battleship. To his knowledge, Taoist Yuran was dead, and the threat of war had been averted. That was why he had spent so much time in the three palaces, working hard for his breakthroughs in cultivation. That was why he had no idea that the Federation was currently engaged in a war with vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators who were under the never-ending clan's control. The war had broken out 1 month ago. Thankfully, Zhao Yaming had alerted the Federation in time. In addition, Duan Muk and Li Xingwen, as well as the other upper echelons of the Federation, had always treated the vast expanse Dao Palace as a potential threat and had planned accordingly. As a result, even though the war was taking a toll on the Federation, the fight that the Federation was putting up genuinely shocked Taoist Yuran and the vast expanse Dao Palace. It shouldn't be surprising, though. The one thing that the Federation was skilled in was strategy and ambush. Their wisdom in war and tactics, the culmination of countless people's ideas and wisdom, was their strength. The 100 seedling plan was but a part of their setup. If that succeeded, they would see peaceful assimilation and coexistence. If it failed, however, they still had the Greater Mercury Array formation and anti-spirit bombs ready for deployment at any time. In fact, the Federation had run through numerous battle simulations. They had modified the simulations based on the information that Wang Beol and the others had transmitted back to the Federation. Preparations for a potential war for their civilization's survival had been set in place many years ago, and 3 lines of defense had been set up. The first line of defense was Mercury. The second line of defense, Venus. The third, Mars. Should all 3 lines of defense fall, Earth would lose all hope of survival. No matter how flawless the Federation's plans were, there was always the risk of accidents occurring. The plan had numerous anti-spirit bombs buried underground on Mercury, the Federation's first line of defense. Mercury would be blown up as soon as the Federation sensed something was amiss. It would be a serious blow to the vast expanse Dao Palace that would also destroy the teleportation array formation. But Duan Myuk had made a mistake. He had planned to wait for the vast expanse Dao Palace's military to arrive and to trigger the planet's explosion upon their arrival. He didn't only wish to destroy the teleportation array formation, he also wanted to deal a serious blow to the invading forces. However, the vast expanse Dao Palace's military had arrived too swiftly for him to take action. The power emanating from the never-ending clan battleship had overpowered Mercury's self-destruction. The Federation's plan had failed. They could only abandon their first line of defense and retreat to Venus, their second line of defense. The Federation had many years of preparation, though. Even though the anti-spirit bombs had been overpowered during the attempt to blow up Mercury, the power that had been unleashed during their explosions had still managed to damage the never-ending clan battleship and shock Daoist Yuran and the vast expanse Dao Palace. The damage had been exacerbated by its prior damage and the destruction that had been caused by Wang Beol. The vast expanse Dao Palace had to spend some time repairing the battleship. A brief window of uncertainty had thus emerged in the war.